go down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that.
Real nigga, what up? Real nigga, what up? If you ain't about that murder game, then pussy nigga, shut up. If you run, it's a stampede. DJ Ham the Stampede.
DJ Ham the Stampede.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
women?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women?
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't go well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just, because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Wow.
that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be balance.
Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put him in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
Yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology. It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. You got hats. We got sweatshirts. You got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Yo, DJ Hampton Stampede in the building.
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stampede.
DJ Ham the Stampede.
Shit like that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yo, we in here. Get the likes up, get the likes up, man. We got 110 people and 65 likes. Not terrible, but it could certainly be better. Let me see you in the building real quick. Salute. C was good. Mr. JTK was popping. Travel One, I see you. T, what up though? Mel, I see you. What's popping? Minaj was good. Brave was popping. Chocolate Bunny in the building. Lionel in the building.
Shit like that.
Danielle, salute. Emo was popping. I like it. Yo. What's goody? Let me see. Homeboy was good. Matt, what up? Ty was popping. Impressed, we see you. Fred was good. Excuse me. Victim Olympics, salute. Appreciate y'all. Davey was popping. Nick was popping. Vince, what up? Mai was popping. Yeah, man. We had the I think I stayed mostly in Texas and Louisiana. Oh no, I went to Atlanta. I think it's inevitable. You know what I'm saying? Shoot the meat on the Philly for a brief second. I was trying to see how well Texas is represented, you know what I mean? OG was popping. Swag, what up? Trying my best, man. I'm trying my best. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Feel me? Oh, we went to Memphis too. Oh, see. So you know what's ill? When I first moved to Texas, that style of DJing, they like it, but they had to get used to it. Like they would like used to like half the song being played and shit like that, but that shit's boring as hell. You know what I'm saying? But I'm getting these country niggas hit. Yeah. Nah, I don't know, Roy. You got it. Nah, you. Damn, man. I like it, man. Let me see. D was popping. And get the likes up. Okay, we got 130 people so far, and we have 76 likes, man. Let's get the likes up. You feel me? Chocolate Bunny with the $10 says, do your thing, cuz. Appreciate you, cuzzo. Steppenwolf. He says, support the channel. We getting started the right way early on, man. Salute.
Come on, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
CC, I appreciate you as always, man.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Thank you for gifting the 5 memberships. Whoever got blessed, please maintain them. Dada was popping. Oh, wrong one. Thank you, C, man. Thank you for all the support. Shoot, I don't know if you missed the show in the past month. Not to mention the Cash App support, just for showing love. That shit goes a long, long way, man. This is contrary to popular belief. Content creation isn't the easiest thing in the world. You feel me? Correct me if I'm wrong. It's popping. Sun Kid, Shalom. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. Yeah, you're right. Texas. Nah, man. Nah, you think so? I don't know, bro. Texas be having some shit on the low. You feel me? I like it, man. So, this was a dope week overall, man. A dope ass week. A lot of fun conversations. We had Crimson Cure in the building. that was an ill show in itself, you know. Just even after she left, you know, the conversation that we had was fruitful. You know, salute the comedian Q as well. The Monday conversation was beautiful, you know what I'm saying, in terms of just how it was conducted, the fun we had during that conversation. Tuesday was dope, you know. Salute to Angry Man for coming through. They basically for the whole show. But that's when shit got a little shaky, when we started talking about chivalry and things of that nature, you know, and moral code and principles, man. And then the young fellas on Wednesday,
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
All right, Biz, send them to me. You know, Dollar was popping with the fellas at DJ Hamp, ready to let the inmates out in the yard. Correct me if I'm wrong with the $2. Another day, another couple dollars. Appreciate you, Prince Ty. You already know the vibes, my G. Thank you for the purchase of the super sticker. But yo, Matt, right? This shit got crazy. Like, it's so they were saying that this is how it's always been. Is this inherently true that men been only pursuing so much for the attention of women? This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it. But maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. Be Love, what's up? But it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How far are we willing to go to stand on it? Does your moral code have contingencies? You know, I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. You know? The double standards, how long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have like there's a reason for everything, you know. But let me show you this real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. You know, we hear so much about money and value and the value of a man, and it's tied to money. Right? Do men also? So it looks like when we had conversations in the past, right? So many times we're talking about a man's value, it's always comes back to his money. You know? So do you guys agree that the world, that the people, that women look at men as, if you don't have money, your value is just gonna be lower no matter what you do? So like, let's say I'm a teacher, a firefighter, a police officer, right? There's a level of money that they just won't reach in those jobs, right? But in terms of the value those jobs bring and how much we need those people in those jobs, you know, shouldn't they be more valuable? Or am I more valuable because I can throw or catch a football, right? Is Patrick Mahomes more high value of a man than the police chief of, I don't want to use a city that's going crazy, but I mean, shit be happening. Like, is he more valuable than the police chief of Baltimore City? Because every time we conduct a conversation, both the women and the men start to talk more about money in terms of a man's value than everything else. And I find that to be problematic. Because if money magnifies character, is people's character just this fucked up? Is it just that messed up? Great T was popping. Rock Solid was good. So look at this. 1 second. Oh, salute to Lapeef. I was watching that shit last night. So here's the young boys, right? Because we think about moral principle and code and the reason why we do things. You know, we hear the rhetoric say, build yourself up, man. Get your money up. Get in shape, etc. But what about the moral compass, the moral code? The why behind everything? If a woman is a catalyst for the reason why you're doing what you're doing, is that problematic? Or does the reason not matter as long as you get to the goal? But this bothered me a little bit right here. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So let me show y'all this real quick. It's the one I want. Yeah. All right, so this one right here, right? Let me turn down the music a little bit. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, all right? It's gonna be a good one, man. We having fun today. I hope y'all got in that mix. I don't know. I think I look like Lauren might have missed it. So shout out to Jeremiah. Jeremiah's like 25 years old. He the money man. You know what I mean? Stocks, trading, investing, understanding. You know, I think he went to school for economics and statistics. And when you talk to him further than just what we talked about here, Vet Life was popping. You can tell based on a conversation, you can tell he knows, right? But listen. I would disagree.
Yeah, under the influence.
I mean,
man, we ain't trying to build no families right now. Man. Let's just keep it up.
100 people watching to go smoke and chill, right? While you in school, driving while intoxicated. I'm just talking shit to be nice about being late to the show. All right. Now you're not in school? Let me ask you a question, Miles. Miles, before you jump in, did you just tell me that you only working as hard as you can to get pussy?
That's terrible.
I'm not doing this for my health, man. Men are supposed to want to pursue women.
Fat ass titties. Motherfucker that look good. We ain't trying to take no woman that's
they're not mutually exclusive.
I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
Can I ask why that's a bad thing?
They say he's smoking reefer.
Okay.
Huh?
Why is that a bad thing? What Chi-Town just said. Like,
it ain't a bad thing. I champion it.
Yeah, exactly. Men are
what?
supposed to want to pursue women. Like, I'm busting my ass in school so I can make money, so I can go and be better than the next guy who I think is trying to holler at whoever I'm trying to talk to. Like,
and let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Miles. Miles, before you jump in, did you just tell me, or George was probably, that you only working as hard as you can to get pussy?
That's terrible.
I'm not doing this for my health, man.
Hold on. Okay. All right, let him. What y'all think about that, man? Jeremiah, he say he not doing this for his health, right? But you busting your ass in school and all that just for vagina. Look at this shit. And he laughing, but he dead fucking serious. Think about this shit for a second. And then we say, yo, Coop, what up, Coop? Yo, salute to Coop. Hey, Coop been getting it popping over there, Playboy. The Do Better podcast, man. Coop getting 50,000 views a clip, baby boy. Salute. Look though. Damn, so even if he ain't wrong, what Mr. Fantastic say? Yo, what's up, OG? Hold on. All right, put a 1 in the chat if this isn't. Hold on. Okay, problematic. Well, Miles, before you jump in, if this is just life, put a 1 in the chat. Only working as hard as you can to get pussy.
That's terrible.
I'm not doing this for my health, man.
Hold on. Okay. All right, let him.
I put this in the chat a week ago, and he's proving my point.
Yo, think about this shit though. So Jerice was saying, yo, the communicator, that's how they always say it, is fucked because of the priorities. And then we think about this, y'all. As much shit as we be on women heads about what they value, how fickle they are, how fluid their feelings are, how they go off of emotion, you putting all this pain and effort and work in for someone or something you characterize as that. Shout out to Mr. Let Go. when he says women are children or women are like children, there are a plethora of men who agree to a degree. So why on earth would you be doing all that you do for someone or something you characterize as such? It doesn't make sense, right? Based on the statistics that are accurate. So when we look and we say women are leaving marriages, right? Women are leaving marriages. Feminism is running rampant, right? Men aren't respected. The woman's body has lost value because there's a plethora of vagina. We say women make poor decisions, but then we are striving to be great so we can get said woman. It just sounds to me like it's contradictory. If it's true, okay, I understand. But doesn't that seem problematic? I was just thinking through it. And I'm gonna drop the link so we can have a conversation. But we say all these things, but then everything we do is to obtain women. That's scary to me. It's maybe that's what it is, T. It's confounding. It's confusing. Right? And then he's saying he trying to be better than the mech. DJ Rip said that's a death sentence. Yo, and then Jeremiah said he's striving to be better than the next man. But I mean, there's always gonna be somebody with more money than you. That's for damn sure. So that can't be the only thing that you predicate your value on, because you gonna lose. It just is like you gotta have value in other places. You gotta have value in other places. Let me let this play a little bit. Think about this, fellas. Honestly. Miles. Fatty. He's the money man right here. The nigga with no cut is the money man.
Yeah,
true.
He's doing all this shit for pussy.
Yep.
No, hold on.
Oh, no. Let Miles talk. Goddamn, y'all niggas been windmilling. And listen, you need a reason to do whatever it is you're doing.
Yeah.
But I would argue putting all that pain in for pussy. And I'm not saying that men don't do it, but it sounds illogical. Go ahead, Miles. What you think?
There's no reason to have to. You don't need money to get women. You just have to be. You just know how to communicate to them.
Not even that though, bro. Miles, address what he said though. He doing all this grinding. He the money man.
Yeah.
Just for vaginas.
Hell no. Bro, you don't need to do that for vaginas. That should just be in you to better yourself. Just like when we telling you to get.
Yo, Fatty, salute. We grinding, my G. You heard? Let me make sure before Fatty go to sleep, I acknowledge this right here. 1 second. Salute to Fatty for gifting the 5 membership.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Let's keep grinding, man. Keep grinding. Coop with the 20 ball. Coop says, with the 20 ball, says, congrats on the 16K, Hamp. Appreciate it. Keep grinding. You'll get that plaque in no time. Shout out from Detroit. This is how you do it, man. Everybody push each other, man. God damn it. Afro Nerd with a 20 ball. Salute. He says, many women not asking for moral fiber in their mates is frightening. Facts. He might be paid and have human head in his trunk. Really? Get your money and health up for you and retract your resources, black men. Yeah, man. Facts. Thank you, Coop. Thank you, Fatty. Yo, that's what that shit is like. Yo, those resources have to be earned. But we earn the resources just to give them to women for the sake because they got a vagina. Indeed. Damn. Hold on, my camera overheated. Hold on 1 second. Let me switch to this one. I might have to get rid of this motherfucking camera, man. That shit stay doing that shit. Hold on. This camera, we'll go with this one for now. Fuck it. Damn, yo. T. I wouldn't say we weak. We fuck. It's dumb. Regardless if we've been doing it, I understand. Niggas love getting cheeks, but it's just problematic. That's what it is. Damn, yo. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yeah, nah, real shit be. It's crazy, man. Look, hold on. Where Lionel at? Lionel in the chat. Windmilling still? Yo, all right. Lionel came to his senses. All right, he came to his senses. All right.
Shit like that.
All right.
Shit like that.
Let me show y'all this, right? It doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense. So let me show y'all, Lionel, you know I love you. All right, so let me show y'all this one, right? This Chi-Town talking, right? He's talking about building up his value so much to where when he brings a woman into his life, it's constructed. It's constructed, right? He's talking about value. But is he just talking about money? Right? So let's look at this.
You have like certain stories, like your story, or
you just have to be. You just know how to communicate.
God,
to them.
damn, not even that though, bro. Miles,
yeah,
hold on, I gotta find.
Tall and that's good looking.
No, he just isn't round enough to.
In the club, still thinking you got it. When people, hold on, y'all.
No, I'm not.
I'm saying you, but didn't revert it back.
Some people, you know,
Jedi.
It was after Jedi got bro. Hold on, y'all.
She want to
character
point.
And then I told my girl
that
do cost.
Well, look, Jedi wasn't up there. If a woman will,
it will inherently make you selfish.
So
can I ask a question to the panel? Is anybody on this panel have a girlfriend right now?
Hold on.
Y'all come together as one and y'all create something special. But for the average man out here, women are not looking to start at the bottom and build their way up to the top with a man. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's where we is getting confused about. So that's why I'm so adamant about, as a man, focusing on you and building yourself up to the best that you can be, so you can be able to choose the woman that you want and not being able to settle for something.
All right, let's do this real quick. What makes a man? What makes a man the best that he could be?
He understands loopholes.
Well, I'm gonna speak on myself. I feel like in order for me to be the best man I can be, in order to be who I want to be, I have to focus so hard. Like I have to focus so hard and hustle so hard to get to where I want to be. And my focus needs to be there. I have a goal. I have a vision in mind that I want to accomplish. And I feel like being in a relationship or being with somebody.
Are you talking about money?
No, I'm not talking about money. I'm just talking about just satisfaction overall as a man, completing my goal.
Let's say you see a wallet sitting on the ground. The wallet got. All right, this is important, right? Because he said building himself up as a man, right? But Shy largely been talking about money this entire time, to where her money don't matter. She bring her in, right? But when you say bring her in because you think you built yourself up, 95% of the time we are referencing money, right? But building yourself up has to be multi-layered. And I'm thinking that that's forgotten so much. Like, even take the advice that was given previously where it said, build your money up, right? Have sex with 50 women and get a vasectomy, right? But what does that also do? Right now, it could be smart. However, you don't have to be as intentional, right? And you allow yourself to be undisciplined, or you either acknowledge the fact that you're undisciplined. That's why you have to get the vasectomy. Now, I'm not saying it's not smart if that's how you're going to live it out, but think about the risk you're taking by generally speaking saying we're not using condoms. And I did the same shit. So, I mean, fuck, you know? So what does building yourself up as a man actually look like? What is it? What are the factors behind it? So the question I'm going to ask Shy has to do with like morals and shit like that. Got 10 grand in it. What's your next move? Hold on. Money?
Go.
Are you talking about money?
No. I'm not talking about money. I'm just talking.
So that's why I asked that question. Are you talking about just money when you say build yourself up? So let's keep going.
About just satisfaction overall as a man, completing my goals.
Let's say you see a wallet sitting on the ground. The wallet got 10 grand in it. What's your next move?
Now is it something like if it's just a random wallet?
Yeah.
Invest it, give them the proceeds.
No, I mean if it's a random wallet and ain't nobody claiming, I'm taking it.
Yeah. But what do you mean by building yourself up? Because that would say a lot about your morals and code of conduct.
I mean, the reason why I say building myself up is to the point because I want to be in a position where I have control. I want to be in a controlled position. I don't want to be working for nobody. I don't want to be following by somebody else's rules. I want to create my own world in which I'm my own person. I can create income for myself. I can have a woman come into my world and I can be able to pay all the bills and I can be able to do what I need to do in order for her to follow under my government.
Look what he said now. Create income for myself, have her come into my world where I can pay all the bills. Right? That's important. Because he's saying, as a man, build your value, right?
I don't want somebody else.
You don't have a government, right? You don't have a code of conduct or morals. You're saying, I have a lot of money, right? So now this is my world. But what about the accountability points? What about the man that you are?
How you discipline yourself in this case.
I don't think it matters at all.
I discipline myself by staying focused, by staying true to who I am.
No.
Now, Be Nice said, I don't think it matters at all. I just named morals and principles. What about the accountability points? What about the man that you are?
How you discipline yourself in this case.
I don't think it matters at all.
I discipline myself by staying focused, by staying true to who I am.
No, so but when I say disciplining yourself, I mean always adhering to your standards and principles, no matter what outside noise comes in. In that case, like the woman that comes in, to where you're able to just keep on pushing and doing what you know, but that you have full belief in. Kind of like with Ham, in his case, because he says, I'm never eating pork, shellfish, or any type of like lobster or shrimp. Not eating any type of foods like that, and he stuck to that, and to the point where he told his wife, even on a date, that we're not going to eat like this.
Hey, look, this the crazy part. My son, right? I tell my son's mother, don't feed my son pork. That's something I don't believe in eating. It's pork. I feel like that's the lowest animal that you can actually eat.
It is,
and it's more detrimental than anything. So I even tell my son's mother, I say, hey, don't feed my son no fucking pork. We don't eat pork. So I have a standard and a conduct in certain shit I'm just not gonna break just because a female come around. I'm already focused. If you come around while I'm focused on what I got going on, if you do anything to derail that, or if you do anything to compromise that, your ass out of there.
But that's also where you got to find that asset as well, though, that can add into what you're doing.
That's what I'm saying. If you're not adding to what I got going on in terms of adding to what I'm trying to see myself at and what I'm working towards, then your ass ain't nothing but a liability to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I can get you the fuck up out of here. And I won't blink an eye.
The thing is, right? What you won't do for my concern is what you would do for $1.
No, trust me. I'm not no nigga that just do anything for $1. I'm not that type of person. Like I won't go against my moral standards that I got for myself for $1. I'm not that type of person. Like I just won't do anything for $1.
Well, but why would you steal?
In terms of like steal what? A wallet? They got 10 grand
in that part.
Yeah.
If it's 10 grand, what motherfucker is finna walk? What motherfucker is finna see a wallet on the ground or envelope on the ground with 10 grand in it and then walk around like
You know why? Because you would do something strange for a piece of change.
How was that?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wow. Put him in the.
So Shy said, nah, he got a compass. He got a threshold when it comes to doing certain shit for money. But he said he'll steal for money. And 10,000 is a big number, right? So you have to make a decision. But yo, Shy,
put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
It's just like, yo, do the morals change based on the amount of money? You know, like, do the morals change based on the money? Do your morals have contingencies? So I'm not stealing if it's $50, but $500, I gotta make a decision. Can morals stand when the going gets tough? You know, because again, the premise of me and Shy having this conversation is him building his value as a man. So I'm saying the principle and moral code should be contingent upon you. It should be intrinsic. But what I'm gathering is it's these outside influences that largely influence somebody's moral code, and that's highly problematic. Uncle Rick, what up?
They're doing something strange for a piece of change.
It could be dirty money.
That could be a gift from
that
God. That could be a gift from God for me to put towards
But think through it though, because remember, definitely not a gift from God. We said there's certain things that we won't do for bread, but you said who the fuck gonna walk past 10K? Like it's impossible to do.
You said that if a wallet is on the ground and I see a wallet on the ground and got 10K in it, there's nobody around that I could be like, hey, is this your wallet? Is this yours? Is this yours? What normal motherfucker is trying to turn in a wallet with 10K? Let's be realistic, bro. Like, come on, man.
But is that
high
They're
morals?
going to turn in the wallet, but they won't turn in the money.
Yeah.
But that wallet's going to be there. I'll tell you that.
Let's be for real, bro. 10K can go a long way. That can start somebody's business. How you know it ain't a gift from God?
God.
You know what I'm saying? How you know it ain't no gift from God? Be like, damn, I need like 8K to start this business. Then boom.
Shy, you told me a few months ago you don't fuck with God like that.
No, I ain't tell you no shit like that.
If God give him 10K,
Yes,
why
you
not?
did, Shy.
He said, God give me this money.
You say y'all niggas is cool, but it ain't all like that.
What you mean?
Like you say y'all straight. When you see him, you speak.
What you talking about? Who's
God. Yo, that's the thing, right? And salute to Chi-Town, man. I was referencing an old episode, is what it was, right? When he was saying he's just trying to learn about, God and what the following things in that nature. But let's just clear this up really quick, okay? So this here, I know how to zoom in too, man. Hold on. There you go. Let me just show y'all this, right? What was it? Command plus. There we go. So this right here is Leviticus 19, and I'm not going down this route. I just want to show y'all this. All right. 19 and 11. Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie to one another. Right. You should not swear by the God's name falsely, but here, 13 is, thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. So you guys, you owe somebody, make sure you pay him, you know. So that's definitely not God doing that. Oh man, shout out to Chi-Town. Hold on, let me go back to this.
My day is all fucked up until I acknowledge God, and that's when my shit get decent.
And so here's the one thing too, man. You know, we talk about God, this, everybody love God, right? But it's important to do what he asks you to do, right? So just imagine, and you referencing God, but then you're like, but I'm gonna do something against what he asked me to do. You know, just imagine if you had a kid, they steady not listening, but they talking about they fuck with you, or they love you, or they care about what you say, or they respect you. You would have to be like, no, you don't. Not that you keep not doing what I'm asking you to do. You know, so it's just interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Damn. So again, right? The morals, man, the principle. What are we really adding up when it comes to how valuable a man is? We steady talk about money, you know, and I'm not saying you can't go without money, obviously, right? You gotta work, etc., right? But the reason why you pursuing money can't be women, especially when we say a woman's nature is to be what? You know, and then your value can't just be tied to your money. Right? Because there's so many other things that a man has to do. Men don't say can't. Men should stand on their principles. You know? Right? A man should be respectful. A man should be honest. A man should be direct. You know? Damn, man. Get the likes up, get the likes up, man. We have 240 people and we have 139 likes. Get the likes up, man. I would appreciate it. Let me show y'all this. I'm trying to figure if I want to play this one first or the one I have after it. Let me see. I'll play this one first.
Has to be done about it is you have to everybody, first of all, what we're doing now,
Just gonna ignore you. I get that at this point.
way where what the men does affect y'all, but what y'all do don't affect us. That it doesn't work that way.
I get that at this point. But what are we gonna do about it? So we're just gonna ignore each other?
No, what has to be done about it is you have to everybody, first of all, what we're doing now helps. That we're actually having a conversation about it, because before social media came along, nobody was really having conversations about this. Everybody was just living their life and going through the motions. And that's why it's such a point of contention.
So the topic is chivalry. Who killed it? What happened to it, etc.
Right now is because nobody was having these conversations, but they have to be good faith conversations. We can't just talk about it from the position of what the women need. We have to talk about it from what the men need as well.
Yeah, and also, love, let me say this statement to you to see if it resonates. That's my past and I don't live there anymore.
Go to hell, Hamp. What are you gonna do about it? So we're just gonna ignore each other?
No, what has to be done about it is you have to it doesn't work that way.
I get that at this point. But what are we gonna do about it? So we're just gonna ignore each other?
No, what has to be done about it is you have to everybody, first of all, what we're doing now helps. That we're actually having a conversation about it, because before social media came along, nobody was really having conversations about this. Everybody was just living their life and going through the motions. And that's why it's such a point of contention right now, is because nobody was having these conversations, but they have to be good faith conversations. We can't just talk about it from the position of what the women need. We have to talk about it from what the men need as well.
Yeah, and also, love. Let me say this statement to you to see if it resonates. That's my past, and I don't live there anymore. The reason why I said that is because she was acting like Angry Man couldn't have had a change of opinion from when he was younger, right? And change his way and etc.
Go to hell, Hamp.
Is that her quote?
With
That's her
gasoline drop.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
So-
I feel so hurt and offended right now, love. That you would gaslight me like that. That is horrible.
That's her main quote. So, Lauren Mack, you're saying, so what we gonna do about it? What's the first rule of AA?
I don't know. I'm not an alcoholic.
Everybody knows.
Should we stop working and should we? What should
Sis, what's the first rule of AA?
Is to admit you have a problem.
Okay, so if we want to have a genuine conversation, the accountability has to be taken on this side, on that side, and then we can have a
Our
conversation.
problem in our generation right here that we're working and that what else? What's
Now
the
watch,
problem?
let me see something real quick. Love, is there credence to this, or should you correct Black Hole? You and Angry Man was going, see, y'all like friends, so that shit, some shit, you know. So I just wanted to make sure.
I'm not sure what that meant, but yeah, Angry, you homie, right? You homies?
You said what?
We homies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we cool.
All right, acknowledge it then, nigga.
You know what? I have feelings, you know, love.
And Lauren, I told you about that play silly. Nah, answer the question. Everybody knows the first rule in AA.
I don't though. I didn't know that. Okay, so acceptance, right?
You too old.
What
You too old for that.
Please give me an example.
Old ass.
What are we accepting? That we're working and voting when we feel like it?
Sis, when I was letting it play a little bit, asking Love all those questions, were you listening?
I don't know. Yeah, that's already.
Let me read these super chats, man. See, this right here, I gotta take responsibility for this, right? Because I let a couple things derail. There was somebody in the chat trying to paint a narrative. Sis interjecting with these dumbass questions. And then Lauren acting silly. Right? And we got on the path of what are we going to do about it? Angry Man said, well, we're conversing. Right? That was one key factor. But we could have gotten deeper into it, but we missed this opportunity to really, really talk about it. What's up, Sugar Bum? So I have to take the onus on that because those three things, I let them slide. I'm like, damn, you know what? Let's just read the super chats because they acting dumb.
Shit like that. Shit
So
like
hand-
that. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute.
Windshot, please. Sis already said she wasn't listening. And she's like, so what are we supposed to do? Stop working, da-da-da, right? And so the hyperbole is there, right? But we're talking about chivalry, right? And when Lauren asked that question, that's what we started to need to mine out to find some semblance of a solution. But this where I messed up at. Letting them derail and etc. Right? Because the AA question was great, but because the bullshit came up, I didn't push it. So earlier in this clip too, the women said, "Oh, we don't want equality," which is baby back bullshit, right? But the AA question was important, but sis was pushing against it to accept that there's an issue on the women's side. Because I could concede the fact that there's an issue on the men's side also. But that was an opportunity. So once you get somebody to admit, okay, I fucked this up, now you can have a real conversation. but we miss this opportunity. You know what I'm saying? We missed this opportunity. Jeremiah, what's up? You know? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Correct me if I'm wrong with the $5 says, when there is no family / community to work for, the only option is selfish desire. Because seeing what the $5 says, money gives you access and greater exercise of personal liberties. Because we are innately selfish, we view money as the master key to life. Fatty with the €2 says, happy birthday, Top Cat. Salute, Top Cat is in the chat. Everybody shout Top Cat out. It's his birthday. He an OG. Salute. Marcus Evans with the $2. Do you believe they did this on purpose? What, the derail? I don't know if they did it on purpose as much as I let it rock. You know? So they do it just because they just be windmilling, right? But there was an opportunity to say, okay, we fucked this up. Let's talk about how to correct it. You know? Damn. So that's on me for letting that shit slide. Because then we could have had a real conversation and salute the angry man for saying, okay, we marketed it that there's an issue. Now we got to talk through it. You know what I'm saying? So that's my fault for not pushing it, right? And just going to the super chats. But look at this. So the capo is up here. The prince of the manosphere is up here. And one of the founders of the manosphere is up here. What's up, Venus? So this is the clip I think I want. He asked it more directly, I think a little bit later, but I'll be able to articulate it out along with Fatty about to say. Hank Deasy was good. American Negro, you late. Fifi was popping. Yeah, I needed a break.
So he's right. I want to change the angle. Chivalry is basically positive discrimination. I see a woman and I will treat her better than I will treat the man next to me. I will take my jacket if she's cold. I will give her my seat. I will open the door. If feminism is literally fighting for equality, positive discrimination needs to cease to exist. If you don't want to be equal, I'm not going to do those things. So when women push for feminism and equality, the positive discrimination needs to disappear because you want to be equal. Go on, open your own door. This is what we're talking about in large. You can ask for equal pay, and I can be there, and then say, still treat me like I'm lesser than you. That's what you asked for. That's what you got.
Quite frankly, it seems like we asked for more work. That's it. Didn't seem
Can
like
you address my point?
benefited from feminism.
Can you address my point, Tiana? Because you're very eager. Can you address what I said? Is that fair?
But Fatty, we agree with her though. She's right. You literally asked to work. Like, hold on, Yana, you don't realize you answered your own question. Women literally ought to.
A little bit of a trample here. What up, JT? A little bit of a trample here, right? Because Fantastic gonna kind of double down on her saying what she said, like, yes, but his question, what he just laid out, is going towards solution. Feel me? Because he's saying, right? Let me watch this. Hold on, let me see it.
Tiana, because you're very positive discrimination needs to disappear because you want to be equal. Go on, open your own door. This is what we're talking about in large. You can ask for equal pay, and I can be there, and then say, still treat me like Tiana, because you're very
women literally.
But the problem is they're spinning the block. The problem is they're spinning the block and saying that they don't want none of that. Because this is the whole point. If you're gonna turn around and say no, you men need to be chivalrous regardless. And it's like, how are we supposed to be chivalrous regardless if the very act of chivalry is acquiescing to what a woman wants? So guess what? In the spirit of chivalry, If you're telling us don't open the door, guess what dudes are gonna do? They're gonna stop opening the door.
So you three men, y'all have had a woman say, "Don't open my door." I got it.
I wish right here I would have told Yana to give everybody a chance, because Lauren probably asked a better question. That was a question like it's just digging more into it, but the conversation probably is more so what Lauren was trying to say, and the conversation is probably getting them to answer or respond to what Fatty said. You know what I mean?
What?
I had women look at me crazy when I opened the door for them.
Wait. Let's do it. Hold on.
Don't let her move the goalpost.
Hold on. So ask your question, but you're not really. I don't know how much you want the answers, Yana.
Because y'all are basing your facts off of non-realistic.
No, not. Well, just before that. Just before that.
Like, hey, I don't open my door.
Just
I got it,
all right. Let me do this real quick. Relax a little bit.
I'm relaxed.
I know, but relax a little bit more then.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is this: Fantastic gave you an answer, you kind of brushed it, and then Fatty actually gave a totally different angle, and we didn't really say nothing about it. I get what you're saying about what Angry Man said and how who the hell saying don't open the door for me. I understand that point, right? That can seem hyperbolic, but he said that was his experience. What do you think about what Fatty said? I'm interested to hear your answer about that. I know that's what she just talking, right? She said she wasn't even listening to him. You know what I'm saying? And that's the opportunity right there, man. That what Fatty laid out is fucking key. Positive discrimination, meaning the fight for feminism gained strides, right? But under chivalry, men do XYZ for women, right? Treat them like more special for all intents and purposes. Give up your seat and etc. So you want that, but then you want to cherry pick you being equal. Does that make sense? So Fatty says women wanted to be equal to men. Okay, that has been achieved largely. But then to re-implement chivalry, you would take that back, but you would gain all the things that come with chivalry. You see the conflict? So when women want to do this, go back to chivalrous times to gain back access to men going out their way for you? Or do women want what they have now, to where men are treating them like men? I use the gym clips, how men ain't even intervening when women are in trouble as much, not pulling over trying to change a tire, not helping in the gym, not giving up their seat on the bus, etc. Let's keep going a little bit. I was saying, so do this. Let's do this. Say it one more time, Fatty. Let's get Yana's response, and then Lauren was trying to say something.
I'll say it, and that's why she got quiet and moved the goalpost, because I caught her there. Feminism is...
I just really didn't pay attention to anything you said. I got you. Address something else.
Yeah, no, I got you. It's not for you. It's just, see if this is a fair statement, because we like fair statements, right? Woman push for equality. Chivalry is positive discrimination, which is special treatment. If you're pushing for equality, I will revoke every special treatment that I gave you, like chivalry. Is that a fair assessment?
How does that even correlate?
What?
Okay.
I mean, I see the correlation, but that doesn't make sense.
No, it makes sense because woman. That's why we say woman kill feminism. If you push, I'm sorry, woman.
I'm saying, hey, I want to work. I want to be just as equal as a man.
Yes.
But I'm still not a woman at the end of the day.
All right, let me explain it to her. So, Yana, here's the thing.
I'm confused. Am I the only one?
So,
that just doesn't
so here's the thing. Okay. Women, again, Ashai should have just told her to shut up, right? And get somebody else in that could kind of answer more appropriately. Push for all things being equal, right?
Right. I got that part.
But then what would happen is when men implement chivalry, you won't be treated as such. You would get preferential treatment because you are a woman, right? But if you want all things being equal until there's just no seats left on the bus, now you got to have that seat. You want men to re-implement chivalry, but you asked for equality just 10 minutes ago. There shouldn't be preferential treatment for women if they want all things being equal.
Well, Hemp, can I do this real quick?
Hold on, let me see if that even.
I get it, but it's like that's still stupid. We were pushing for like politics, like workplace.
So,
do you guys see it though? Right? Do you see the disconnect? Right? Or are women saying there should have been a few things left that you guys didn't have to be treated equal on? Because the premise, Fatty's saying you want equality, chivalry gets lost. If you don't want equality, chivalry can be re-implemented, but it's gonna come with the cons, just the pros and the cons, which you would deem cons. Or do you want equality? But with equality, I'm not carrying your water. Don't expect for me to get up my seat on the bus, etc. What's up, Keisha? So I'm gonna play a little bit more of this. Then I got one more clip. I'm gonna drop the link. I just want to hear what Lauren was gonna say. Just real quick.
Go ahead, Lauren.
I noticed that from the conversation we had earlier on the previous panel, it sounds like we're paying for what women asked for in previous generations. So because they asked for equality and may have not understood what that meant to men, it's now we're receiving equality, and now the things that we did appreciate about men, we no longer are receiving as much. So
hey, welcome to the show, because guess what? Every one of us dudes right now, we're paying for what the men did. Like, you heard what she just said. You heard when Sis just said.
Asia, hold it down. So here's the thing. Fair what Lauren's saying. However, that's just how the world works. And also, the one issue though is that all the women up here also use the benefits, right? So the benefits that did come from what the women asked for, they take full advantage of. But the things that they don't like, they're saying, well, they asked for that, not me. So, you know what I mean? So salute the Lord, but like you take advantage of the things you like. What you don't like, you saying they asked for them. That's where it kind of breaks down a little bit, you know?
And just walked away. I never walk. We paying for that right now.
Ingerman, it's even better, right? We will be again leaders. We will be again providers. We will be again chivalrous. You have to give away your credit cards, your right to own property, your vote. We are going to do all that. Do we have a deal? If you guys want us to go back, no. If you guys want us to go back, do you want to go back? Are you sure? It's like, you know that skit when they say to the white person?
It's a great question. It's a great question because Lauren just said they asked for it, not me. So now, okay, here's what happens to re-implement chivalry. Let's see how they answer. I forget.
Would you like to go back in time? And he is yes. And he's yes, the black man. Do you like to go back in time? And the motherfucker says, absolutely not. There's no time in history or I'll be safe. So I'd rather not gamble. Are you sure you want to go back in history? Are you sure?
Wait a minute. I didn't experience it. I don't know what it was like.
I'm asking you.
I have any rights.
Lauren, you said this.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Now, Lauren was doing great. And then she answers like this.
Are you sure you want to go back in history? Are you sure?
Wait a minute. I didn't experience it. I don't know what it was like.
I'm asking.
Lauren.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Stop the cap.
Come on, man. Come on. You just said we ain't asked for it, so why are we getting blamed for it? Right? And then you saying this.
You keep talking, man.
Come on. Now you don't know?
Real, I'll be safe. So I'd rather not gamble. Are you sure you want to go back in history? Are you sure?
Wait a minute.
I didn't experience it. I don't know what it was like.
I'm asking you.
Not have any rights.
Lauren, you said this. We are paying for the woman that wanted some shit before, right? It's fair. And I'm telling you, if you think actually there is a burden that they put on you, are you willing to lose all the rights they actually passed on to you? The credit cards, the owning property, the voting. Are you willing to lose that so you can go back in time so you can be chivalrous and gentleman and all that again? Are you willing to lose that?
Well, it's not going to go back to that, Patty, because they don't know. And based off
that's not the question. The question is, are you ladies willing to lose those rights? Go back.
What I'm trying to say is, even if we did, it's not going to go back to that, because based off of what Anchorman said correctly, these young men have not been trained to do that.
Can she answer that? You guys are moving the goalposts and deflecting again. Are you ladies willing to go back?
Yes, if we gave it all up, it would not go back to what you're saying.
Right. I didn't ask that. Are you willing?
Actually, it will fall right in line.
We would all be going back.
It will fall right in line.
You're basically saying dismiss equality so that we can have chivalry.
Yes.
It's not going to fall back in line, because as a
see, you can answer the question, right? The refusal to answer the question is the answer. I think we got to start understanding that more, right? To try to find something that says the question is moot, right? But he's talking to Lauren based on what she was saying, because they're having a conversation. You know,
it's gonna fall back in line.
It's not gonna.
It's our natural duty.
No.
Hey, Ro.
It's our natural duty. We are raised as young men. We are raised as young men to take care of our women.
Hold on, Shell Shock.
Like we know how to treat women ever since we was little kids.
He had a delay or something.
So like we come into the game.
All right, hold on a second. Go ahead, bro. Finish your statement, bro. You good? Go ahead. Finish your statement, bro.
Yeah, like our mamas treat us, you know what I'm saying? Teach us how to treat women. Our fathers.
Shell Shock. Can you hear me?
Like real talk.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, T. Go ahead.
All right, salute. Yeah, let her.
It's going to be a natural transition, because they have not been trained to do that work, or to have that stance as a man.
Bro, respectfully, we don't disagree.
Hold on, Fatty. Is he done? Are you done, bro?
We don't disagree with you. The genie is not going to go inside of the bottle again. Women are free. They're not going to give the shit back again. It's fine. We agree. Don't ignore that. But if Lauren is saying we are paying for our grannies and our grannies because they didn't know what, are you willing to be like your granny? Barefoot on the kitchen, taking care of the kids, no right to property, no right to credit cards, no right to nothing. Are you willing to go to that?
But Fatty, she's not even accurate. Lauren.
Fantastic. Let them answer the question, man. He's fine.
Not a good question.
It's a great question. It's a great question.
It is a great question. It's a hypothetical question, right? You use extremes to illustrate points all the time, right? To get the answer, right? We understand that this is largely not going to happen, you know, right? Although I did hear something about like repealing, was it the 19th and things of that nature, right? But this largely not going to happen. But it's about mindset. You want chivalry. You want men to do the things that you expect men to do, but then you want to be equal to them, right? So it's about the mindsets, right? And so if your mindset is no, I want to be where we're at now, where we're equal to men, then we're just saying, well, what's being said is, well, then if that's the case, fine, we cool, but just don't expect the chivalry that you are expecting, because that's not where we're at. Right? See, it's good, man. It's good. Let me see what happens.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Why are you silent now? Are you guys willing to go back?
I don't even know what it looks like. So I can't. It's hard to answer that. But
This is what I meant.
See, can't do that, right? Because earlier in the show, the majority of the women up here said they do not want equality. Right? Fair. But the context of this conversation, all the ladies in the chat, everybody in the chat, all 360 people, is the majority of these women on the screen right now said they don't want equality. You see what I'm saying? So if you know that, right, this question actually is much more appropriate when the majority of the women on the panel said they don't want equality. So when Lauren says she don't want equality, right, and then turn around and say, oh, I can't answer the question, but you know you don't want equality, you can formulate a semblance of an answer. Right? That's the problem.
This is what I meant earlier. This is what I meant earlier when I said.
But it's important, right? Do women want to continue to, do what you guys are doing? If so, okay, cool. Or do you wish men were more similar? Like, do you wish you were treated, chivalrously? Like, what's more important, I guess? Because the question on the table was chivalry versus simpery versus who kills chivalry, etc. What's up, Mr. B? What's up, Bird Finder? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me make sure. EBD with the $2 says, we don't hold women / sisterhood accountable enough. Marcus Evans with the $2 says, to give you credit, you still learning, bro. Yeah, I'd be distracted, but when things like that, and I usually do a good job of pressing it, but I like it that we actually kind of got back to it somewhat, right? We kind of got back to it, so that was good. I think we do a lot of talking, EBD. I think we do a lot of talking. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, I'm starting to believe that some of the ladies don't want the solutions and they won't answer the direct question. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, the problem is my brother is that they want it both ways, and for years it's not working for everyone. I believe deep down they know this. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, men take equality literally. Most women don't. Chivalry completely goes against the equality logic. We lose our female privilege with equality. Yeah, you take equality literally, right? So, Lauren, we say most women don't. What are you saying to most women that don't? I think that's the greater question. Megan Watt's been a member for 1 month.
What up, buzzing, bird flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Let's do it. Enter the Black Dragon with the $2 says, black women have to trade feminism for femininity. Ricky Williams with the $2 says, sins of your fathers and mothers, exclamation point. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, Lauren, what do you say to them? Almond Eyes, what do you say to them? The ones that don't think equality should be literal. Right? If you can work beside men, if you could earn the same wages as men, have the same opportunities, right? Outcomes aren't guaranteed, but the opportunity should be there. That's what we believe. You can't then, is it fair that you can't then have expectations for a man to help you carry heavy shit to your car or give up their seat on the bus? Like, women are even in the infantry now. That's a great question. Go, you with the $2 says, can it be explained what equality is figuratively? That's interesting, bro. That's a great question, actually. That's a great question. Cheeky, what up? Damn. If ladies, put a 1 in the chat if you would put the genie back in the bottle. If you would go back to saying women were in the house, making sure the house was orderly and straight, which is work, right? Had jobs that were definitely more supplemental than necessary in terms of working outside of the home, making sure everything was well kept. and then men re-implemented chivalry where you would, the rights wouldn't look the same, but the family would probably move more as a unit. Will women go back to that? Put a 1 in the chat. John Henry, what's up? Daryl, what's up? Or would they be like, hell nah, I ain't doing that shit? Mrs. Locke says she'll go back. God's gift said 1 to go back. Almond eyes. Megan said hell no. Sugar's said 2. Damn. Yo, man, I'm telling you, that's interesting, man. It's just dope. I almost want to stick on this and drop the link for a second. Because the last part is more for the men. Dion, what up though? What the fight out says? DJ Ham, did the women of yesterday's years that were not yet married have anything like property? I'm not sure, bro. I would, you had Madam CJ Walker, people had money and shit like that. So I'm sure, women had their own stuff, but I think it was much more involved with the family unit, Sway with the 2000 says, salute little buff nigga. Corey with the follow says, Bible says he who finds a wife find a good thing, not he who find a black wife. You shit me. If you knew who they was talking to in that motherfucker, you might have to take that back. Damn, man. Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up. Did I miss it? My bad, Sugar Mom. I'm gonna go back. Cheeky with the $5 says, fam, the moment equality was introduced, women became competition to men because they wanted the position, accept it, and play the role. Whoa, hold on, in parentheses, man. Yeah, no, 100%. We just talking through the hypothetical. Sugar Bum, let me check, make sure I ain't missed your shit. Hold on, my bad. Oh, Sugar Bum with the $2 says, if Marcus used that money to simp, he have a bitch. Yo, Sugar Bum, chill out. Damn, man, get the likes up. All right, let me think. I want to go through this last part, but I'm gonna go through quickly. All right, I'm gonna go through it quickly just so we can have this conversation. 1 second, sorry. What up, Callie? You late?
Wars. We invaded countries. We took from people just to guarantee that we reproduce with the woman of said tribe. If the world functioned that way for thousands of years, why now is a problem?
Well, you have
we're lowering our standards in society. We're making
they're lower their standards. No, they lower their standards, not us.
You want to say what you were saying, Joshua?
Men are lowering their standards by adopting these simple concepts. An example, our principles have gone to absolutely jack shit just in the last.
Now look, hold on now. Wait, Mr. Fantastic, are you here?
Brother.
Now look at Mr. Fantastic. Did Mr. Fantastic stop listening?
Standards. No, they lowered their
look
standards.
Look at Mr. Fantastic.
You want to say what you were saying, Joshua?
Hold on. Oh, Mr. Fantastic. Hold on. Look at Mr. Fantastic.
Men are lowering their standards by adopting these simple concepts. An example, our principles have gone to absolutely.
Did Mr. Fantastic roll his eyes?
Brother.
Jack shit just in the last 20 years. Here's an example. Risky popped up and was talking about principles one day.
Yes.
There was I want to say there was 5 or 6 guys on the panel. Only 2 of them, Risky and KG, were willing to actually literally claim they'll punch a dude in the face over the N-word. Everybody else boiled it down to, I'm not going to do anything because it's going to come with a cost. Like, I'm going to go to jail. I'm going to do whatever, that stuff like that.
And what's the problem with it?
Because it's too many people basically not willing to do anything. And if nobody's willing, if a very tiny portion of the population is the only amount of people that are willing to do something, at some place it breaks and that standard goes down. The reason why everybody's throwing these words around is because there's not enough people fighting it off.
Why should I go to the hospital or to my grave? Listen, like we have these with, oh, you beat up my sister. My sister calls me, tells me a bullshit story. I'm crashing out for her, and now I either go to the hospital or I go to the morgue because she told me something. People need to assess danger. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to punch this motherfucker on the face? Let me just change this, Angry Man. If you are like, listen, M said it before. He already said the words. He already said it, that a word is not coming back to his mouth. There's nothing I can do to open that motherfucker mouth and put a word like close it. He already said it. So I will actually make an assessment of what's going on in front of me and see, is it worthy to punch him in the face or not? That's how most people should act. What's the problem with that?
But the problem with what you're saying, Joshua, and you said it.
Let me get to this example real quick. Let me see.
In men's duty and men's principles and all of those things. What you're looking at today when a man does that is what I call membership without benefits. Now, you said earlier that people only want to do things because there's something that comes with it. Well, guess what? Back in the day, when men used to do the things that they did, men were kings. Men were able to like.
So one thing I'm going to articulate it out a little bit is that men were doing things before because there was a benefit to them, right? Now the reason why it's not as high is because men aren't kings, men aren't getting the benefits, right? So the moral code and principle is more fluid because it's based on what you get in return. Josh is saying men stand on principle, regardless of repercussion, whether it's conflict or having a conversation. And then it's men's principles. It's a possessive pronoun. It should have very little to do with everything outside of them.
Back in the day, if a guy, paid every bill and all of that, guess what? His wife couldn't talk shit to him in that house. If she said something crazy to him, he could be like, man, shut the hell up. I don't want to hear that shit. And guess what? She had to shut up. And guess what? She couldn't hop on the phone and call the police, and the police show up and kick you out of your house that you paid for. So in this day and age, men do not have the ability.
Now here's the key. Josh didn't say nothing about, he's talking about men standing on a standard, right? So that's the part where I understand what Angerman is saying. However, isn't necessarily what Josh was talking about. Because he made a statement like, somebody calling me the N-word, there's a repercussion.
To be men, but they're still expected to be men.
Am I missing something?
I can't agree with that. I can't agree with that. Men don't have the ability to be a man. Being a man, you just have the ability to be a man.
No.
What do you mean by that in particular?
No, you don't.
Enforce. Let me be clear about it. Let me be clear. Let me be clear, okay? Because what you're doing, Zoe, is you're doing that same shit that the women do to the men, which is you're clarifying. What you're trying to do. What you're trying to do is you're not treating the men. You're not humanizing the men. What you're doing is you're making them some sort of mindless Terminator.
Using myself as an example.
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's where I was hung up too. So Zoe jumped in, so I'm listening. But like, we can't be men because of what reason? Like, why can't a man stand tall in his household because of what reason? Is it because she couldn't call the police? Are we inferring that we could be what could you do? Like, could we be physical or something? Is that what it? And nobody said that, but I'm assessing it. So before, she couldn't do X, Y, and Z in the house because we could get, was it physical, or we could yell? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was it? Right? Because if it's physical, think about this shit for a second, y'all. Right? We used to when we hear the color purple narrative, what do men say? That's bullshit. They painted a poor narrative. The women weren't getting beat up back then, etc. But what couldn't we do what could we do yet before that we can't do now? We can argue, we can leave, we can fuss. So by deductive reasoning, we can't hit anybody, let alone a woman in the house, as a force of punishment or to get our point across. So that would be the only thing left out from back then until now. You see what I'm saying? Because that would have to be the last thing left. You see? So we push back against the color purple narrative, but we say back then you couldn't do that shit to him because there was an or else behind it. Damn. Interesting. I'm just thinking. Just thinking through it. Because when you use deductive reasoning, that would have to be the only thing. Let's keep going.
What you're doing is you're making.
All right. He said put them out. He said more than that. Okay.
Them some sort of mindless automaton that just has programming, and they have to just operate within that programming. And the problem is women are using that against men. Well, you're a man, you're supposed to do this. Give me the women equivalent of that.
I'm not arguing that women aren't weaponizing that against men. I'm more standing on what Joshua was saying, that a man is a man based on the fact that you have principles that you go for and you just stand on them regardless without it being transactional. There's a benefit to it being there's a benefit to it being transactional.
Listen to what Zoe say, y'all.
Women aren't weaponizing that against men. I'm more standing on what Joshua was saying, that a man is a man based on the fact that you have principles that you go for and you just stand on them regardless without it being transactional.
That statement right there, man, it's a great statement.
Against men. I'm more standing on what Joshua was saying, that a man is a man based on the fact that you have principles that you go for and you just stand on them regardless without it being transactional. There's a benefit to being there's a
I'm doing what the fuck I do because that's what I want to do. Right? I'm gonna drop the link. We go through a scenario where I coach high school football, right? And they're saying the benefits for me is that the kids did great. You put way more fucking work in than what you get back. But I had to do it because the kids did not know how to play football. And there's so many programs that come up where they teach the kids shit. He's always cooking, right, Big Mufasa? And so that's why you go out there and do it. It's fulfilling, but you're not going out there because it's fulfilling. You're going out there because it needs to get done. But the argument is, would you still do it if it didn't have any benefits to you? But a lot of niggas, like what Jeremiah's saying, y'all frankly haven't really been outside really doing shit for people. And I kind of could tell that because if you ever coached a group of fucking kids, if you ever had to go pick them up and they don't have no support and you got to buy them food and buy them the shit they need to be successful and bring them to all these camps and shit like that, y'all don't fucking get it. Y'all don't. You got 6 a.m., 7 a.m. You got weightlifting. This is real high school football. It ain't that baby back bullshit that y'all might have played. This school got 100 fucking kids. 10 of them are D1 football players. Alabama coming through to the school 3 times a year, especially during recruiting. It's a real fucking job for these coaches who volunteer their time. Like y'all really gotta y'all gotta just think a little bit more is all I'm saying.
Benefit to it being transactional, but being able to say, like, you know what, I'm gonna stand on this on my honor as a man is a thing that men do and then you have the ability to do that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying
Men
to.
have
I'm
always-
not trying
men
to.
have-
I'm not trying.
You know, Jeremiah, it's just breaking it down. Like, you know, the benefits don't outweigh the cost like y'all think. That's all.
To weaponize it against men.
Men have
I'm making that point.
always, bro. Men have always had incentives. There have always been incentives. We want to sit here and pretend like they're not. Men have always had incentives. Okay. What are the incentives? If a dude goes off to war and he comes back from war, he's praised. He's a war hero. Okay. There's always something that a man gets for being a good, what we call a good man or whatever, right?
Yeah,
the problem is in this day and age, the men don't get it. Men are not revered anymore. Men are not respected anymore. Men are not treated with dignity. You can look back in history at your grandfather. Did you ever see your grandmother curse your grandfather out to his face? Probably not.
Father out to his face.
Probably not. You feel what I'm saying?
Now look, right? Let's think about it. Let's say he's true, right? Let's say Angry Man's right. But if my morals, principles, and values are predicated on what I get in return, they don't fucking exist. Right? If how I live and how I stand up is predicated on what I get in return, it's not real. And this is the key. Like, look at what Chiki said. Speak for yourself. Because being principled is intrinsic. Who gives a fuck what everybody else is doing around you? I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. But we saying, yo, if I don't get a return, I'm not doing it. I don't give a fuck if somebody say thank you for me carrying the water to the car. I'm capable. That's what needs to be done. That's what I'm gonna do. You call me out my name, depending on who it is and what they say, I'm punch you in your shit. You know? But that's what I'm seeing is like, yo, our principles are fluid because we're not getting the ROI. It's not illogical. I understand what y'all saying, but I'm also thinking it's problematic. You know what I mean? It's interesting, man. It's interesting. You know, it's interesting. Let me play a little bit more of this.
And so,
drop the link.
Like, what I'm trying to say is that when I say they expect a man to be a man, I mean in his duties, but they don't want a man to be a man in his authority. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm very clear on that part, and I was saying that in the chat all night. Was that the authority has to be there for there to be any chivalry. That's why, and this is where I was going to disagree with you earlier on, was a matter of when you take it back from that time frame, from the 1600s to 1800s or whatever, and you say that at night it wasn't all men, it was one specific class of men who was chivalrous that set an example that lesser men followed if they will or if they won't. And that class of men, the knights, when they were chivalrous, it was to a certain class of women. And that if we're going to have the negotiation.
All right. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me just catch up on this real quick. Damn. Nah, Tio, what I was saying to like if you say what's up, my nigga, that might be different than if somebody who not us says it. That's what I'm saying. I was just kind of speaking more like if you don't get it, you won't get it type of thing. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Right. You fear God, you keep his commandments. The reward is that you get the kingdom. That makes sense. That makes sense too. Yeah, damn, that makes sense. Yeah. Would I keep the laws if there were no benefit to them? That's good. But I just see like walking people to the car. Like I made a I gave one time I was coming out of a bar, not a bar, sorry, the corner store, and there was fuck was I doing? Oh, there was two ladies older walking to their car, just walking down the street. Like, oh, you don't have to. It's all good. Like whatever, you know. I guess the benefit is him getting to the car. I felt better about it. I don't know, but I just don't see that shit changing because of shit around me. That's all. Cheeky was popping.
Hey man, you on bullshit. You on bullshit today.
I'm breaking this shit down, baby boy.
You on bullshit today, Ham. That was my point about principles.
Did you say hello?
Yes. Hey.
Jesus Christ. Would you raise my rules or something?
Bro, it's so annoying. It's just very frustrating. Not hearing it from you, but hearing it from people who I know aren't principled.
Oh.
Talk about being principled.
Hey, hold on 1 second, Chica. I'm trying to get used to this. KJ, are you a real person? Wave or something. I got P-bomb one time. I'm trying to avoid that shit. KJ, what up?
One time, I'm trying to avoid that shit.
All right, KJ, you got something playing in the background too, my G.
KJ, what up? One time, I'm trying to avoid that shit.
Hold on, my bad. My
KJ,
bad.
you got something playing in the background too, my G.
Oh, I'm trying to mute up. Mute up, KJ. I got you next, bro.
KJ, you got something playing in the background too, my G.
Hold on,
Mute up, KJ. I got you next, bro.
Good now, check. All right. Go ahead, Chief. What you saying? My fault.
The issue that I have is that the people that speak on living or being principled,
yes,
are not principled. So they don't understand the struggle, the sacrifice, the temptations. They don't understand the strength or emotional stamina or anything it takes to be principled, but yet say you're supposed to maintain this. Y'all don't have a fucking clue when it comes to some of the shit, when it comes to principles, bro. And be the first ones to talk about it, and then be the same niggas to say I ain't shit, and they know they not shit.
You talking about me, Jiggy? We could just put names on it.
Nigga, that's you, but that's Fatty. Fatty didn't say nothing about principles. That's you. Fatty says these things. Everyone knows and claims and it actively says I'm not shit. Fortunately for us, we've seen you all enough on panels to know y'all ain't shit either. But you dare say something about a man keeping principles, and women especially, when we can't even tell whether or not y'all fucking virgins. We don't even have to guess. Most y'all not fucking virgins. Most y'all don't do the shit y'all supposed to do. And then when you do meet a principal man, he's not getting his fair return because you're not principled until after the fucking fact.
Let's do this. So
this
me not being shit.
We gotta do it. Everybody need to say hello first.
My bad. What's good, Hamp? What's good, panel?
What's going on, Hamp? What's up, fellas?
What's good? What's
Well,
good?
Trigger Mike. No. Let's go through the net because I don't want to just put it on Fatty and Zoe. I don't mind putting
Zoe up here.
But at least be me and you right now.
Daryl Long ain't shit, and he already know he ain't shit. DJ Hamp has already said he ain't shit, but he's had that stage. You niggas have already confessed to the fact that you all have not been principled and ain't shit ass niggas. And the person who has decided I've been this way since I was young. Y'all keep telling him to keep living this way, and y'all don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you don't live by shit. You just do whatever you want, and then whenever it's not beneficial to you, now you want to go. Y'all are no longer men. Y'all need to stay principled. That's bullshit, bro. Y'all on bullshit today.
Slow it down. Wow. You say you've been the way that you've been since you was young. I've been the way that I've been since I was young. If I say I ain't shit, I ain't shit. But that don't mean I ain't been the same way and had the same principles since I was young. So when I'm talking about chivalry, I'm not telling everybody else what the fuck to do. I'm saying based on my own experience, and Hamp could run the tape back, I was saying I'll use me as the example. I understand what it takes for me to look at something and say, regardless of what the incentive is, there's things that I know that I do that are just based on me as a man. I could be ain't shit. That don't mean I ain't gonna pull over and help somebody who just got into an accident. being ain't shit. I've been ain't shit, but that doesn't mean I don't have a conscience and I can make a conscious decision that I would have made at 14, that I would have made at 24, that I would have made at 34, at any point in my life.
So tell me, what is the idea or the purpose of principle if all you're talking about is the nature of who you are by character?
Principle, literally, principle. All right. Matter of fact, you can pull up the definition, Cheeky. You good for that, and it would help us both in this conversation. But from my understanding, when you stand on a principle, it's because it doesn't matter what it was that it was the incentive. The incentive is not the priority for it. It's for the fact that you want that to be done because it's what keeps you honest. You are an honest person. You trust how you feel emotionally and how you feel structurally. I would dare say principally, for you to be honest in your behavior. A fundamental truth or proposition that serves as the foundation of truth, or I like that word, a fundamental truth or proposition that serves as a foundation for a system of belief or behavior or for a chain of reasoning. Exactly, it keeps you honest. You honest, not everybody else. There's nothing about. I'll end on this. There's nothing about incentive in that definition. You're welcome. Go ahead.
It is things. Well, hold on. The simple fact of the matter is there's natural incentives to just being a human being. If we're self-centered or self-survivalist, if that's our purpose, then that means the things that I stand on, I do them because they aid me in proceeding into life. Principles are there. All it said was it was a truth. The truth of the matter is most people are selfish. And if you maintain this idea that I'm going to stand on things that are continuously putting me in a disadvantage, then that means I'm no longer standing on the principle of human nature, but the principle of a doctrine that I may believe in, because I believe that even with my doctrine, I will receive some merit, which is heaven.
Right. So when I say I ain't shit, that means I ain't shit to everybody else. But between me and myself, which is what that principle has to do with, the principle isn't my relationship with me and everybody else. It's my relationship between me and myself and me being able to keep me honest. Fuck everybody else. I ain't shit to everybody else. But on that principle, it's me and the principle. And I'm saying honest to the principle, despite if there's an incentive or not, nigga.
The problem is when we're talking about principle, we're not talking about it in that manner. We're speaking on principle in a way that has everything to do with perception. Because let's say I change my principle from not being from being a virgin to being a dog in these streets. Then all of a sudden we'll go, well, why did you change your principles as a man? You're not being a principled man. No, my principle now is I'm fucking everything that come my way, because that's true to me.
And that's my a little bit. I feel like you make sense, but I think you're losing me a little bit. So you're saying that
what I'm saying is everyone wants to say be a principled man, but they already have an inclination of what the principle should be. They want the principles to be what they agree upon. So let's say my principle is I'm a not shit nigga, I'm gonna stay that way. How many people are gonna look at me and go, you're a principled man?
That's not a principle. That's your response to I'll use me as the example. Me saying I ain't shit is my response to thinking that everyone else should hold me to their principles. I'm just holding to mine. I'm still being that selfish nigga that you was describing earlier on.
But my point is, you're making this about you. This conversation that we have expands beyond you, which is why women and men have had so much to say. That dude who was talking about men's principles and standards ain't shit right now. He wasn't thinking about himself. He was thinking about other men, and what he was doing was projecting his standard of living and his principle on the other men and saying they should live this way.
Cheeky, couple questions before you guys continue.
You're allowed to.
So let me a couple clarifying questions. So Cheeky, the premise, not the entire premise, but a part of it is that principles are subjective.
And they are.
No, I'm saying I just want to get clear, right? Because it's 400 people here.
Yes,
so principles are subjective. Okay.
Yes, principles are subjective.
And people stand on principles whether they be negative or positive.
Right.
Your principles can be negative or positive. Okay.
Right. The issue that I have is every time a man makes a decision on what he's going to stand for, the criticism that comes from that decision is solely focused by women and what they think is right, or men, or certain type of men and what they think is right. But the problem is, I can tell you and give you a reason as to why all men are principal and all women are principal, but it wouldn't make sense because all it does is convolute the topic. Instead of doing that, let's just say, hey, you know what? If you stand on this thing, you stand on this, and if I don't like it, I'm not going to say you're not a principled person. Because if we start saying keep principles that aren't beneficial to you, I'm going to look at you dumb because I'm going to ask, what are you doing that's not beneficial to you? And if you can't give me an answer, you shouldn't be able to challenge anything that I'm doing.
But that happens though, right?
I believe is negotiation. I'll give it up to you real quick, Daryl. But let me just answer this. It's a negotiation. My whole issue with the conversation when it happened from the women's point of view was two things. One, it was a women's point of view panel, so the women should have been able to, volunteer ideas to it, which they didn't do. They failed in that regard to a large degree. But when Lauren was being having the conversation in good faith between angry men, that the conversation did not just go between them two, because they were able to establish principles once angry men confirmed that, hey, this conversation needs to be had in good faith. That means we have to look from here going forward on the principles that we have now, not on what the fuck happened in the 1600s and the 1800s. That's how you and like you said, Cheeky, if y'all have that conversation and that falls apart, then everybody break apart and go their separate ways. I'm okay with that, but the negotiation is important. You have to be able to say what you're willing to put up for what it is that you want. But I'll let it rock on that note.
So I was gonna say this real quick. To Cheeky, the principle things, I hate having the conversation about the principles because most of the men that are or even women, just to be fair, Cheeky, right? Most of the people that hold people to principles, they're hypocrites, right? They don't hold those principles like themselves. Which is why I said, even in this space, part of the reason why I get away with so much shit, Cheeky, is because the people that hold people accountable, they do some of the same shit. One of the only few people I've heard say that in this space is right beside me, Beans. One of the very few people that's going to say that person do this and that person do it. But see, the thing is in this space, again, not even in this space, in real life, you can have two different individuals doing the same thing and people going to see it differently. I mean, the exact same thing. Right? For example, I haven't heard nobody talk about Drake and Lotto, Little Sister, but there's that same age difference is on there, just like with Drea and Jalen Green, right? They both should be called predators, but nobody is talking about it. Nobody is talking about Drake right now. I'm just saying, I'm not just trying to like throw Drake under the bus, but with this principle shit, bro, it's all fallacy. Because the same people that would say, well, don't fuck with that person, he talk about family and kids, will talk about somebody's family and kids. The same person that would say don't do messy content will make money doing messy content. So what I have experienced is this fallacy of principle, but really just niggas just talking.
So let me see something. So we go by principles based on being self-preserving or subjective. Do you think would like moral code be more objective?
I think that's
or is it semantics?
I think that'd be closer, but the issue that the reason why this is a problem, because your show started off with a one-sided level of morality. By its name, Chivalry. It starts there. That is already my problem. My problem is whenever we start having these conversations about morality or principles, it is very one-sided in our society, especially towards men. The issue that I have is when I'm starting to see men and women have so much to say about morals or principles or any of these things, but they're not even trying. If we talk about chivalry, that is a very isolated, one-sided, biased. Look it up. It's meant for men. It's not meant for women. And if we live in a society where men are always held to some type of standard or some type of level of principle, and I can't even fathom to question a woman's principle, then how's that going to be fair?
But Chicky,
when they ask for equality.
Just the other day, right? We was on this show, all of us doing the male content creator show, when we was talking about the Bible and were women not following the Bible, and I made it very clear, and Hemp even elaborated on it. Men are not following the principles and morals in the Bible, but then telling women that you should. It's the same thing, right? Go close your legs and be a good God-fearing woman, on the next panel, women should have sex before marriage because men got a test drive before they buy the car. Right? So again, and we didn't even stay on that topic because we don't want to actually have that conversation. We skipped on to the next shit. If we had actually stayed there, we would break down how a lot of the men who tell these women what the fuck to do when it comes to religion, they are also talking about fucking. They're not talking about being abstinent. They're not talking about marriage before sex like you, Cheeky. No, they're out here doing all the same shit. Fucking, participating in whole culture, going to Freaknik, then telling the woman to be a fucking God-fearing woman. The principles are false. It's fake. It's not real.
Go ahead, Beans, man. I'm going mute.
No, I mean, I can't disagree with him. You know, so what I'm gonna say. I mean, he not actually wrong. I think it's context that can be added to that, right? Because I was thinking about this earlier. What's up, Ham, everybody?
What's poppin'?
What's up, Beans? If 80% of men, black men, married that equivalent amount of women, right, which would be 8 million, that would leave 2 million single men and 4 million single women.
Okay.
Right. So even, I don't know, depending on which source you believe, but the highest rate I think we ever had of marriage in this country was 70%. Right.
I think so.
You can make the argument that there is a difference between the whores and the wives. Right. And so when you're having that conversation and you're telling the women to keep their legs closed, you're talking to a specific set of women who are looking for a specific outcome, which is marriage, husband, family protection, provision, and all of that. And the whores can be whores, and they don't have to be, punched down on or any of that, right? So that's just to that. But the other thing is this, Shiki, the other day we discovered that a dame, D-A-M-E, is the equivalent of a knight, right? So there also has to be a version of chivalry that is applicable to them. You understand what I'm saying? We might not know what the word is, but if they have a title that is equivalent to a knight, then they also have to come with a certain level of behavior. Now, it might not be the same, you know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting because I think Cheeky's correct if principle isn't objective and it can come from several different places. So maybe that's not the conversation we should be having. But the morals, though, I would argue that those aren't as fluid, nor should they be.
Well, I would disagree, though, right? And you know why? Because that's why in college you have something called ethics, right? Because people have been arguing what is morally right for millennia at this point, right? This is what philosophers do. They sit around and they try to determine what is right. And this is why we have so many different ethical, moral systems. Like utilitarianism, egoism is actually a moral system, right? And they describe different things like the greatest good for the greatest amount of people, or the greatest good for you is what's morally right? Like people have these questions. We are very complex thinking as human beings when we want to be anyway.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Well,
allegedly, right.
I would say that Cheeky was accurate when he described that the premise of the show being chivalry and the definition not really even being understood. Like, that was accurate because it was a woman's point of view about chivalry being a topic. So it's like, if they're looking at it how it relates to them, it makes sense that they're going to make it about chivalry to them, not chivalry as a whole. So that by itself is going to cause a disconnect. Does that make sense?
Well, so the problem the problem isn't even that. It's the men that were called. It'd be different if the woman presented it because it's the woman's perspective. But what you had happen was men saying men don't stand on principle. And I'm trying to understand, how can you expect anybody to stand on anything that's just not beneficial to them, just for the sake of doing it because it's just for you?
Well,
you got it. I agree with you on that.
Well,
and I agree with Henry Man on that too.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me think through it. So that's what we done. That's what we would go separate ways, Cheeky.
Exactly.
I don't see why everything needs to be beneficial to you to do it.
Because if there is no benefit, there shouldn't be any penalization for me not wanting to do it either, though. That's the problem that I have. If there's no benefit, I shouldn't be penalized and say in this condescending way, I'm not a principled man anymore because I don't do things according to a benefit that somebody else receives.
So let me.
And there is benefit and inherently in the idea of being principled, whether it be
yes. But
whether it be.
Let me give you an extreme example, just so we can understand. So you jump in front of a bullet for your wife. How do you break that down? A situation like that.
You find value in that person, in the idea of family. That would be the incentive. That would be the merit.
But the direct benefit to me is what? Yeah, it's definitely merit there. But what's
that is again, that direct benefit is family, because there is no, even without you, there's family. When people die and go away, they're hoping that their family is okay. That's what the idea of legacy is for. That's what the idea of living on after the fact. They have found benefit in that. And if they didn't find benefit of it, then their wife would get shot. And nobody would jump in front of that bullet.
That's cool, but Cheeky, that's cool, but it's but
direct benefit.
Please tell me that you don't believe in that you're not anti-altruistic.
I'm not anti-altruistic, but I am against being condescending or saying that somebody is, or having a negative perspective on somebody that doesn't follow a principle that you don't agree with.
Oh, let's concede to that. You win on that one. I got you. I'm saying specifically the
I agree with that as well. My argument
the original. Absolutely, I think anybody with common sense would. But the original part of
don't move too far, Beans.
I'm not want to go back to the original part of your question because I don't think Cheeky. You cannot possibly think that the necessity for an incentive specifically for you has to be 100% of the time. You can't think that. Like, that's why I'm asking you, are you anti-altruistic? Because in order to be altruistic, it's not everything is going to have an incentive for you directly, unless you just want to feel good about the activity.
But it's not. Again, it's not everything. Is not what I'm saying is not directly. What I'm talking about is overall, right? Some things are going to have more incentive in a way that's just, like you said, altruistic and not physical, whatever the case may be.
Right.
But if you're asking somebody to continuously live altruistic or in this metaphoric, 4-dimensional sense, that's also asinine. And that person, I think we're all on the same page here.
In totality,
right. So what was being said, which is what I disagree with, is when you say principles are just principles, you don't do it because it benefits you. You just do it because it's you. But that's not true inherently with principles. Even with principles, there are benefits to you, and if those benefits are no longer outweighing, or if the cost is overriding the benefits, you change your principle. That's how that works.
Here's where I disagree with you, Cheeky, is that what you said to begin with, or maybe you said this earlier. You can correct me if I'm wrong. That the incentive is, matter of fact, let me just put it from my point of view. I'm not going to paraphrase you. Incentives are a part of life regardless. Incentives and disincentives are both a part of life regardless. Principles are principles for the fact that they stand in the fact of whether there's an incentive or not. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you can't have you can't have a principle. I'm not saying that you can't have a principle that you are incentivized for. I'm saying that your principle is a principle because it stands on its own. That's it. It stands on its own, and then that's what makes it a principle.
But what
do you mean? What do you mean it stands on its own? What do you mean by that? What do you mean that it stands on its own?
Dark Lake, you didn't even say hi to anybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, everybody. I'm Dark Lake. I'm sorry.
Because you still got to get in, and y'all could jump in. But I just listen.
My bad.
Between me and myself, this is what I'm doing to keep me honest for my own objective. What I want for me. I'm standing on this principle for me, as it stands for myself. I'm honest because me being honest helps me. Does that make sense? It may help other people. There may be an incentive for me with other people.
That's what Cheeky said, though.
What makes it a principle is me. What you mean?
That's what Cheeky said, though. I think you were actually saying something different just now, Zoe.
I'm saying that the incentive to yourself is not the same thing as the incentive to everyone else. That's where my argument with Cheeky is.
That's what
Just
Beans
because
is saying. It's multi. So slow down a little bit. It's multi-layered. The altruism, but also it could benefit you directly too. I think what you're saying, Zoe, is regardless of whatever, you were gonna do a thing because that's what the principle said do, right? Whether it benefits you, whether it benefits people outside of you, you're gonna do it because that's what the principle says do. So, for instance, if I would punch somebody in the face, watch this. Hold on, because you're saying a lot. So, if I would punch somebody in the face over a word, right?
Okay.
It's unlikely that that's gonna benefit my family or me, right? But I'm gonna do it anyway because that's what needs to be done based on that word being said to me, right? That's what principle, what you're saying should actually look like. But then we're saying no, it should benefit, at least if it don't benefit me, at the very least benefit somebody else.
Okay, I'm not co-signing crashing out. My bad, that's my fault. I'm not co-signing like crashing out. I'm saying that if you feel the need to punch someone in the face for whatever reason, for saying a word or whatever, and that is attached to your principle, then there is a long-term benefit. It's just not immediate. That's just, I don't know. I'm not saying crash out for crashing out's sake.
Right. My point. And the point
should that apply to everybody?
The issue that I have though is when a man comes on the panel, whoever I don't know the guy name, I think it's Joshua.
Josh, yeah.
When Joshua comes on the panel, when Joshua comes on the panel and says,
"Hey man,
hey, the reason why we're having these issues because these men aren't principled," and then you use the example of somebody punch somebody in the face as a principle that's not beneficial to anybody, and you're trying to be demeaning to men who say, "I don't want to uphold that principle," is ridiculous to me. And it's coming from a man. It didn't come from a woman.
The comment was demeaning.
I understand that.
The comment was demeaning in itself for some white boy to sit up here and tell black people that they need to be punching people in the face for saying the N-word. Like, he can go fuck himself. But the fact of the matter is,
let's give him some grace.
What I'm saying is, never again.
Let's give him some grace.
But what I'm saying is this though, Cheeky, because this is how I look at it, right? Even Hamp said something earlier that made me put in the chat because he said it depends. Right, he said it depends on who say it. So I'm like, well, then it's not really your principle, then, right?
No, my bad. I just wasn't saying, because people get so caught up when I say this, Beans. If a white boy call me a nigger, I'm punching him in the face. That's why I said it like that. That's all. I wasn't saying like depends on what white boy.
Oh, okay.
I was just saying it like that. You know what I mean? That's why.
Yeah.
My
And the
bad. That's
statement
my
wasn't
fault.
in any color context, so that's why.
Oh yeah. I just said it like, because I always say it so much. I just said it like that.
Yeah, because in my mind, it's like, bro, I don't know if this
come up, John,
right? But it's like, if I may think that I don't like this thing that this person just did, and that I will hit this person in the mouth, right? But if I also have somebody do that who I don't think I'm gonna win, nigga, I'm not swinging. I don't care what nobody think. I don't care what they call you. You call it pussy. You can call it whatever you want to. You don't really believe in your principle. It's like, dog, I can have my principles, but I still want to live a little bit longer, right? So I'm saying,
that sound like
I don't know why we try to make it seem like principles is something that is naturally supposed to be something that you die for. I don't think that's true, because they also have the ability to change. You can believe things and have foundational things that you think are so true when you're 19, and when you're 39, you look back and be like, what the hell was I thinking, right? So that I don't think that necessarily you should have to die over your principles either. And I think that's a bigger conversation.
Okay. Kasim, what's poppin'? Yeah, that's a good Bees. I don't want to go off it, but I think Kasim usually stay on point. What's up though?
What's up, panel? Wow, this is a good convo back and forth when it comes to principles and things like that. And I do believe that principles are individualistic. I do believe principles work in different ways, and I do believe that there's varying levels to the principles, and each person is going to have their own specific principles that they're going to hold on to the most. Sometimes it benefits us, and sometimes it does not. But I believe the intrinsic force is that it's going to help us maintain a certain moral compass, a certain value, and a certain character, so that we can use that to get along peacefully with everyone, but also for a benefit. And I remember I was working at one of my jobs, and I was running this store, managing this store in Soho in New York City. And I remember when I got hired, it was bare bone, and I had to help them to build all the racks I'd help them to order all the clothes, and we finally got the store going. But then once the store ended, I was just sitting there and I had to take everything apart, right? And I remember everybody leaving and it was just me and I was taking everything apart. And Jessica came in, she was like, Kasim, like, why you still here? Like, why you taking apart everything? You know, you could just leave. I was like, no, Jessica. I said, it's a principle of mine. I made it a principle that if I start something, I'm going to finish it no matter what. And she's like, yeah, but you know, there's nobody to help you. What are you going to benefit from that? I said, Jessica, I benefit from myself because I'm keeping this thing that I had within me in order to make sure that the task is completed no matter what. And then when I finished it, I turned around and I said my goodbye and I left. And the next day, the owner, he drove over to my house and he was just sitting there. He was like, you know what, Kasim, I appreciate you for being so principled, man. You know, because nobody else would have did what you did. I said, you know, I said I would start it, you know, and I'll finish it. And he gave me a check, man. And that check was with some numbers on it. Right. So I do believe that, you know, it's important. And I didn't expect to get that check. Not at all. Right. I just did it because I made that pact within myself. That's my principle. Right. That if I'm going to start it, I'm going to finish it. And I got a benefit from that intrinsically, but also I felt good about that. So I think, you know, when it comes to principles, it is an individual thing. And sometimes, you know, you have to look at the greater good.
Yeah, 100%. Do you think the principles like chivalry is the one that we were speaking on? Does it require a return?
Does it require a return? No. No, it doesn't. It doesn't require a return, right? Not instantaneously, but who knows? That particular event that you did in that moment, down the line, there might be a benefit from that, and we don't all know that, right? So I believe that in order for us to continue to coexist with one another, there's certain things that we have to do and maintain. That's how we've gotten all of these things that we've acquired so far.
Yeah,
I'm conflicted when it comes to chivalry specifically because it's not chivalry by itself isn't a principle by itself. It's a code. It's a set of principles that a set of men are following specifically. So because of that, it's like these men aren't joining, like knights weren't joining up together all at once for no reason. They were doing it to create something and for a purpose. That chivalry had an objective. Does that make sense? Like it wasn't.
But Zoe, what point are you making? What point are you making, Zoe? Or are you just telling us you got a conflict with it?
My conflict with it is that if it's a bunch of people deciding to make a decision to say we're going to behave this way, it should have an incentive. I don't know. My conflict is I don't know what that incentive should be, and that's where negotiations.
But there is an incentive there, though, Zoe. There is an incentive when we talk about being chivalrous to women, like. The incentive for one, like Kasim said, I just feel good when I do it, right? So there's a self-discovery of just doing the right thing where you just feel good, right? By doing the right thing. But also when you're dealing with women and you treat them chivalrous, more than likely they're going to treat you with the same type of respect, right? They're going to treat you like you're going to get some type of reward, whatever you set out to get, whether it's a relationship, sex, whatever it is, you get it easier through chivalry.
Daryl,
right? That's just facts.
Well, one just quick. So the sentiment from the men, Daryl, is that that's not happening. It's not being reciprocated. So so Daryl, real quick, let's take what let's say the men are being honest, right? And it's a fact that it's not being reciprocated with their chivalrous acts. What do you recommend at that point?
I think that if chivalry is not working, then you have to maybe look at how you're approaching her in other ways. How is your tone? Like, are you rude? Because a lot of men, they think they're not being rude, but they are being rude, right? I can't relate to that. Me, I'm also a man. I'm also chivalrous. I have a beautiful girlfriend, right? And I've never had like any problem with women in my fucking life, right? I think the men that are saying that they're chivalrous are not really chivalrous. Right, they're doing things with the expectation of having something. When I open the door, when I spend money, when I do that stuff, there's no expectation there. I'm just being. Hold on, Darkly, I got you. I'm just being chivalrous. I'm just being chivalrous, right? I'm not. Men think that because I open the door, I expect sex, and they tell the woman, "Well, you're supposed to give me pussy." That's not chivalry. It don't come across as chivalry. It come across as entitlement.
That doesn't correlate.
Hold on, Zoe. Listen, Every time there's an opening, you can't close it. All right, let everybody get in. Go ahead, Dark Lake. What's up?
And I won't be here long. Thank you so much, DJ Ham, for having me on the show. Kasim, Chiki, everybody.
You'll be all right. You'll be all right. You don't got to
everybody,
speak to them.
how y'all
No,
doing?
you good.
Nice seeing you guys here. I want to say this is my issue with it, right? I have an issue with society or people holding men to a standard and not holding women to a standard in return, right? Like the thing about it is, Daryl, he was just saying that, okay, if chivalry isn't working, then sort of adjust your approach. You could be rude, right? But a woman not appreciating or responding to chivalry is rude. How is that not rude, right? So it's rude. A man could be rude if his pursuit of chivalry isn't working, but a woman who doesn't respect the man's chivalry isn't rude. Okay, so if we're going to hold a standard for men to be chivalrous in society, then there needs to be a metric or standard for women to fucking respond to it. That's number one. The second thing too is what Zoe was saying, right? About his perspective of a principle, right? It's not for, our benefit. It's an individual thing, and I'm doing it. And correct me if I'm wrong, Zoe, but I believe this is the gist of what you were saying, that essentially you do it for you because you believe in that principle, right? That's what you were saying, right, for the most part, right? That's outside of chivalry. That's not, yes. That is not chivalry. I'm just talking about the principle part. That's what you said, right?
Right.
Okay. Right. The thing about it is, right, why can't we have that same perspective and project that onto women as well, right? Oh, Zoe's gone. But what I'm saying is that because Daryl was making a point earlier, and I'll end it here, but Daryl was making a point earlier that, oh, Zoe left. I kind of lost my thought. I'm sorry. But
Dark Lake, let me respond to something that you just said, if you don't mind me saying.
Go ahead. Sorry.
While it's still on my mind. When you said women don't respond to chivalry, women do respond to chivalry, right? Usually, in my experience, when I open doors, when I do different things, they say thank you. I think the response that men want is them bending over and putting their panties down. It don't work like that, right? So you're going to get the appropriate response, but you're not going to get gawk 10,000 because you opened up the car door, and you don't deserve it either.
But none of the men here said that, Daryl. No, nobody used that example. We're not talking about
generally,
that.
Not like Ricky said, not nobody on the panel. Speaking generally.
Daryl, real quick, and Dark Lake, jump right back in. But this would be an example of what the men are talking about. If you're on a bus that's full, there's no seat, a woman walks on, they be like, "You ain't gonna get up for me," right? That's not how that actually works. So that's the part where we're having an issue. Just as an example, that's more general. Nothing to do with sex, just a woman walking on a bus and expecting us to do something. And if we don't do it, they got an issue. But then if we do it, they talking about that's the least you could do.
Right. And I remember, and great point, Ham, but I remember what I wanted to say to Zoe. So Daryl made another point earlier that women aren't having good principles because men are hypocrites, right? Or a lot of men are hypocrites, that they'll say do this or follow the Bible, right? And women will see that the men aren't doing it, so the women don't do it. But Zoe, like you said earlier, right? The principle that you believe in, you follow it because you know it's right, because that's your principle. Why can't we hold that same standard to women? So are we all saying here that something is right or wrong only if a man says it's right or wrong? So if I tell a woman, the Bible says thou shalt not kill, right? And I believe in that that scripture, that 10 Commandments, that thou shalt not kill, right? But then I go out and delete someone. Are you telling me it's okay for the woman to go out and delete someone just because I'm a hypocrite about not deleting someone that it says to not do in the Bible? No, here's the thing. Females have autonomy, right? Just because a man is a hypocrite about something, right, it doesn't mean that her autonomy is done away with. She's still responsible and accountable for what she believes is right. And that's what we should project onto women. Exactly Zoe's idea.
I don't want to call that my idea.
And it babbling.
Like, to me, it's more simple. It's more simple than that. To me, chivalry what my issue with what Daryl said is that chivalry is the code amongst men. I can't look at a woman to say, "Hey, you're being rude." If my code has something to do with me, between me and her, that's me and men, and I'm already holding her to my code to say if she's included or excluded from it. So I don't use my code to decide how I'm going to interact with her based on whether she's going to be included in my protection or not. So she's not going to make a decision to say, "Oh, you're being rude," or "Oh, you're being this," or "I expect your chivalry to go this way." That part has nothing to do with her. She can't decide how I'm going to be chivalrous or how I'm going to stand up.
You're making it individual. I'm sorry, but you're making it individualistic. I'm talking about like broad. I'm talking about the mass populace of men and the judgment of principles that men should have or should not have. I'm not talking about you personally or what you do with women.
I would never. Okay. I would. Even outside of me, I would never presume that there's a group of men that could control a group of women that haven't put a title on those women. Like I have no control over all black women. For me to say, "Oh, da 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 da," I can only judge them according to my code of chivalry or my code of conduct that between me and other men. Does that make sense? Like I can't say, "Oh, you."
Only God can judge black women.
And the black man is God.
All right, hold on. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
The channel the most.
God damn. Lauren Mack with the 10 ounces. If we went back to the way things were, I bet women would choose more wisely for a spouse because he would have more control over the family outcome. I would choose losing my rights. Is that right? Lord, okay, Jesus Christ. Byzantine was popping with the 2000. Shemites were black. Sorry, indeed. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, if Hitler was to tell Sugar Bum to bend that ass over, she would do it in 2 seconds. Albanize with the $5 says, what rights would women lose going back? Seems to me that they are calling rights are really burdens women were not built to carry in the first place. God damn. Lord Lou with the $2 says, €2 says, salute Hamp, get the likes up, people. That's a fact. Get the likes up, please. Somebody let me know where the likes at. Sugar Bum with the $2 says, do they want to beat women into submission again? God, you with the $5 says, every time there's a statement of some kind of qualifier to be quote unquote man, that isn't about gender. It sounds like saying these transformers were right. Damn. Lauren with the 20 ball says, women have the opportunity to meet or exceed men's salary means it's unrealistic to expect most men to make more than you. It shouldn't impact how men and women interact on a relationship level. The equality idea is dismantled to me. We have the opportunity to meet or exceed men's salary means it's unrealistic to expect most men to make more than you. It shouldn't impact how men and women interact on a relationship level. The equality idea is dismantled to me.
Sends his regards.
Yeah! You know how I love money.
Man, Lauren, that's a statement. Ty with the super sticker, salute. Mr. Fantastic was popping.
Brother.
Principles change. No person is born with them, and very few develop and maintain the same ones for a lifetime. Morality over principle, because it's stated bad principles do exist. Morality is a consensus on right. Okay, and that's why we were kind of testing the word difference on when Cheeky and Bean were first kind of talking. Tessie with the $2 said, sorry, but principles are objective. That is truth. Superman with the $5 says, your wife only cares about her protection. She doesn't want you to do it for random strangers, and that's the truth. There would be no benefit for her. Superman with the $5 says, principles are always challenged by the best decision wisdom allows you to abandon one principle over another due to circumstances. Salute to Crimson Kill for the super sticker. Appreciate you. Perfect. If y'all didn't see the show on Tuesday, I clipped out just the interview part itself. Please go watch. It was amazing. The Superman with the $5 says, on principle alone, Daryl should take off that extra schmedium preschool coat.
Damn it.
John the Baptist with the 20 ball says, I have figured out most people on YouTube don't want morals or principles or anything that limits their choice to get sex or money.
I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit.
I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Blue John, the Superman with the file says any and all human interactions / relationships are reciprocal, which is why most women file for divorce. Obviously, there's no more reward and incentive. Pele with the 20 ball says, DJ Hamp, put that nigga Daryl in the motherfucking bathroom.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Daryl ain't been saying that much today. Daryl got timed out for 20 minutes. He'll be back at 3 o'clock. Zia with the $10 says, nah, when I open the door, I expect a thank you in general, and I don't get that often from women. Sway with the $2 says, Hamp, you don't need shoes to run, but it helps. Okay. Reaper with the $10 says, there's a reciprocation to chivalry that most modern women don't get. And in New York, most women won't ever give up a train seat for injured or old men or kids. Forget chivalry. Where's your human character? Darius with the $5 says, do y'all think femininity was / is the reward for chivalry? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Hamp, you missed my super chat, fam.
I did?
It's up earlier. Yeah, it's up earlier. I think you had read Cheeky's twice, and then you had skipped to Sugar Bunch super chat, and you skipped over mine.
Kasim with the $5 says, money get this one?
There's another one after that one.
Okay. Money, so not this one. I got this one.
Not that one. There's another one. Yeah, you got that one. There's another one after that one.
Kasim with the $5 says, are the benefits of chivalry sufficient enough for women's survival than the opportunities of equality? Damn, that's a good fucking question. I like that question.
That would assume that women.
Man, Uncle Rick didn't say hi to nobody.
Oh, my apologies. What's good? My guys. Happy Friday.
Hanging around wolves and shit.
Happy Friday, guys. Kasim.
Uncle Rick, I know you just got here. You totally bombarded Sharon. Do you mind if he goes, or your manners still out the window?
Okay. Go ahead, bro.
All right. His manners are back, Sharon. Go ahead if you don't mind. And Sharon, what you think about this question, though? Unless you wanted to comment on something else, but this is a good question.
Are the benefits of chivalry sufficient enough for women's survival?
More than the opportunities of equality?
I don't know how to answer. I have to really ponder that question. I don't really know how to.
Put him in the fucking bed.
I really don't know how to answer that.
That's a great question. All right, what did you want to answer? Go ahead, jump in.
I just want to talk about. I thought it was a good conversation. I really just came here because me and Beans had the same glasses, so I just wanted to show that he ain't the only one. I think chivalry should be just on the man's ideologies and how he move as a human being, not depending on if he get a thank you or anything else. It should strictly be on who he is as a human being. How you move should not be determined by how somebody else reacts to you.
What you think it'll be abused though?
No, absolutely not. The way how I move and act, it doesn't matter if since they say I'm a simp, it doesn't matter if women agree with me or they don't agree with me. I'm still going to be who I am to the core. I'm still going to stand up for what I believe in as how I see life and how I experience it. Doesn't matter how other people receive it.
Now let me ask you a question. So when you open the door, right, you coming out of CVS, you open the door. Do you notice when people don't say thank you?
I don't pay attention to it. I'm just holding the door because I'm
come on,
man. I do not pay attention. If I'm walking through it, doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. If I'm holding the door, I'm holding the door. I'm not paying attention if they saying thank you, yes, any of those things, because I know people are going through things throughout the day. So they might have even said thank you to their mom, but they going through so much shit throughout the day. Sorry for cursing. So many things throughout the day, they might have forgot to say it verbally. So I'm not doing it because I gotta thank you, or it's not gonna make me feel bad or good if somebody say thank you.
No, not bad, but do you notice when they don't say thank you?
Fucking excuses, man.
I do not pay attention to it. Absolutely not.
Go ahead, Beans.
Wait. Before, do you pay attention when they do say thank you though?
I would say you're welcome. If I hit them, yes. I would say you're welcome.
That's cold-blooded, Cheeky.
Leave it alone. Leave it alone, bro. Leave it alone. But the reason why is because this person spoke to me. I don't understand why you act like I don't understand that. The person spoke to me. I'm going to recognize that somebody speak to me.
Sharon, we accept your answer. Appreciate that.
nephew.
Damn
That's
it.
crazy. I like that, Jiggy. I like that. Nah, this nigga is different, bro. Shout out to him. He monetized, so it's working for him. But nah, listen. This is the only thing I would say though, to be honest with you. Whenever I hold the door for a white person, they always say thank you. I would say 75% of the time to 80% of the time when I hold the door for a black dude, they say something. Gratitude, salute, appreciate you, bro. Something. I'll probably say about 40% of the time when I hold the door for black women, they say something.
Stop the cap.
What?
No way, bro.
That's perfectly fine.
No way,
When
Bean.
I say
what?
I don't.
You
pay
saying
attention to somebody.
60% of the black women don't say shit?
Bro, why would I lie?
Well, you don't lie. That's one thing. Yeah. But
Like,
god damn.
last thing you can say about me is I'm a liar, right?
That's true. We just talked about that. Damn. So
that is
Yeah.
crazy to me.
really? You agree, Kassim?
Yes.
But I don't
Yes,
stop
I do.
those. That's what I'm saying. But I don't not do it though. I still do it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah, man.
To be honest with you, if I'm being honest, Ham, at least 50% of it is for me. Because I want to do it. I want to be that guy. I want to be the guy that holds the door. I want to be the guy that's considerate to people when they coming in and out behind me. And then also because I want it to happen for me. If somebody walking in, I don't want them to just let the door close in my face. You know what I'm saying? So for me, because I have anxiety and I'm always dealing with karma, that's what I'm saying. 50% of the reason why I do it is for myself and my own sanity. So do I feel some kind of way when the women don't say it? Yeah, but at this point, you just kind of get used to it.
Yeah. You still got something to do with it, right? So you ain't not going to do it because people are assholes, especially women.
I'm gonna keep doing
Right.
it.
And is that because it's moral, principle, chivalry? What is it?
No, it's like I said, it's mostly based in karma. It's a few things, right? It can be, you can point to a few things, but most of it is karma.
Reaping what you
know what I'm saying? I would want somebody to do it for me, so I'm gonna do it for you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm right there. I know you coming. Why be a jerk? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I got you.
Okay. And then that also lends itself to the benefit argument as well.
Yeah, I mean, like if I'm walking into the gas station, I could see the chick coming. She coming all the way from her car. I still stand there. You know what I'm saying? Just because I know she coming. That's because, man, like I like
Also,
doing
now
it.
I'm not doing that. I'm not going to go out my way to hold the door, though.
I will. I mean, if she thick, if she look good and all that.
I'm not going to stand there for 2 extra minutes to wait for her to come to the door. I'm not doing that. I think that's why I don't really care if they don't say something. But if somebody speaks to me and says something to me, I'm going to respond to the person that speaks.
Do you ever been to Costco or Sam's Club, Sharon?
Yes, I've been there before in my life. Yes.
Do you carry water for like old ladies and shit like that?
I never had to.
Okay.
No, I ain't doing that.
Never did it.
Hey, see, now you're talking about working. That's different, bro. I'm retired, bro.
Right, man.
I'm retired, bro. I'm not doing that.
I did it for my neighbor, my building, or something like that. But just a random human being walking in Pathmark or something like that. No, I never really actually helped somebody. No, because I'm always my hands is full.
Pathmark is trash.
Damn.
Uncle Rick, what's popping? Sharon over here being Sharon, man.
What's good?
Which must be a lovely thing.
It's a goddamn shame is what it is. What's good, Hamp? Cheeky, Kassim was good, bro. Right, chivalry worked when everybody had the same understanding of the effect it had on the society. Right, chivalry used to work because everybody had to understand that if your lady was out, right, and you need to open the door or pull out her seat, that someone would do it for you. That's the reciprocation, right? That's why it's called a society, right? Because everyone benefits from it, right? But what happens is now, especially when we talk about not standards, but principles, like I keep telling you, Hamp, there's no baseline among people. What you want to do and what you believe is what you believe. Right, so no one has a true understanding. So I might think it's okay to hold the door, but like they said, the one woman, she might not been taught or had the principles of saying thank you when somebody walk in. When she walk in for you holding the door, right?
Yes.
So that's the understanding. I understand people want to say you doing it for you. You're not really doing it for you. You're doing it because somewhere down the line you believe karma's gonna hit and that's gonna be reciprocated.
Damn. So Uncle Rick, let me ask you a question though. Because there's such a shaky understanding and we need to have a benefit to us or somewhere down the line, whatever the case is, do you think that is problematic? Like, what if we just did it because it was the right thing to do, regardless of benefit? And let's say men held that moral standing. Do you think it would become like standardized if we did it regardless of how these women are responding? Because it's not, even if it's 40% of them responding correctly.
Do I think it? That's a
like, what if you said we're gonna do this because this?
I got you.
You feel me?
I got you.
Can you say it again? I'm trying to follow.
Yeah, so let's say all the men say, you know what, we hold indoors, walking women to their cars, etc. Right, and we're going to do the things. And let's say Bean's number is also correct. 60% aren't appreciative, but they're 40% that are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Could we galvanize and then have an actual change?
I got you on that. I think change would.
If 100% of the men did it, you see what I'm saying?
If 100% of the men did it, I think
hypothetically,
I think the change would affect the ones who want to change, right? The one who see these things as a benefit. To me personally, in my opinion, what it would do is put a hard line between who with the society that we trying to make and who not.
Right? It would be positive, right?
I think it'll be. Yes. I think it would be positive, but from any change, there's going to be negative situations that arise.
So you saying it'll be a positive? More people move like Sharon Bracey is what you saying?
What's that?
No,
that's what I heard because he said because Sharon holds doors no matter what.
I didn't say what. Again, you want to big up yourself if that makes you feel better. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? But I do the same thing, and I carry like if I see an old lady, I carry her bags. Right, because when my wife gets older, hopefully some young man carries her bags if I'm not there to assist.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
I let them carry their
it's the right thing to do. Now the thing is, again, everybody doesn't know what the right thing to do is, or they don't agree upon it. That's what have you as a person second guessing yourself. Would this person do this for me? I hold the door. You ain't even say thank you. Well, fuck you, bitch.
So,
but that's not chivalry. You're supposed to be willing. It's the chivalry is the readiness to help the weak. That's what it is. It's about readiness to help the weak. It's not about if the person is
you're trying to move what I said to make your point. I'm not denying your point. I'm telling you what happens in the real world. If you don't want to believe that, I don't know what to tell you, sir.
Right, Sharon. What if that weak person took 2 minutes to come to the door? Would you still hold it?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I wanted to touch on Kasteem's question.
Nah, see, that was a great question. I see what you did right there.
I want to touch on the question too, though.
Yeah,
that was a good question Kasteem asked.
Yeah, Kasteem has a hell of a question. And this, let me ask y'all a question real quick. All for this, right?
Wait, we didn't answer the first question you just asked.
No, this is gonna be real quick. I mean, it's gonna be which one? Sharon's question? I mean, excuse me, Kasteem's
question you just asked Ricky. We want to respond to that one too.
Oh, all right, that was a good one too. Do y'all think I want everybody to be suckers though?
I think by proxy, they may be a sucker at the end of the day. Yes.
Why is being?
You want that, but I think that may be the outcome because I'm dead serious, bro.
Yeah.
Listening to if people listen to what I've done for women without getting sex, they will call me a sucker.
All right. Wait, what was that first question? Because I want to. Beans is right, but I just had a quick on that one.
Your question that you asked was about whether or not you think it would have an impact if 100% of men did it, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think
hyperbolic.
Yeah, but I don't think the impact would be that big. So if we saying 40% do it now, maybe we'll get to 50. And the reason why is because just the simple fact we're not talking about hello, madame Cassandra. Like we're not talking about that. We're just talking about holding the door so motherfucker trot their ass in behind you, right? That's not gonna change. That's not going to change the damaging outlook that our women have on us in general. But I will give them this.
Damn.
I'm going to give them this to the sisters. It's almost problematic, at least for a small percentage of them, to be too nice and too kind and too responsive when somebody just holds the doors for them, because men can be absolutely thirsty, bro. There's too much of a smile, too much of a thank you will make a man pursue more of a conversation. But I'm not saying that applies to 90%. I'm saying maybe 15%.
So watch this. Watch how this works. They should be principled of being nice, regardless if a man wants to pursue them in a conversation.
Absolutely, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just giving. I'm just trying to.
Beans, it's not an attack. Beans, it's not an attack towards you. I'm trying to get the woman audience to think, because we know if we tell that to them, their initial response is going to be no.
Right, but I'm telling you, like being like I'm saying, like I'm just like again, I'm not trying to say 90%, bro. I'm giving you 15%, bro.
Yeah.
15 out of 100 women, bro, will literally, hey, thank you. No, thank you, baby. I mean, what's your name then? I ain't shorty. What I'm saying, shorty. I'm saying though, I held the door for you, ma. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that you have to be rude. They can mumble it. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying I want to be fair and say I can get why maybe a small percentage of them might have a little excuse for not being so cordial about it.
So
yeah, damn. You're right. So Sharon, Kasim's question. Are the benefits of chivalry sufficient enough for women's survival? And just so I'm clear, Kasim, you're saying more so than the opportunity of equality.
Right. So the benefits that she would get by men being chivalrous, right? Obviously, women do things because they want to survive. It's for their survival. If those things, those chivalrous things that men would do, right? Is that more enough for her survival than the survival she can get off of equality right now in today's age?
What you mean? How
I see why the question.
Yes.
What you mean by going to work and everything? So no, it makes more sense for her to go to work and earn than because men do not want to be chivalrous. Y'all feel ashamed to be chivalrous.
But think about it though. Think about it though.
Hold on, Kasim.
Sharon,
you don't have to re-explain it. Sharon is just windmilling the question.
It's the character.
Sharon, answer his question. Answer the question, not what you think about what men are doing.
I said the equality part. Women they have a better opportunity going for the equality part than waiting for men to be chivalrous, because men are not really chivalrous, as we can hear.
What he's saying. Hold on, let me
That's your man's though.
Yeah, that's my man. He's a wild nigga though. So if they in a vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chivalry being a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Equality also being a thing. If they could select
one or the other,
yes, with both being true, what will your answer be at that juncture?
The equality.
Okay, why?
Because I believe that women, right, the equality would benefit them more than men being chivalrous.
Why? I know that, but why?
Because they'll be able to control their own outcomes.
Okay.
Oh,
they wouldn't be dependent at that point.
Welcome to the conversation, Gerard.
You saying that has
if
more
a man
dependent
if
on
a man is generous enough and chivalrous enough, he can provide all of those things for her. The provisioning, the protection, he can provide all of those things more for her if he's being more chivalrous, because he'll want to do above and beyond what the equality that she can receive.
This question will have to be based on the assumption.
Also, now you understand what I was. My problem is that I could just read what I see, and I could see way past, I guess, just the exact answer.
Sharon.
So, okay, my bad.
You would have done that with your question, Sharon.
That's because you and I both know we just talked about this on the show the other day. Remember when you're the one who introduced me to the actual definition of the word dame. So you and I both know that chivalry has nothing to do with generosity or provision. We both know that.
And to assume that chivalry is something you don't get back shows you don't understand the history of where it came from. Knights did it amongst each other and established that as a code because they had wives and family. They wanted a man to treat their wife the way they would treat their wife.
No, that have nothing to do with chivalry. No, it doesn't have anything to do with another knight treating your family the way how you treat your family. Absolutely not.
What?
Sure, it did. That was the context behind it. It was either we all collectively agreed to this standard, or we resorted to violence. Those were the only real two options.
It's okay.
Now, fast forward it to whatever it is today. You're talking about chivalry as in some kind of treatment toward women. That was my misunderstanding, that somehow the standard had changed. I wasn't raised that way.
So we saying that chivalry is only done because we want other men to treat our family the way how we treat them?
Well, it's actually kind of a concept of trying to stop, to prevent violence.
And that is
because
the problem.
The
So
only other step
chivalry
behind it is the violence.
And that's the problem. Chivalry should have nothing to do with anybody else. It should be who you are as a human being. It don't have nothing to do. I'm only doing it because I'm going to get beings to treat my wife the same way how I treat my wife. No, that's not why I'm being chivalrous.
Okay,
I'm have the readiness to help the weak.
Right.
I'm ready to help the weak. It have nothing to do with
That may be true. Hold on, that may be true, Sharon. But what I think what's being said right now that I think you're missing is that it has an origin, right? And so because it has an origin, I think that's what people are trying to talk about it as, not this thing that we perceive it as. Remember, we talked about the difference between chivalry, which is that system of the knights, versus chivalrous, which is an adjective that describes your behavior resembling that of the knights, right? So when we talk about being chivalrous towards women, that's what you're discussing. I think what they're discussing, well, I don't want to talk about what this pussy motherfucker discussing. Go ahead.
Josh, I had to walk away for a second, but you didn't even say hello to anybody.
I apologize. What's up, everybody? I got a question for you, Chief.
Raised by wolves?
What's up, Joshua?
So,
What's up, Sly?
did you think that when I
John?
brought up the idea of principles, did you think that was like a personal attack to people?
I don't think it was a personal attack, but the way that you used it was making a clear distinction between a certain kind of man and a man that you see less than. It's obvious.
Yeah, that would be true. I see people that are void of principles as lesser than me. However, I also believe that the vast majority of people have principles. We just don't have the same ones.
So, and I agree that we don't have the same one. And what my point is, if a man doesn't share a similar principle to me, and I try to cast some type of condescending judgment, I think it's wrong. Because everyone's adapting to the environment that they're placed in currently, which is the society.
There was no judgment, and actually it's kind of a sort of a simple fix. We don't all have to have the same principles to stand on. Here, an example. You can take 10 guys, 10 people, right? Let's say Hamp wants to just basically beat the living crap out of anybody that uses the N-word. Okay, that's one principle. That's one person that's willing to fight for it. Then you've got another dude willing to basically fight over any type of threat toward family. That's another principle. That's another person willing to fight for it, right? You just go on down the list and fill up all 10 slots with 10 principles, 10 different people going to fight for 10 different things, right? And you never tell society which person is enforcing which principle. Now society all of a sudden is going to behave a whole lot different because, one, they can't figure out who's the one that's going to fight over the principle. So I'm going to act right in front of everybody, assuming that there's going to be that one dude around the corner somewhere that's just going to settle this shit the hard way. It fixes itself so long as people are willing to stand on that one principle.
That's solid.
So, but the problem is it's not, the reason why it's not solid is because that our principle is based off of one gender. That's the problem. This conversation about chivalry is literally how we're treating one gender and not vice versa. Not reciprocation, not how things are going to be evened out, not how things are going to be fair. And now we're the same gender that was being already treated differently than men. It wants equality, but still wanted to be treated differently. And we don't see how that causes confusion in society.
Are you asking whether like this is like fair for men or something? I don't understand the gender concept.
Yeah, what do you mean?
What I'm saying is, if the conversation is on chivalry and we're using it in its colloquial sense that we know and understand it today, very modern.
He isn't.
It's based on how a man treats a woman, correct?
No, that's not what he was saying.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't even recognize women at the table on this concept.
That's what I'm saying, Chicky. He's not saying that specifically about women.
But you're telling me that show was not about chivalry.
Well, no, it was the beginning part of the show. My introduction to it was the old code of conduct.
But who applies that? Wait, who applies chivalry in that context today?
Quite a few of. Well, I can't say quite a few of us. There's a small number of people that actually are traditional. An example: when you guys talk about the idea of like opening a door, when I was in school, that was detention. If I did not open the door for the person behind me, every one person that passed through that door, that was 1 hour of detention. So to me, it's like this was always the case. It was just how we were raised. There are people that hold weird, like traditional concepts that maybe you guys call it chivalry. We just call it like mannerisms. The principles lead to mannerisms that lead to traditions that lead to your identity.
I'll concede to say maybe I just didn't understand.
It's fair. I didn't want you to think. I actually did not want you to think that it was a personal attack because it absolutely wasn't.
I didn't hear those words and said he's talking about me. What I heard was we're having a conversation, thinking with a different understanding of chivalry in mind. My idea and my understanding of chivalry since I've been young has been how to treat women, right? So whenever I hear the word, my association to that word is men treating women a certain way because they're women, just based off of the principle of being a man, right?
Yeah. I kind of, the only problem that I had with the conversation itself was the answer. And it's kind of my fault because I asked the question is are we as men going to decide our behavior based off of women? And not everybody, people say yes.
And the answer should be yes. And that's where now we're on that. Now we're here.
You said yes.
So I say the answer is yes. Because when it comes to society, they make up and are part of it. You cannot neglect or completely ignore the behavior of one entire side of the society and not make any adjustments. Because if you do that, then you're bound to be in the situation we're in currently, which is overlooked.
But he used the word based on women or consider women.
It's the same thing before. When men were in power, women moved how men moved. Women moved based on the men. Now that things are slowly changing, it has to be the other way around. Women moved based on the men, and you men say that, especially traditional men, they say this all the time. If you move a certain way, your woman will follow. So you mean she's going to move based on me?
Wait, so Chica, you just speaking specifically when you say based on how the women move, you're just speaking specifically on how we interact with them. Not how we don't decide how we gonna move as it pertains to our homies, our kids, our mothers, just how women in general. That's it.
Right. Like, yeah.
Okay, so Beans, good clarification. However, you understand that the argument was actually what we thought you said just now. So the men were saying we work hard, we amass money just to get women. Everything we do is just for women's benefit. How we move, what we deem important is because women say so. You're not saying that.
And in most
cases, are you saying that?
I would say yes, that is the truth.
And we're saying that's a problem, that's the truth.
And what I'm saying is, if it's a problem, what are you saying the solution is? To stop doing that.
That's what we're discussing.
Right. And you're saying the solution is to not do that anymore, right?
If I had to answer emphatically, yes, and then we could discuss it to see if that's right.
And then that's why I would say we can't practice chivalry if that is the case.
Let's break it down.
So
go ahead, Beans. Go ahead.
Well, not because because what I wanted to ask you was specifically about how you agree with that other nigga. Because when I think about it, yeah, you agree with somebody else on the panel. But what I'm saying is this. So let's say, would you say that if there's a guy in the community that we know is touching kids, that as men, it should be a principle that we do something to him?
Should be his ass.
Yes,
generally speaking.
So
the dead body.
So here's the thing, then, right?
Okay.
You do know we going to jail after that? Yes or no?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Yes.
So my thing would be this: then why should we allow the people who take care of that business to go to jail?
I know. We should.
And that is why
we should fund their defense, Beans.
Yes, GoFundMe.
We should do all we can.
Yeah.
and this is why I can't believe
No,
in
no, wait. Hold on,
I'm not-
Cheeky. Before you, hold on. Let me play this for Cheeky. One time. Let me get him back settled down.
Right. So I really don't mind, dating a woman with kids. I see no problem with that.
All right, you good?
No, I'm good.
Jesus Christ.
You know, I've been chilling. All right, but go ahead.
You ain't been chilling all day. First, let's get that clear. You came in yelling at me.
Hi. I didn't yell at you.
And then when you said hi, Beans, you said hi.
Motherfucker.
You said hi. I'm like, God, then they don't even want to speak. Beans.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Tiki came in like Yosemite Sam.
Yeah, he said, man, Hampton kissed my ass. Pause. But now he's doing his eye rub. He know he did it. So, Beans, and that's the shame, right? That even if we fund the defense, the law is probably going to overcome, right? Because what you did is what you are getting punished for, regardless of what the other person did, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Not
How
exactly.
can you? So the argument is then, how can you have principles when you're under subjugation? How can
Those
like
principles, like literally fighting that. If you had like a half a dozen of these cases show up in court and they got enough media attention, you would actually end up having legal changes because of it. Because society would say, "Oh, wait, some dude was diddling kids and somebody beat his ass. We can't throw him in jail. That's not morally right." And then you have law changes based off of it.
Yeah, but you have a martyr. You have a martyr in the process.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
I believe white people operate that way? But you were saying,
You have a martyr.
believe in martyrs.
You have a martyr at that. You have a real quick. Let me just answer. You have a martyr at that juncture, Beans, and you're right. The repercussion is harsh for that person that did the right thing. But I guess our argument is, so what?
Right.
No, not so what. See, that's
but you see, that's what it would be though. Essentially, you'd be like, it is what it is. That's what people would be saying.
Yeah. But that's why I was making the argument about the principle thing and how when you said like
it's not
that,
altruistic,
you feel like it that like what the other guy said was, you know what I'm saying, like it stood on something. I'm like, no, because now guess what? Those three dudes, they kids ain't got no father out in the world.
Yeah.
Right.
And y'all say, I mean, it's not like she gonna get married again because y'all don't want to be stepdaddies and shit.
What? That gotta be the definition of.
Hold on. Let us finish this real quick. Because
that gotta be the definition.
Unlike I'm not super duper long with it. So Beans, does it change if it? He bothering me again, Beans. Look at him. I'm not long with it. Now, Beans, if it's my kid, does that make a difference? Just minding it out real quick.
Yes, but what I was trying to argue is, why should we let them take them? No, you're not taking them. Everybody make the sacrifice. No, you're not taking them.
I see what you're saying.
Not just these three guys got to make the sacrifice because we all supposed to believe in the principle. So why they got to sacrifice themselves? No, we all taking them. Yeah, absolutely. We all said yes, go with them. No, y'all not taking them nowhere. And if you want to get to them, you're gonna have to come through us. Why not
that's actually very effective. That would actually work.
That's pretty dope.
You get slaughtered. That's why we don't do
Hell
it.
yeah. That damn cops will pop the trunk and pull out that, and it's a wrap.
All right, let's do this. Hey, Pete.
So we saying the men that do that's willing to do the principles regardless they go to jail or not, those are the men that have principles. The ones that would do it regardless if they go to jail or not. Is that what we talking about?
Don't answer. Nobody answer. Because what Sharon is trying to do is, a couple streams ago, somebody asked him if he's afraid to go to jail. He said no. So if you answer, he gonna say, "See, they need to be like me." I know this nigga by now. Don't answer that question.
I was not even thinking about that question. I was not thinking about coming I'm really having a conversation in real time. I really don't be. I don't.
Really? Sharon, I love you, but get the fuck out of here. You ain't roping us into that, Playboy.
Hey, but now if the shoe does fit, if I'm fitting the criteria, then I'm fitting the criteria.
It is what it is. Nah, all jokes aside, right? But yeah, because when you said that, I mean, let me get.
That shit was wild.
Let me get Swy in there. Swy, what's popping, man? What you think?
Yo, what's happening, big dog, man? Salute to the panel, man. Yo, man, y'all be cooking early in the day, man. I took out today, man. Yo, dope conversation. Beans, I've been checking you out. General, checking you out, man. Rick, I know Rick from the boxing community, man. You know what I mean? But anyway, salute to all y'all, man. Dope shit, for real.
No doubt. Salute to you too, bro.
Appreciate you.
Man, man, for me, man, it's like I'm seeing, from what I'm hearing from brothers, right? Just on the street or even in YouTube, a lot of cats want to be chivalrous, man.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, now what the women, and I was talking to CC in the chat, I think the majority want family. But I think the minority of women who want equal rights fuck it up for them. And I'll tell you why, because the thing is, like, now you got a group of men out there who are denying being chivalrous inside of themselves. Like, for instance, even if I'm mad at women, right? And I walk outside and I see a woman about to get hit by a car, or let's say she dropped her bags on the floor and shit rolling all in the damn driveway and whatever. Inside of me, I'm gonna want to go help her as a man, just cause. And see, now that's me, right? I'm an 84 baby. I say it all the time. I grew up on a different kind of thing. But now you got a group. Damn. You got a group of men now. They ain't giving a fuck about none of that. They denying themselves to go help these women. And that's what makes me afraid of women. And I'm glad I don't have a daughter in this world at this time, because it's like you got a group of men now who denying themselves to help a woman. And that's scary, man. Shit, you not. There was dudes on here just the other day. I see you frowning. It's dudes that'll say, look, I see an old lady who's struggling with a box and I won't help her. And I know you heard her. That's a man. I'm just saying, simplest form, but it is scary. And it is problematic to go back to what Ham was talking about earlier. So, I mean, that's my 2 cents on it right now. I'm landing the plane.
Okay.
Carmelo Anthony looking ass boy.
KJ, what's popping? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yeah, you back now.
Yeah, you good, man.
Shit like that. All right, first thing I want to say, how y'all boys doing?
We
What's
all
up
right,
to everybody?
Good, man. Good.
I got a question. Does one override the other as far as morality versus principle?
Morality should override, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
The moral code and construct, that shouldn't change. Your morale should be your morale. But that's why I also asked earlier, are we playing semantics with the two words?
Nah, that's not right, Ham. Like, okay.
So I'm only.
Should morality come from a higher purpose?
Oh God!
I'm asking. I'm only asking a question.
Why do y'all ask so many questions instead of just saying your statements and be the man and stand on your own words? Why y'all ask so many damn questions? Just
I
say
don't
what
know
you
the
think.
answer. Why would I make a statement when I don't know the answer?
Yes, John.
I don't know the
Yes,
answer. Why would I?
Yes, the answer is yes. Your morality should come from Jesus. Yes.
So I asked that because to me, I see it on the opposite end for some reason. I feel that my principles should be more so what upholds me more versus morality, because morality is just that whole thing of right and wrong, but that right or wrong is determined by more so other people. Versus my principles are fundamentally what I stand upon myself, regardless of what other people think. That's why I'm kind of confused.
That's a great.
Yeah, but that principle is drawn from some type of morality. That principle just didn't come up by itself out of nowhere. It had to come from a sense of morality, fam.
But you can operate within principle without something having to be considered labeled a right or a wrong, though.
Yep, this guy's good. Where you come from?
Say that one more time. I want to make sure I understood that. Please, I mean, respectfully.
So I was saying that I look at it as principle being actually higher than morality, because morality is predicated upon other people determine what a right or wrong actually is, right? Okay. But principle is simply what I uphold myself to. So my principles shouldn't change. They shouldn't. Now, I do know that you get people who they might say they stand on something and then they flip-flop, but I think those people aren't concrete principle-based people at all anyway. But your principles should not shift. Morality can shift at all times because society can, like homosexuality or whatever, we can change it and then deem this to be considered right. Now, all of a sudden, your morality has shifted as well because it's more so predicated upon everybody else, not you.
Do you
Right.
hear
With
it?
that morality that you heard other people say or other people do kickstarted that principle in you to decide which part of that you're going to take to hold on to and which part you're going to let go of.
Yeah,
No.
but I don't. So me
Absolutely
personally,
Yes.
on my show, I always say this all the time, right?
no.
I always say I'm not a moral guy, but I always say this because I don't do anything predicated on whether or not someone else deems it to be wrong or right.
Here we
I
go.
do it predicated
Here
upon
we
me.
go.
So my
Yes.
principle is how I operate. I could give two shits of whether another person say this is right or that is considerably wrong. That means nothing to me. But my principles of how I move is predicated upon me, though. So it's not kickstarted by immorality, by somebody telling me whether it's right or wrong. That's not true at all.
KJ, when you were a child, KJ, when you were a child and you were a toddler, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
you knew nothing about principles and anything like that. Certain codes of conduct, certain morals had to be enacted or shown to you as a child. Once you have grown up and you began to look at the world within your own eyes, that's when you were able to dissect what was going to be moral and principle. But when you were a kid, those particular values had to be instilled in you as a small child, fam. That's where it started from. You didn't just come out of nowhere to be an adult and all of a sudden you have all these principles. No, it started as a child.
That's true, but that's a different argument than the first one.
To even argue against it, but even as
raising
a child,
children now, that's different.
Even as a child,
No,
growing up,
Sharon.
I still operated predicated upon how I felt towards something, not by how other people did it.
No, you
so
didn't.
just because even as a
No, you
child,
did not.
you may say that it is
No.
right, or you may say that
No.
it is wrong.
No.
It's still predicated upon how I feel.
As a child. No.
Yes.
Damn. You got a dad?
As
You
a
got a daddy?
child, yes, you did.
You got a daddy, KJ?
Yes, sir.
Your ass
That's what the J. That's what the J stands for.
I give you mom's phone number. Call her and ask her.
Yeah, we got Benjamin Button right here, live and direct.
If I thought that wasn't right, I ain't following that shit. I don't give a damn what you say.
I see my father be a drunk and a drug addict. I'm not that. So what you saying is crazy to me.
Yo,
No,
I
so
just don't wanna
that was
stand-
greatly
I don't wanna
argued.
stand-
That's
it's okay.
the
Y'all
point.
just don't want to stand on no principles. Y'all want to blame women for the reason why y'all want to be
Real
PO.
quick.
Come on,
Real quick, y'all. Real quick. So if they don't extend the show in 5 minutes, I'm getting up out of here, man. It's a good conversation, but it's also Friday, goddamn it.
Yeah, I think the reason why people are putting
And it's a happy Passover for everybody who know too. So if they don't extend the show, I'm getting the fuck up out of here. Y'all got 6 minutes, goddamn. Go ahead, KJ. Keep cooking, kinda.
Oh yeah, so yes, sir. Like I said, I think the only reason why people are putting it underneath the other one is because most people just don't have it. And just like principles, just because most men don't fucking have it, doesn't mean now mine would change. I'm still a man of principle, regardless of whether or not the majority of these men don't have them.
So
and it's
KJ,
not depend upon what the fuck is right or wrong by other people.
KJ, let me explain to you what's happening right now, right?
Yes,
So it's
sir.
not about whether or not you're right or wrong. It's about the fact that you are substantiating your argument better than everybody else, right? I don't necessarily think I agree with you, but you are substantiating the shit out of that argument, right? Because of what you said. But I do think that right or wrong is more important than a principle. I still believe that, right? Because again, even though what I may think is right or wrong might also change, my principles will be aligned with that.
No, I
They
can
will be.
accept that. I mean, I can accept it if a person say they would rather believe more in the right or wrong than anything else, because that's what morality is. I can accept it.
And this is the issue though. This is the issue though at large, right? Right or wrong, everybody keeps saying it's subjective to the man.
Right.
Right. It's not man in general, but the person that's in that position. Right. That's why I keep saying us as a people do not have a baseline of operation. There should be a baseline of operation amongst people so everyone has an understanding of how to interact with each other. We don't have that.
Okay, but now you have to explain to the people why that doesn't exist. That's the conversation we never gonna have on these panels. 'Cause nobody don't have
Well,
a-
I mean, if we wanted to get into that, that's how you control people without a lever, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, and why people keep saying the genie bottle's been open and that they're not going back in, is because they no longer have to follow the rules of society that were passed down for generation to generation to generation to keep these things that y'all so say y'all want to apply to society.
Yeah. Nope.
I don't understand how y'all be allowing this stuff to be going by. This is crazy.
No, listen, what it boils down to is
Yeah,
this:
this
we
shit
are
becoming
people.
crazy
Even
to me.
though you conservative douchebags don't want to admit it, we are people who are still under subjugation, bro. It just is what it is, right? And so, therefore, you are not allowed to be able to congregate together like that. 3 or 4 or more of us is considered a mob. So that's what I'm saying. That's why what he's highlighting exists. That's why it exists, though, right? So and that's the problem, is that they so cold with the scheme that they got us even making money off of spending most of our time pointing the fingers at each other. I'm telling you, these people are cold blooded. Mask on
What's
or
wrong?
mask off.
What's wrong with the black conservatives again?
They douchebags, just like you.
Okay, I agree with it, but it's a real simple solution, right? You can put the genie back in the bottle with the proper amount of force. Just put that in there.
And what does that look like?
Violence, just like it always looked like for all of 7,000 years.
We had this.
There
you go. 40 million versus 120. You right. That makes sense.
I don't know. They call the conservative groups, they call them the silent majority for a reason.
Oh, you're not speaking racially.
Yeah. Well,
And you are speaking racially.
Black conservatives
Yeah, that's
too.
what I want. Because you actually do want the extermination of black people. I forgot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what it is.
Absolutely.
So
Hey, Rilla, can you get on camera, Rilla? I see you.
So there's one other problem to deal with here that I thought there was one other problem that Mr. Angry Man brought up. That's probably going to be everybody's biggest problem to contend with. Mr. Angry Man specifically conceded that there was a lot of traditional things that he had done in the background. And he stated he could not say them, like he couldn't address them on YouTube because anything he addressed, he stated was going to get major pushback in the chat. That's a weird problem to me. To me, that's more of a thing that would hurt my feelings. I can't stand on principles because some group of immoral assholes in the chat are going to basically shame me for it. That's a bigger problem to deal with. If you go back and look at it, he made a comment about the whole stepfather thing. That's a problem you guys really going to end up having to deal with.
That's some YouTube talking point bullshit. Most niggas is marrying baby mamas. It is what it is. Aaron
was good. Damn, yo. So, all right. KJ gave some good points, B.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So is your chivalry is determined on how the woman receive it and how she says thank you?
No.
Oh, okay. Why is that?
Oh, because my principles come from my belief system. Strictly. So what I do is what I do based on my belief system.
Wow. And not one person said about an eyelash. Interesting.
Wait, we already went through this. You late. That's why we
Right.
got eyelash.
No. All right, so if y'all went through it and another man said the same thing, maybe because of my tone, I said it differently. Because when I said it, y'all was acting like I was.
Why you keep pressing this point,
Sharon,
I wasn't here for it. I just
nobody disagreed with
said
your
you
point.
won't care. You said you don't care if they say something or you don't even pay attention, but when they say
Right.
there's a difference.
That's
Right?
the
There's a
pushback.
difference
No, but
between-
but the reason why that's pushback is it doesn't make sense because all I'm doing is acknowledging somebody that's speaking to me.
we
Somebody
understand.
say something to
I
me,
agree.
I'm gonna respond.
You got it,
to them.
Sharon.
I
You're
agree.
right. We
I
get
agree.
y'all.
No,
like
we're not
Sharon.
doing that. We're not doing that. We're not dumbing ourselves
Please
down.
put your fucking pride to the side, nigga. Damn.
This ain't got nothing to do with that.
Let it go. Rick, what's up, dog? Come on, man.
This don't got nothing to do with that.
Don't
We
do
don't have
this.
to do that.
Means don't
Tiki,
do
we don't,
this,
it's
bro.
not that serious, bro. Calm down, relax. We don't have to do that. We can simply explain to Sharon, when you said that you don't pay attention to whether or not they say something, that means if they said something, you wouldn't have heard it either. That's why you got the pushback that you got.
Yeah.
No, that's not what. No, so what he said. He said, so do I pay attention? You're right. I'll leave it alone.
It's
you don't have
it worked in your favor, Bees. Way to go.
Because I see Chica get aroused about it, so I don't want it to be
intellectual standard.
Aroused.
Baby. Raising it up around.
Yeah,
here.
because
I'm
he's
not
like,
doing that.
you know,
Sharon know he saw.
Hey, Ham. Give me a second, bro.
It's
Give me a
kinda
second,
crazy
bro.
to me. That's all.
Right now, everybody just observed this interaction, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I got you, Rilla.
So,
And Paulo, I see you. Go ahead.
So do you see how, in the sake of compromise, right? I said, hey, you got it, right? But Bean stood on his principles of what he feels is correct.
And Cheeky tried to shut me up, didn't he?
No, that's not my point. That's not my point. You're gonna try to bring it over. That's not my point. My point is the interactions between people, right? I don't have to agree to your principles, right? That's what's wrong with the world. We don't have a baseline of understanding. You're a human. You're autonomous, right? You get to think the way you want to think. So your principles are yours. That means everybody has to be dealt with accordingly. Right?
Do you think that? But Rick,
that's not what you were saying earlier.
Hold
Rick,
on.
that's not what you were saying earlier.
Let me finish my thought. Right? Let me finish my thought. Right? So again, why are we expecting and trying to enforce community when everyone has their own agenda?
Okay, but Rick, you're saying what we don't have. I'm just trying to ask you, what is the thing that you think would galvanize that, right? Because I know, like, I can look at Hemp and I can say specifically, if in the natural there was nothing, he has the brotherhood of the HIs, right? So I'm saying, do you think that's what it's gonna take? Is another form of religion? Or
No, the community has to start with values.
Wait. Slow it down, because that's actually, but that's solid though, because just consider this real quick before Uncle Rick finished, based on what Bean said. So specifically to Bean's point, Ecclesiastes 4:9, you need to fellowship, right? You need to have brothers with you because your accountability goes up that much higher. And you know for a fact they standing on what you standing on, and therefore it is, for lack of a better word, easier to stand there. So just to be fair to what Bean said, there's something to that. Go ahead, Uncle Rick.
So to clarify, and again, I'm not knocking your point. It's great. I'm not arguing nobody's point. Your point is your point. I think that's where we need to get to the understanding of these discussions, right? What I'm saying is this, Beans: if everybody is not of like mind, there will always be confusion.
Absolutely.
Right. So exactly what DJ Hemp just said, what people don't want to admit, right, and where we walk away from is what needs to happen to invoke change, right? So let's just say for instance, right, me and DJ Hemp got the same belief structure, so we go out and we fellowship and meet and hang out and become friends and associates and family, right? Because family is who you make it, right? With guys of like mind and beliefs. Cheeky, blah, 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 and so forth and so on, right? At some time, listen to what I'm saying, guys. At some times when those belief structures clash into groups, right? And you have these things that affect your family and your group and your structure, violence has to come into play.
True.
Yes.
And that's what nobody wants to talk about. Everybody so hushy, talk, shame. But when it comes down to it, and you really want change, because power is never given up, it's taken.
Right. Josh mentioned that when it comes to the point about putting the genie back in the bottle, he said, yeah, it can be done, but it has to be done by violence.
I thought we were talking about chivalry.
Talking about he's effectuating change. If we want chivalry to be a thing, if we want to maintain actual chivalry, things change, and there's an underlying, like, just violence is all is there at any point. Could you asking people to change their modus operandi?
So the problem I'm hearing, for me personally, is that, like, chivalry got to be within you. You cannot force that on people, because once you force that on another group, that you have to be chivalrous, right? Because he's saying that me and Rick all and whoever else agrees with, we all men need to be chivalrous, and we force chivalry upon other men, that is not actually chivalry.
And that is the issue that is happening today, because people want something for their chivalry. So we force it upon them. That is not them. They are not being chivalrous.
Sharon.
You just hold on, Sharon. You just said that you was inside of the conversation in real time, bro. We kind of evolved past just chivalry. Right now, we're talking about moral code. We're talking about principle. We're talking about how when Rick was just describing to us what the issue is. This is why I'm asking him, well, what's the solution? Because everybody was talking about this solution-based bull crap, right? So I'm saying, what's the solution? What is the thing that you can get black people to galvanize under like one umbrella? We know it's not going to necessarily be religion unless it's a new one, right? We know it's not going to be government. They already got that split into two. Like, what is it? It damn sure ain't chivalry.
Let me catch up on the super chats. There's a couple points that's good, Sharon, because also when you reflect on chivalry, Sharon, I'm gonna read the super chats. Think about when chivalry was a real thing. The women and the men both had different conduct. They both responded to it, so we have to consider that in that conversation. Right. Secondly, when Uncle Rick pointed out when Beans pursued, was it Sharon to get the right answer? And Uncle Rick said, let it go. And Cheeky said, let it go, right? Remember that just 10 minutes ago, whatever? All three of y'all was on the same page. The result was the same. If you would have let it go, we all understood Sharon had a contradiction there. But then the fact that you pointed it out, also we understood that he had a contradiction. So the reason why it wasn't an issue, because we all, you know what I mean? We got it, regardless of how we went about it. You know, just interesting. Like y'all on the same page, Bean. So you pursuing it was the same exact thing as Uncle Rick saying, "Leave it alone." You know what I mean? Because he knew what it was too. At that,
but we have like how many people watching, right? So it's
not. No, yeah, 100%. You clarified it for the masses, right?
Right. That's
right. Yeah, 100%. The Superman with the $10 says, add 10 more to Daryl long time. With Daryl not in the back no more. I'm gonna bring Real up. Reaper with the $2 says, Kasim swear he Mark Morrison salute.
Don't make me go put on my daggone sunglasses like Beans and freaking hands. They right over there. I put them on. See with those Louis Vuitton 1996 millionaire glasses. Don't make me do it. They right there.
Superman with the $5. But Gerard notices those likes and cash apps. He should just do his content regardless. Sugar Bum with the $2.
Most women understanding that. Y'all agree with that? That's not a contradiction. That's a contradiction as well.
Dang. Look, man, he reading the super chats. Don't interrupt him, man.
Sugar Bum with the $2 says most women clutch pearls and pursue a sight of black. Get the fuck out of here, Sugar Bum. YBK Cam was popping with the $10. So Sharon, if your loves never say thank you or show appreciation, you be cool. Keep doing it. If so, respectable. God, you with the $5 says chivalry is the same name of a code of conduct. Whoever Da Vinci was clearly didn't list how it is deciphered. Is that what he says?
Yes.
Oh, deciphered.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it's not uphold favoritism, quote unquote, just cause. And Money with the $5 says, put Bracy in the bathroom. This is for blocking me on his channel. God damn.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
All right, that's 5 minutes. The Will with the $5 says, Sharon, those shades not distracting us from your hairline. You ain't slick. Fuck. Alfred with the 50 ball says the question assumes that both things are equal. If that's true, the women will choose chivalry over equality because it is their nature. At Sharon, there is something called reciprocity. The way the act makes a man feel is in or itself a benefit.
I like
but
that.
That doesn't have anything to do.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side.
You can't hear the music, Playboy?
I'm about to get really can come up. So
yeah, drop me too for Apollo, Hemp.
Damn, now everybody want to drop. Hold on.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side. Henny like $40. This shit like 25.
Hello. Fifi with the $5 says, I represents my parents. I'm not throwing away my manners because someone else had no home training. That would make me look just like them.
Damn. Fifi, that's what's up, Fifi.
That's strong. Joker Bay with the 20 ball said the social contract was about reciprocating chivalry with respect, niceties, and virtue. Chivalry got cancer between 1848 and 1920 when we affirmed that women are equal to men. It later died with the emergence of second and third wave feminism. Zeke the kid with the 10 ounces. Joshua is saying thank you to a person that goes out their way to you, not against manners. Sway with the $2 y'all talking about morality versus ethics. Red Ion, what up though with the $10 based on invisible agreement in poly law. Women is subservient to the government than she is to her man. Does it matter to anyone if she's verbally agreed to a man's terms or not in terms of chivalry? Verbal agreement. Charles with the $5 says KJ just switch morality with values. Your principles should be based on your values, and your values are personal.
Bingo.
Damn. Salute to Aaron for extending the show as well. We appreciate it.
Other outside is human. She turn up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She want.
Okay.
Josh, do you hear the music?
Damn it, man.
Let me get your ass over here.
You know white boys can't dance.
Other outside is human. She turn up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
WS Judah with the 20 boys, excuse me, with the 50 boys says Shalom, Hamp Shalom. Please send Sharon to the back.
Put him in the fucking
Damn it.
Get him out of here. Come on.
I can't digest the propaganda he pushes every time he's on the panel. He's too emotional and only listens to respond. He has tunnel vision and thinks his way is the only way. Objectivity is key.
Under the blood, me say me under the blood. Jesus, you will cover me under the blood. In the morning when me wake up, and the blood that Jesus me take up. And when me feel like me, I go break up. Put the blood on me face just like a makeup. In the
You're killing this shit, man. You're killing it.
Wow. Judah with the 20 bosses. Add more to 20 more for Daryl. They ain't even seen Daryl in 30 minutes. He just getting timed out. Walk the talk with $2 says for super chat, Sharon will never get. Big salute with the $10 says add 10 more for Sharon. That motherfucker be always right. God damn. No chaser, what up? He said with the $10. Loving the background at Kadeem. It almost looks too real.
It is real.
God damn, man. All right, where the hell is Sharon at? Damn, man.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come
That
on.
was 65 minutes for Sharon, if I'm not mistaken.
Jason, your ass crazy.
Damn, man.
Explain the point, right? So, because Sharon act the way he act, right? We have to kill that nigga, right? We couldn't just let him roam, spread and shit amongst the society that we have established. Somebody gonna have to go see him eventually.
In the context of the convo, yeah, or Uncle Rick, he would have no choice but to come along because we all doing the same thing.
But he stand on principle, so he's not gonna come along.
That was a good one.
So if he stand on principle, unless his principles change, then he's not going to come along.
Not
And
scared
that's
to
the
go
point.
to jail. Remember, he ain't scared to go to jail.
That's why he said we would have to kill him then.
Okay. Touche.
Touche, yeah.
You definitely have to kill me.
Hamp, Paulo back there.
Yeah.
Bring him up.
Only thing is,
Here,
Paulo,
give him my slot.
I was asking him to help me with my microphone. He only helped me a little bit, Bean. So I want him to stay a little longer.
Damn it!
And he sent me a video. I said, I don't know what the fuck they talking about in this video.
Oh, so see, what he did was he was trying to prove to you that he a real nigga, because that's what a real nigga gonna do. Gonna send you the video instead of just walking you through it themselves, right? That's bullshit.
Yo, Hamp, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So, and it's kind of like how you was mentioning in your monologue about men, I guess, making the excuse for not being able to be a man. So, would it be safe for me to say that because most men don't have their principles is why they're at that crossroad of thinking that they can't be the man because they don't actually have solid principles to stand on?
What do you mean I'm saying they can't be a man? But what part? Just so I'm clear.
So you in your monologue, you were saying, well, somebody in the chat or something must have said something about how men couldn't be the men they needed to be, and it was like they were kind of making an excuse.
Yeah. Oh, I see. And then what was your question? I understand where you're at now.
So I was asking the question is part of the reason that because we're kind of to this understanding that men don't have concrete principles that they standing on. That's one of the reasons they can't actually be the men that they need to be because they're not even fundamentally or foundationally solid.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Okay.
100%. And you don't know where you at. You letting vagina dictate how much money you need to make in your life? Get the fuck out of here, nigga.
I agree.
Sit your $5 ass down.
So that mean it goes back to so the problem is the men. And the men have a lot of problem there. They need to find some principles.
Yeah, man. Yo, hey, I ain't saying those names, but these niggas, boy, I tell you, man.
Even the one person who don't do that shit, that's crazy. You just hate in your heart, son.
Cheeky is my kindred little brother, man. You know what I'm saying? When I meet him, you definitely getting a noogie. Do something about it.
I'm gonna call my dad. We're gonna call dad. Hey, big nigga, man. You know
Yo, man.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Hey, Rilla, what's popping?
Man, that nigga Cheeky said, I'm gonna tell my daddy, man.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I'm here for a good time, not a long time, man. Y'all niggas got me punching in the ad work right now, man. But a lot of y'all kind of already hit on it, and some of them super chats kind of hit on it, just talking about the chivalry piece. And Beans, you ain't shit for bringing this conversation back over here, man. You ain't shit, bro. we talked about this. So Slick Rick the Ruler talks about. Go ahead, my bad.
What combo? Cause we did a show.
Oh, Sharon. Yeah. I saw you popped over there too. Sharon we had a substantive dialogue over there.
Okay, go ahead. Fuck what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Nah, but Rick talks about the bag is gonna be the death for you bitches, right? I like to say individualism fucked us all up, fuck the community up. You want to problem solve for chivalry, problem solve for the community.
Hell yeah.
Right? Because in a community, it's expected that I'm gonna hold the door for your wife, right? Because I expect the same treatment. Like this conversation that we have and that we do it just because, like, yeah, but let's keep in mind also chivalry is a man-made construct. Okay. And what I think is happening is it's changing based on the society that these young bloods are forming for themselves. Granville the other day said the women in his peer group look at themselves as equal to men. And he treats them as an equal, which means get your own door. You know what I'm saying? Pump your own gas, right? So if we want to problem solve for chivalry, in my opinion, if you want to problem solve for chivalry, you got to problem solve for the community. You got to get a group of Aelites together. So Hamp, I'm certain when you amongst the brothers and y'all bring your wives together and children and all that, there's a certain code of conduct that y'all have amongst each other as a brotherhood, right? Mm-hmm. And there's safety in that. Right. And I'm pretty sure even down to the young bloods, they're chivalrous amongst the entire group. Right. One to another, male to female, whatever. Right. Mm-hmm. Because you're in community. The moment if we keep perpetuating this idea of individuals, like granted, true indeed, your principles, stand on your principles. That shit means a lot. But if it don't align with the group, your principles are just for you and we don't give a fuck. Your principles. So you'll feel good and have a moral victory for self, but it doesn't benefit the group. You see what I'm saying? But I'm going on mute, man. I'm only here for a good time, not a long time.
Damn, no, that's good, man. That's good. Let me say this real quick. See what you assess this real quick. KJ, I want to hear your question. I just want to get Aaron and Paulo in. I got E Black in the back too, right? But then you can answer the question because you've been asking good questions. We kind of look alike too, a little bit.
We favor a little bit.
Yeah, you know, I'm definitely the stud out of the family, but we.
Oh man.
You know, is this Uncle Rick too? Everybody look alike except for Beans and Cassine. They might be. Oh, it's the hue.
Nah, man.
It's the hue. That's what it is.
Don't start that, Ham.
Oh, shit. Hold on. They said I gotta pause that, KJ. My fault. Pause. So is this a semblance of chivalry, Rilla? Just to go off, right? Let's say you got all the brothers, right? Like out teaching, whatever the case is. And there's one person teaching specifically who has been delegated. If you talk to the other brother, they don't say a fucking word. Nothing. The only people that are talking are the two readers and the person who's delegated to talk. But if one of the big, like the OGs come, he could interrupt the person that's talking, the other person will stand back and read without even saying anything, though. Does that make sense? Is this a semblance of y'all see what I'm painting?
Mm-hmm. Okay. It sounds like a code of conduct amongst the brethren, and I guess that would, because we was talking about that too. What chivalry, the act in and of itself, looks like. And
this is all men. So,
yeah. Well, that was the other thing, and I think Beans kind of made the argument that men can be chivalrous to other men. I always took it as, I didn't take it that way initially, but after that conversation, I have to reassess, right? So in that scenario that you're speaking on, it sounds to me, I assess that as a moral code of conduct amongst the brethren, and that if that falls up under chivalry, then yeah. If that answers your question.
Okay, no, just interesting. Aaron was good.
Greetings, gentlemen. DJ Hamp, panel, chat. How we doing?
Good.
What's up, Aaron? Doing well. The conversation's been taking turns. I don't know where to start. I mean, what should I address? Principles or chivalry? I mean, I think there's a big component with chivalry that's missing.
What's the component that's missing?
There was talk about the origins of chivalry going back to knighthood. Yeah, that's great. But I don't even think we understand the practices and why we're doing it. For example, opening the door for a lady was because beneath a woman's dress, beneath her petticoat, there's a thing called a farthingale that was worn. It's the hoop that expands the dress beyond her shoulders. This impeded her ability to open the door. So a man would open the door. Furthermore, when you sit at a table with a woman, the reason why the lady sits first is because there's preparations needed to be made for the woman that a man would assist with. That's why if you ever see a woman that's getting ready to excuse herself to go to the bathroom, at the table, you sit up when she departs and when she arrives. All of these things aren't necessarily chivalrous by definition. They're just etiquette components adopted by chivalry. Mm-hmm. And these etiquette components were traditionally reserved for the upper crust of society because your peasant class couldn't afford to, they didn't have things like farthingales under their dresses, all right? So, and that's why knighthood really adopted these techniques. Beans asked, what can be an incentive to get Black people on board with chivalry again? Well, I think educating people to the knowledge that these etiquettes were a symbol of high society, and knowing that the Black community has an affinity for all things opulent, I think that's a great way to restore some sort of coherence to what's deemed chivalry. I mean, I practice these things every day in my life, and I can tell. I mean, when I look in the world, I can see who's learned and who's not, and it sets myself apart. But even when I'm out at dinner, whether it's with colleagues, friends, family, whatever, and a lady excuses herself, I stand up. When she returns, I stand up, knowing these things.
Okay.
And women are also another thing. Women are responsible. Right, a lot of women don't know that they have a list of etiquette techniques that they need to practice. For example, when you take the table linens and place it in your lap, when you go to eat, you fold it in half once for lunch and you leave it open for dinner. The curtsy, women don't curtsy anymore. I would suggest women need to read Emily Post. If she can identify a man should open a door, a car door, and walk on the outside of the sidewalk, then that woman needs to be reading Emily Post.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I ask Aaron a question just really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
You may.
And you may have said it, Aaron.
Say again. What's the question?
Was I Borgen?
No, you good. Go ahead.
My
We
bad.
didn't hear it.
My bad, Aaron. So, okay, my bad. No. I was asking if I could ask Aaron a question, just really quick,
Yeah, go
Aaron.
ahead.
So you were giving us like the specific acts that would be more etiquette, right? So, but how do we problem solve to reintroduce that into society, particularly in our community?
Now that you know, tell everyone that you know. There are, presuming near 500 people watching.
600.
Tell everyone you know. Pass it forward. Pay it forward. The knowledge that I just gave you, pay it forward. I mean, that's the only solution I can come up with to start.
Do young boys know how to shake hands?
No. There's a difference in the way you shake a man's hand and a woman's hand.
Yeah. Whose fault is that, Oz?
No. No. That's the
Why?
fault of his. That's history.
Huh?
That's history. It's not our fault. I mean, these things weren't created in Africa. These things are European traditions. And we once were privy to them. But that privacy was limited by circumstances historically. I think the better question to ask is more akin to Rilla's question, and that's how do we cultivate it going forward?
Mm-hmm. Well,
I mean, we weren't a high enough class really to even be a part of this. When it was started, we weren't there. So.
But now, though, after, well, how many years have we been a part of knowing what shaking hands is in terms of a Eurocentric definition? How many years would you say we know how to shake hands?
Let's speculate 100 years for the sake of conversation.
So that's what I'm saying. The young boys, if they don't know how to shake hands at a point, is it still systemic, or do we need to teach them how to shake hands?
We absolutely need to teach them. And that's one of the things, that's one of the corrections I make when I shake a young man's hand and I notice he's not, doing it correctly. I'll tighten my grip so he can't release his hand, pull him closer and say, let's have a little quick discussion. Let me borrow your ear for a few ticks. And then I explain to him, let's try it again. Look me in the eye this time. Firm your grip, but don't offend me. Don't stand there too long. Don't make it too quick. Don't pull away too quick. Stand shoulder square to the gentleman in front of you. You know what I mean? We work through it, and they like it. They receive it well.
Yeah,
100%.
That's very, very important.
Yeah,
very, very important. Yeah,
yeah. And generally speaking, whenever I've done it to a young man, they receive it pretty well. I think they understand it's important. It's not like bullshit necessarily. It's just like, and it take but 2 seconds.
That's it.
Absolutely.
Sure.
You don't have to overdo it on them. E Black Paula was popping.
Salute. Good morning from New Zealand.
What's up?
Sir, yes, sir. Go ahead, Paulo, and then we'll get E Black in. Paulo, what's good? What you wanted to comment on when you hit the link?
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether y'all covered the reason why we have standards in the first place, and why it's important.
No, not necessarily. I don't know if we did. No.
Yes, standards for me is a framework, but it's an external framework, right? The reason why we do it is there has to be proof of evidence over a period of time, and we adopt these things for reasons of not only for ourselves, but it's a social contract that we have with the societies that we belong to. It plays an identifier. A great example is your show hemp. You have a standard, but you don't say it to no one else. Your value system dictates how you are and how you respond to conversation. And when people come on your platform, they understand what hemp standard is. You have to have decorum, you have to have a level of intellect, And you cannot sway too far from these things. Otherwise, she won't be allowed to form a relationship with you. So it's an identifier, and not only that, a framework for other people to formulate relationship with you, should they be interested. And we optimize for quality, longevity, and excellence. These things need to be defined, because people throw out the word standards but don't know what it means or why we develop them in the first place. I think that's a pretty big, pretty important component that people need to understand first.
Can I ask Paulo? Could you elaborate on the identifier? Right? Why do you think that is the identifier?
It identifies you based on quality, right? So when I look at Hamp, I'm not going to identify Hamp as someone who's just unruly and undisciplined. And Hamp doesn't even need to tell me all those things. I can see in the way that he carries himself, and he carries himself based on his value system or his belief system. And if I want to formulate a relationship with Hamp, I've got to come correct. I've got to have a level of intellect, and I can't just jump over and talk over him.
So can you kind of relay that to the populace at large?
In what manner?
As far as it goes, as far as the identifiers, right? When you said chivalry and these rules and standards were made to be able to identify the different people from each other, correct?
Yep.
Right. So what is that? Is that not feudalism? Right? You're in our group and they're not.
We've always belonged in groups. And that's standards were part of identifying a group. Aaron has just mentioned that chivalry was only a thing of higher class. And higher class wasn't necessarily wealth. It was a quality to them. And the byproduct of that was wealth. Byproduct of that was how they showed themselves. But the standards allowed us to look at them and say, that is of quality.
Right. So let me kind of tap down to this again, since people want to, go back to the back, right? So what I'm saying is that those identifiers are used to group you in the correct groups, right? It shows, hey, you guys, we're together as a group. You guys are with me, right? And at the end of the day, when these groups come together, right, they become a system within themselves. And eventually, right, they're going to have beef or a problem with the people that's not in that system. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, yeah.
So how do these conflicts between the two groups get resolved?
They typically don't. So the group that I'm more interested in is men. How do men carry themselves? Men have a level of standards, and we identify ourselves as such. We used to wage war against each other when we didn't agree, and I can concede to that point. In today's world, we have different vehicles of isolating ourselves, not necessarily out of war, but we can ostracize ourselves. We can find groups. There's a reason why there's only a particular type of people that's in this panel and will never show up in other panels. Vice versa. This is a micro, and it represents, the macro out in society. We no longer have to wage war. We can just isolate ourselves to a certain group, and we carry and do certain conducts.
I think the term is homeostasis.
But exactly. So is it fair to us to assess that that's what's going on right now?
Absolutely, yeah.
And isn't that the very problem, is that these things aren't able to get resolved among men?
This is where I pivot. It is a problem, but the problem then becomes, for me, is that the idea of longevity. This is the harsh truth about us as men when we're talking about relationship, because that seems to be the popular conversation. The harsh truth is, if you don't formulate a healthy relationship, you will be forgotten. And all the shit that we stand for will be forgotten. So how robust is it that we defend things so vehemently without having a contract to society and to ourselves to ensure its longevity? Usually, typically that's through children, and that's why we fight for characters like Cheeky, because we want to see more of Cheeky. Why do we want to do that? Because we want to see more of his intellect. more of his intelligence, his ability to do certain things. And that's why we preach it to a certain degree. That's why we have these conversations, is because we want to promote a certain type of standards. And then we have a level of reverence towards other people within that group who share somewhat of that same capacity to understand, and that we want to see more of them in society.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm so
That's
glad
true.
Uncle Rick said that, because that's what my question was going to be. That because when Chicago Rilla said it about us unifying with our likes, I agree. I think we should unify with those who we are. But my question was going to be, how do we appropriately address those who then say if they were part of the likes at first, but then they now started wanting to start changing things? How do we properly address that then? Because I agree with what Rick said. The problem is the fact that we're so individualistic that we just separate ourselves from everybody altogether. So that's what my question was. How do we actually fix that then?
I don't think we're individualists. I think we have certain societal how do you say, checks and balances. I go back to the 90s. What was our checks and balances then when we introduced thug life? Basically, society said we acknowledge what was going on, and we said, you know what? Yeah, we acknowledge it, and this is who we are. What did society do? They attacked the people who identified that, but then we realized that the true nature of what was going on was this kind of like, what do you say, abuse of a system. So sometimes we then take up certain how do you say, just take up attitudes and behaviors and principles based on how the environment is affecting us. So if I feel like hey, bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks, it sometimes is aligned with police brutality. It's aligned with a lot of other things, if you really think about it.
I think we stand a greater chance if we make certain behaviors a part of the culture, right?
Yeah.
Because I heard several times that whoever controls the culture controls the whole way things work, right? And I think if we impart certain behaviors and stuff within the culture, right, and get other individuals to buy into it, then that's where the real change is going to affect people.
What is the reward?
I'll give you what we're trying to have an answer for. How do we enforce these standards? Joshua already mentioned an extreme, but it's part of it. But it's from position of power and leadership. That's how we influence that, right? So, for example, like.
I'm sorry, Paul. It's not a position of power. It's a position of.
Well, sorry.
The position of reward.
Your mic is cutting out.
Yeah, you're breaking up, man.
Am I really that bad?
Yeah,
Yes.
yo, hey Black, I was about to tell you this. I heard this like a week ago. Are you talking through your mic in StreamYard, or are you talking through your headphones?
Yeah, I run a whole show. I don't know.
It's like jumping. Like it's like you fade out and it comes back. It pops a little bit.
It's better when you lean forward, Black. When you lean forward, like now it's crisp, but when you're back a little bit, that's when it kind of goes in and out.
I just don't like that. I don't like the mic in my mouth that like pause.
Pause.
Okay.
Yeah, just I don't know if you got
my bad, but I think it's a reward system. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We go culturally, we are rewarded by a lot of different things. Once again, if we align ourselves with certain beliefs that have certain principles, most likely we will then go to that, whether even if it's advantageous against our own societal nature or whatever nature, we will then take over the dominant reward system.
What about ostracizing?
But we would have to have penalties as well too, though.
Yeah,
that's
have to be greater than reward.
But don't you think the reward comes from power, or at least
a position of power, and being able to reward
certain
people.
privileges, certain more liberties, could be an incentive for individuals to move.
But you have to be in a place to give reward in the first place, right?
Yeah, the reward used to be your genetic makeup gets longevity. You get to have children. That used to be the reward for most men. So the reason why I'm speaking from position of power, Hamp had a show previously speaking about the influence that men have over a relationship, That's a position of power. We see its influence in both micro and macro. We have to look at power in the sense of how can we influence the mass. You have to do it from authority, from a place of authority and reverence and leadership. The fact that Hamp has been able to conduct the show for months on end with a lot more decorum than other spaces means he has a level of influence and power. And should you act outside of that, you're ostracized. You get clicked and you get dropped. And not only that, his community will do that for him. So he's influenced people who have watched and revered Hamp to a degree where he doesn't have to ensure the punishment. They will click and they will send donation and say, get out of here. That's not what we see Hamp as. So power of influence and leadership. And it has to be done from authority. We do this on a micro as men in relationship.
I once again, I think if you had an identical show with less principles and the same reward system, which is either your voice to be heard, clout, all the above, people will migrate over there too, as long as they find identical principles within that other space. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Hamp is providing a space and he is doing what he needs, and thus for the principles aligned on this channel are definitely aligning with what he's presenting. However, you give an identical space with the identical reward system, see how many people go over there. In fact, we literally just seen this situation where people align themselves with the worst of this community because of the exact same numbers. Let's be honest about it. Let's not be honest about it. The whole Princella shit.
No names.
I'm sorry. The whole princess. We all understood this. We all seen everybody a part of this space move over to the worst part of our principles and community because of what? The reward system, the ability to have access, the ability to be heard, the ability of being seen. So once again, our principles then become clashing based on the reward system.
So that's why I included earlier, what is the reason of why we have standards in the first place? It's to drive quality, excellence, and longevity. Now, yes, we can agree that there's an effect of people wanting to be part of something, but there's more to it. We're looking now at quality, longevity, and excellence. How long do you think those communities are going to last? Is it a passing by moment, or do you, so when you put a scale to Hamp versus whoever it is that you're comparing, who do you think is going to stand amongst most and to a degree be remembered in the space a lot longer for things of quality, longevity, and excellence?
And substance.
I in a perfect world, I would say the cream rises to the top, but I still believe that most of this world is inherently evil, so therefore I still believe that a lot of people still it's the whole superhero effect. We love to curse Batman, but we love the Joker. What reward system do we have by cheering on the evil person?
Yeah, but this is not a save everybody mechanism.
But you're approaching it like that. You're saying, oh, this person is doing the right thing, therefore sooner or later that person will be exalted. That's not necessarily true in society.
No, that's why I try and at least be concise and precise with the way that I speak about things. The identifier was one part. The other part is you get a set of guidelines of how to formulate relationship with whoever it is that you identified standards with. And that's for you to either abide by or not. That has nothing to do with whoever ensues the standards.
I would disagree for a second.
Yeah. The implementation of standards is one thing. The person implementing is also very important.
Yes.
Right. So you would assume that you could duplicate a construct, but depending on who's in charge of said construct has to make a difference.
Yes. That's pivotal. The enablers, right? The competence of the enablers. If you can have the best plan in the world, and I experience this pretty much not almost every day, but when I'm at the office, that's why as managers we try to give a very concise plan to the individuals that we want to do that, so that there's no mix-up, and we continuously check ourselves. So the enablers are very, very important when it comes to getting the plan out to the people.
Question: Is the threat of being ostracized effective enough? Like, can you ostracize before violence?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Because innately, we know we want to be a part of a group. We want to have some type of association. We want to feel a belonging to, and we understand that belonging is very, very pivotal to our survival. Right? It's easier for us to survive within a certain group than it is for us to be isolated alone. Not necessarily that we have to literally go out and hunt things, but societal wise, right? The more partnerships that we have, the easier our life is going to become. So if we know that's going to be in jeopardy, we're going to be more willing to protect that and stay within the safety of the group.
It would work for some men. A principled man, it wouldn't work for.
Majority.
Elaborate on that, Rick.
Right? Because
wait. So, but give me because there's some I you know how I feel about some. So,
right,
you think it work for the majority of men?
The majority of men, yes, because then we have to acknowledge that the majority of men aren't principled.
Mm-hmm.
Principled positively or period?
A principle is positive or negative depending on which side of the argument you on. What side of the fight are you on? Right. Again, what I'm trying to express, right, is the thing that everybody wishes to avoid that doesn't exist. The real reason why rules work. The real reason why principles work. What you say, hey, if you can't whoop me, what I say go, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody thinks they can change the world politically. Nature doesn't work like that.
I would say in the ostrich question, I would say that yes, you can use ostracization of a minority or people who not follow the plan, but you run a risk of emboldening another subsect of your society. You keep pushing somebody down who's standing on principle. Sooner or later, those people then make an uprising. So if you ostracize somebody, you better make sure clean them out, get rid of them, or else they will come back. They will then implement the reverse on you.
Right, but that's part of the system, E-Black. If you're going to go with something so forward, obviously you have to think about the repercussions that could happen and plan for that more so your defense versus your offense.
Which is why I mentioned the idea about power and influence. Because most of the time, those who follow the same standards as you would uphold whatever that is out in society. So those who come back being ostracized typically won't stand a chance. The other idea is, if we look at the structure that Ivy Leagues and people of that culture, they put their children through Ivy Leagues. They actually ostracize their children should they not achieve within that framework. They do. And this is how they maintain quality within their own family dynamic.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at framework rather than looking at a subset of class.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that they ostracize them is that they cut off all network and resources to that child and let them figure their way back into the fold. So it is quite effective because it includes resources. We're not just saying get out of the group, we're limiting or hindering your ability to attain resources.
Right, and it makes it more difficult for them because they have been raised in a particular lifestyle where a lot of things were given to them, right? And they never really had to work for it. So when you take away that from an individual with resources and money, it has a way bigger bang for the buck. It hits them way harder, and they're really able to make the change, and the change sticks longer. I've seen it.
We fire people all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of upholding a standard.
Damn. So, EBD, what's popping?
What's good? Sound check. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, you good, man. You good. So we're talking about just the general construct, but I noticed you had to send a super chat maybe a couple hours ago regarding hold on, I want to find it. Hold on. Well, do you remember what you said? You probably remember.
Yes, I've thought a while about this. Pretty much, I think the most our failure as men, especially Black men, the failure of leadership is not holding women accountable enough. I sincerely, now that I'm thinking about it, now that I have thought about it, I've come to that conclusion. I've come to the conclusion that we don't hold women accountable enough, and the reason I came to this conclusion is because when we try to have conversations and engage, we ask direct questions in which they refuse to answer the question. They'll change the subject, they'll windmill, they'll say anything other than answer the question. So where do we see this tactic of asking direct questions and expecting a direct answer other than the one room where everybody is held accountable, and that's called courts, the court of law. In the court of law, you're there to be held accountable for your actions, and how you get there is by asking questions, lawyers asking direct questions and expecting direct answers. And there's a system of accountability that checks that person who is being asked, answer the question. You will answer the question, or this court will hold you in contempt, and there will be consequences for you thinking that you can come in here and say anything and do anything.
EBD.
And we don't have that as a standard as a community.
But EBD, hold on. You know how when men get prosecuted and how women get prosecuted ain't the same.
Exactly. It's not the same. It's not the same.
Even there, it's
in the
not.
Court of law. It's not the same in the court of law, but it is enforced in society within a community.
What I'm arguing is they ain't held to the same accountability as men, regardless of where you are.
No, but I think that's a lack of leadership on men, not really the women, and I think that doesn't go. I don't think that holds. I don't think that holds water for every other community that establishes a patriarchy in which men lead.
First of all, that's not actually true, Hamp.
Go ahead.
Because your argument is that they're not held accountable, but they are. They're just not punished equally.
That's what I. Well, sorry. So that's what I meant. That's what I'm saying. Because the punishment isn't equal, they're not being held accountable enough based on what EBD was saying.
Okay.
Does that fit?
Yeah, that's good. But EBD, then now you still have to explain how you plan to implement your example of the court system on podcasts and panels.
I got you. So the system of on these panels that we occupy, men check each other all the time. We're checked virtually, we're checked in reality. What is accountability? But hang on. What is accountability than owning that you fucked up and that what you did was wrong and that you need course correction and that you've learned from your mistakes? What is accountability other than that?
I'll tell you what it is.
Wait, hold on real quick, Paulo. Hold on real quick, because he didn't answer my question.
No. I'm answering your question, but I just want to know if we have consensus on what accountability is and how we apply it in society. I'm just.
For the sake of argument, yes. Now answer the question.
Now that's the question. Now we would have to impose consequences on people who fail at trying to hold themselves accountable. We can't allow people to escape accountability because that's not how society or community works.
All right. Let me tell you.
Now, EBD, would that?
See, let me say this real quick. I'm gonna bring this to fantastic. I'm gonna drop myself down for a second.
Yeah.
Let me say this, and I'm gonna say this. I'm just saying this based for the conversation.
Okay.
I think that I would generally do the best job in making people answer a question.
Yes.
Now, obviously, nobody's perfect, right? Here's what happens when you guys, and I'm just saying you guys are dealing with the women. We are trying to prove them wrong so much as opposed to letting them walk themselves into the trap. Walk them down, but instead we try to run them down and say, no, here's why. What I say? So what I usually, I'm like, well, consider this, consider that. I'll repeat my question if I don't think I got an answer. But we so ready to just jump on their asses. Now it's a cat fight, which they don't mind doing.
No, I get it, and I hear you, and I get it. But the problem is, we're not.
No, you said, but you don't give a fuck what I said.
No. It doesn't start like that. It doesn't start with this.
I'm out of here, man.
It starts with a simple question that needs to be answered, but never gets answered. Instead, we go through magical rabbit holes of, well, that ain't the question that should be asked. Well, just because you don't want me to answer it the way you want. Okay, there's no introspection. There is no, well, maybe I did do something wrong. Maybe I should listen. Maybe if you can't lead someone you're asking, or you can't lead in a conversation, then yeah, where are you going to get to? You're never going to learn anything. You're never going to improve.
EBD, do you want to get them an opportunity to? Is it more for them to learn a lesson, or for them to understand and raise their value, right? That's what we need them to do. We need them to raise their value, right? So that they're more palatable, and then we can do a better job in working with them based upon the type of men that we are.
And the road to that is accountability and saying that what I'm thinking or what I thought or what I said was wrong.
Okay,
Did-
so
did
you
we
still
define
haven't
accountability
said-
first?
You still haven't said how we enforce that on these panels because you used the panels as an example.
Yes, like okay. So how do we enforce it on these panels? We don't let them escape accountability. We want the answer to the question. That's how we lead in these conversations.
So
Mr.
just so I can understand, you're saying we argue with them.
No, I understand that we argue with them, but we shouldn't be arguing with them. We should be holding them to the standard that we're held to. Like when you ask, like Beans, you'll
But you
ask the
equate to
question. Wait.
arguing.
Let me give you an example. Because I'll just succinctly. Beans, you'll ask a set of questions. Mr. Fantastic, he'll ask a set of questions. Kasim, you'll ask a set of questions in order to get to a conclusion that may change my way of thinking or may open my eyes to a point of view that I've never thought of before in order to therefore make better moves and improve. We'll take that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's the problem with that. What you're basically saying is argue with them. And the problem is that we already do that. That's
I'm
what
not saying to argue.
That's
I'm
what
not saying to argue.
you are though. So stop talking for a second because you wanted me to stop talking when you was talking, right?
Go
You are though, because essentially Hamp just described to you before he dropped down what it looked like, right? So yeah, they don't argue with him, and he think it's just because he talked nice to them, but it's not. It's because he's already created an entire aura, as Paulo already stated. There's an entire atmosphere over here for them to conduct themselves a certain way, but especially with him, right? But what you're suggesting that we do, we already do. And it doesn't get us anywhere in real life or on these panels. We
Then
already
how
do.
can we expect them to improve if
We
they're never
don't.
held to any account?
We don't.
Okay. All right. Y'all niggas been arguing about the same thing for like the last 10 minutes. It's real.
haven't been.
It's real time.
We haven't been.
Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody.
What a fantastic. Hey, only thing I was gonna ask is how are we expecting to hold women accountable when we can't even get to a basic code of conduct and standard? Why are we talking accountability for women when we ain't finished building with the brothers first?
Right. How do we even get back on women?
No, what I said was earlier. Okay, go ahead. But what I said was earlier that when we do come on these panels, we do hold each other accountable. We do see each other's point. People do concede eventually, no matter how much argument.
No, they don't.
No, we call each other bullshit out, EBD.
Please don't make me do it, man.
Yes, we argue, but it doesn't carry on to day 4 or 5.
Yes, it does.
No, well, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Shout out to everybody, man.
Peace, God.
No. Podcast. Even if as many times as me and you have clashed points, you conceded to me, I've conceded to you. And I would say that people think me and you are probably the most stubbornest, never admit they wrong niggas like in Earth history. Okay, so so what Cheeky was saying, what I'm saying, I think what EBD is saying, I'm not sure. The men are already always held accountable. The men are always by each other, by society, by women, by whatever. The point is, when are we going to start treating women like fucking women and not children? Are women adults or are they fucking kids with breasts? Where are they? Because the problem is we keep talking about the men. When the men have a code, the men have laws, the men have a social debt. They have everything to where the man is always held responsible if he do something wrong. So when are we going? The problem is we always want the fucking man to do something when the men have always done it. The men are always doing it.
Mr. Fantastic, question. If in these conversations, men very rarely concede, where's the accountability?
It's a fact, bro.
What? Very, very rarely and never is two different things, Hamp. Again,
Never.
if I have
Never. You want to go there? Let's go there. Never
not
concede.
true.
Yes, it is.
It's not true.
Yes, it is. Except for Kasim and me.
That's a damn lie. I just told you, nigga, it's on tape where I agree with podcast and podcast agree with me.
Yeah,
With
you know
no
what
guns
happened?
involved,
You know what happened that
with no
last
guns
time?
involved.
Now you being mean to me, and you talking about you concede.
It was no guns involved.
Wait a minute.
Me and fucking podcast agreed.
Can I, Mr. Taz, I love you. Is that okay? Can I talk? You mind?
Yo, my bad. I might have a delay. Go ahead.
Hey, Beans. one time, Mr. Fantastic had to admit something on the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
I look up, there was goddamn blood coming out his mouth, and somebody he was grinding his teeth. When he had to say he was wrong, I said, "Nigga, done bit his tongue off." Yo, there is That's what we act like it's accountable, but we be arguing. Then we end the show.
Right. And Fantastic. And this the thing though, Fantastic. You have to concede. Hold on, MBD. This the thing, Fantastic, too. Like I'm glad you use me and you, right? But the thing is, not only are we thinkers, but we're also content creators. So at some point, it's going to register to us that we're on a show and that we're more than likely on somebody else's platform, right? So we're mentally trying to have a legitimate conversation. If it turns into a debate, we're trying to have it in good faith more often than not, right? So, but you gotta understand that most of these people ain't us. Most of the people who come on these panels are not content creators, and they come up here to change the conversation from us as men and how we functioning with each other and how we can create an environment where we can galvanize each other under one umbrella to what we not doing with the women again when we was just away from that.
Yeah, and he froze.
You see what I'm saying?
He froze. And Beans, let me ask you this. Well, Mr. Fantastic, are you back? He probably got an Android.
You do got.
I can hear y'all just fine. I don't know what my camera doing.
Yeah, you got a little
delay.
delay.
But I'm
delay.
It froze. So this part though, all right. Let's. I don't want to bring it here, but I want to use this as an example.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about men's accountability. When we say it's her fault if he don't put a condom on.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck does that sound like?
So this is the thing.
Oh,
the
shit.
wording is problematic.
It sounds
right?
like
the
logic.
wording is problematic.
See, look. All right, go ahead, B.
No, listen, the wording. I can admit that the wording is problematic, right? But it's the way that you have to look at it is from the individual's perspective, right? So from my perspective, if I go in a chick raw and she burned me, I should have put on the rubber. From the female's perspective, if a dude go in her raw and she let him and he burned her, it's her fault that he didn't have a rubber on because she could have demanded that. And if he didn't do it, then she could have said no. So it's from the person's own responsibility, their own accountability for what's happening to them in their life. But I see what you mean by the wording.
When we say it out loud, Bean, you feel me?
Yeah.
Like, in
no,
go ahead,
But
Mr.
Beans, if you a man of principle, you gonna put the rubber on anyway.
Yeah,
But
but
yeah,
no.
but that's-
Again,
yeah, but that's
I
for me.
hate when you niggas do. Can I come in? I don't know if I'm back. Listen, I hate
Yeah,
when
we
niggas
got
do this. Okay, we y'all speak from this place of virtue and ultimate nigga never did no wrong, and every last one of you niggas done went wrong before. Every last one of you. Okay. Can we stop? Can we stop the fucking cap? Now, should there things that we should do? Yes, there's things that we should do. But no one goes through life perfect and does everything. Okay, we got to stop speaking from this point where, well, nobody should ever not wear rubber ever again. That shit is impossible. It's not gonna happen.
No, you're right,
Okay,
Mr. Fantastic. We're saying that it's your fault if you don't put a rubber on, not hers.
No, listen, no. I don't listen. There's such thing. Hold on. There's such thing as shared responsibility, but one person is more culpable. Wow. It's like a fucking car accident, bro. It's like a car accident, right?
Wow. I can tell you right now, 100% of the time, a woman told me to put a condom on. I put a condom on. I had sex.
Yeah, but now, okay. So what's
Can
the
we do
other
a
side?
poll around the? Can we do a poll around the? Can we do a poll around the thing?
My nigga, wait, hold on. You got to get the other side. Now what? Now what about when she didn't tell you to put one on? Did you put it on then? And she didn't say nothing.
That was not the question. The question was.
There wasn't no question. No, nigga, no.
Well, what you're doing is you're
do you see it?
grandstanding
Happening right now.
But you put a standard. You said
you feel me?
Everybody goes raw.
They're arguing.
I have never gone raw when required by a woman.
Okay,
I'm going raw now. Shit, I've been going raw from the grip.
Wait. Well, hold on. Listen what you're saying. When required, I literally gave that exact scenario. I said when she don't fucking require it. Yes, I did.
You
I
said
said if they don't tell you to put that rubber on, you're not putting it on. You
All right.
do. Everybody go wrong.
All right. No.
I didn't even get to make
All
my
right,
point.
Mr. Fantastic, you won. Mr. Fantastic, you won.
I didn't even get to make my point though.
You won. We heard you made this point 1,000,000 times before. You good?
No, nigga. Respectfully, brother. I had the whole point about the whole principle thing, and that's what I said. You know, bro, principle is extremely situational. It's individualistic, and that shit changed. Hell, I don't give a fuck how much you talk about you gonna punch a white boy in the face if he call you, you know, hard R N-word. He got that strap on his hip. You ain't doing shit. I promise you that.
Why you?
Are you? You throwing that punch? You got the strap? And you empty-handed?
I don't be walking around naked. Oh, if I'm naked?
No, answer the question, nigga. Yeah, answer the question.
And he pulled the strap?
He's clearly showing you the strap. Do some hard R N-word with a piece of straw in his mouth and a Confederate flag T-shirt.
How close am I?
What you doing?
How close am I?
You close enough to throw the punch if you want to.
What kind of strap is
And
it?
he got the strap in hand.
What he got?
Strap. It's a 20. It's a 22.
I'm going. Yeah, I'm going for it.
Yeah, and you going to see Uncle Charles. boom.
But if you put me in a predicament, but that's not the same thing.
No, nigga, no. That's why I wanted to say this. No, nigga, no. You said a principled man, no matter the consequences, no matter the situation, stands on principle, and that's what we've been trying to tell you. That is not true. Your principles change, like to the knowledge, right? Shout out to you. Hold on, you've not always been in the knowledge, right, Hemp?
Facts.
Exactly. So before you were into the knowledge, you had no idea. Your whole lifestyle, your whole principle set had. I imagine it's like 180 of what it was currently, correct, or somewhere close to it, right?
I would say that's fair.
But you know, again, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So once you, it's like that, it's the age-old adage of once you learn better, you do better, right? Or even if you learn something like for me, and a lot of black men, right? The Christian church. A lot of black men abandon the Christian church. Why? Because we found out, like, even though we may not agree wholeheartedly with a lot of the, you know, the Hebrew Israelites and a lot of things like that, but those brothers have introduced, like, hey, man, this stuff y'all being taught in the church is not biblical. The Bible ain't saying none of that. So being that we're taking something from brothers that we may not fully agree with on their philosophy, but it makes sense, and you have all of the facts right here before you when someone walks you down, you have to change your principle. So that's what even though it's something that you may agree with. So I mean, I still consider a Christian, but by the modern Christian standard, hell no. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna go to a T.D. Jakes and hear him talking about swallowed up. I'm not going to that. I'm not going to his congregation. I'm not going to that church. But I still believe about what he claims to, you know what I'm saying, portray. So that's what I'm saying. When you guys say principle, your principles are everybody's principles. At some point, bro, they fold, bro. I'm just saying.
All right,
your logic is flawed and disjointed, Mr. Fantastic.
Damn. Tell him why.
The disrespect.
So, principles and standards can conflict with one another. They also can exist on a tier system. Some principles and standards are worth maintaining with your life. Others simply aren't. Maybe that one example you used is an example of a standard that Hamp does not feel is worth keeping with his life. But it's certainly worth keeping if his life weren't on the line, because maybe he feels as though his reputation is on the line. But without life, what use is a reputation? One can be protected without jeopardizing the other.
No. Wait. When you speak in absolutes there, brother Aaron, okay, Uncle Phil, as they so, you know what I'm saying, call you, you know what I'm saying, gracefully, brother. No, he said all the time, every time. All the time, every time means no matter what, you're going to stand on that. You can't switch that up and say, at the extreme, no.
I said I'm going, you call me a lion. That ain't fair.
Yeah, because you're not, brother. You know, again, help. Now, do I believe help?
Brother.
Do I believe you'll go sit down and do, 5 months or whatever months in jail, do a bid, you know what I'm saying, for that amount of time? Yes. But will you leave your family, bro, behind and leave everything to your wife to take care of 17 kids, brother? Come on now. You're not doing that. Listen.
I only got 6 kids, asshole.
Oh, my bad.
That's a nice one, Fantastic. I see what you did right there, right? Because wait, Fantastic. Look, I see what you did right there, because he's the same one that said if somebody from his household had to go to jail, him or the wife, it would make more sense for it to be the wife. Because if he went, then everything falls apart. So there's no way he's.
Got him.
Hey,
got him.
No, but
does that change your answer? Does that change your answer?
No, I don't think it changed the answers.
No, I'm just asking you personally, with the context that Mr. Fantastic gave, about leaving your family and your children vulnerable. Would that change the answer about you going for it because someone just called you the hard R?
No.
Okay.
Are we assuming that just because you have principle now you're a dumbass?
One of these Kentucky dudes to come see about you.
No, man. It's not that you're a dumbass. It's just that when you speak in absolutes and saying that I'm going to do something no matter what, bro, a lot of people love doing that, and then you never know until you're into that situation. A lot of people say,
bring the zipper down a little bit, Miss Fantastic. You can't hear us, I don't think.
I hear you just fine, brother.
Shit.
What about it gotta be something. But what about what Aaron said though? Is that fair? Like, for instance, did you see what somebody put in the chat? Like, there's certain things I would not do that will require death. It is what it is. But what about what Aaron's saying? You saying it's either all or nothing, huh?
Yes, and that's what I'm talking about. A principle by you guys is standard. I'm only going by the standard you set, okay?
Right.
You and the other brothers that are principal fucking, promoters, right? The principal promoters, you guys are saying, no matter what, I'm going to do that. And if you don't somehow do that, you're for sale, you're less than a man, you're pussy, you're all these different things. Life is not that cut and dry and that simple. That's unrealistic. That's not, everything has stipulations, is what I'm saying. You're proving my point. Bro, again, I can say all day that I'm not going to do something and it sounds good practically. But in practice, it's totally different once I'm actually fucking, what's the name of the thing? There's a lot of disrespect I will not allow a man to do to me if it's just man to man, hand to hand. But if you got the strap, bro, you got it. If you're willing to throw your life away over words, hey, to me, I mean, hey, good luck. I mean, I hope your life insurance policy is paid up and, and a high amount. But I don't feel like risking my life or losing it over something simple as words. And that's why I say principle is very individualistic. That's Hamp's principle. I would think if you ask, my bad, go ahead.
No, I'm just. Are you being like deliberately obtuse with this? When they said that principles are to be upheld no matter what, the context of that conversation was about things like opening the door, carrying cases of water. And like, I do believe that there are lots of men out there, especially ones that are dedicated to chivalry, that will do those things no matter what society thinks of them or how they're deemed or what the trend is, or if they are receiving credit or gratitude for the chivalrous act. I believe that they'll stand on that. But you can't sit here and tell me that no matter what means if you put a gun to someone's head and said, don't carry that case of water, they're going to go picking up the water. That's bullshit.
Yes, it actually does mean that. That's literally what no matter what means.
All right, you're a little bit saying that's not what that means.
No. You can't pick the easy part. No, you can't. Look, Ham. What you use as an example before? Men's Society, right? When he told Kane to get out the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was the fucking ultimate fucking shit, right? He could have gave the whip, and that nigga said, "Kane, get out. I'm not giving up shit." A lot of people in history, they will die about it. It's some niggas that'll die over a fucking a flag, bro, a gang color, a street sign. It's people that will die over that, a neighborhood name. So you can't pick and choose, Aaron. Yes, if you say it's for any cause at all times, that's what it means. And most people understand that's why it's extremely difficult and unreasonable. A lot.
Can you read this?
Miss Fantastic. Ain't nobody riding by me. And
Can you read it?
Black. Shut up.
Can you read it?
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Mr. Fantastic, please yell it in the car. You scaring the pink people riding by. You and JT are the worst car podcasters. Triple laughing emoji.
But
I think you just made a statement. I think you just made a point to prove that there are people who will stand on principle regardless. The fact that you brought up gangs means that there are people who are going to stand on it regardless of what society think of them. And gangs is a great example that you brought onto this. Now, do all gangs die? If you're part of a gang, are you 100% your likelihood of death is there? No, not necessarily. But they understand that there are frameworks in place in order to prevent these measures. So I made a comment earlier that just because you have principle doesn't mean that you're a dumbass, in the sense of you don't have frameworks to optimize the environment that you're in.
No, let's even take it a step further. I think we've all been probably late to an event or to work, and we see a woman far away. And are we going to open the door? No. Sometimes we, even though we're principled gentlemen, we're going to say, you know what? I'm going to arrive to that event on time. You're going to have to catch me on the next one. So even though I have a standard of chivalry in that where I will open the door for every woman I see, I might miss a chance or opportunity based on the situation I'm in. So I'm sorry, she's going to have to catch the dough next time.
And the sentiment, when I think, and please anyone correct me on this panel, the sentiment that we use when we say standards and principle is something of positive nature and of improving of quality and excellence.
No.
And if I'm wrong on that, you know, you can correct me.
Let me read these.
No, you are wrong.
Before.
You are.
Let me read these real quick. I'm far behind this, bro. Mr. Fantastic, hold on. What? Every time I've been at gunpoint, I ain't flinched though. What do you think about that?
That's cool, but you still living. So you complied, brother. More likely than not, you complied.
Let's get Mr. Fantastic out of here.
Damn it.
Nah, Beans, don't laugh at that. Don't encourage him.
Lightning? What's up?
One time I had my book bag. I was coming from DJing. So he ran down on me. You know, they be having in their coat. You know the vibe, right? And I'm like, he's like, give me your book. I said, you can have this book bag, Playboy. But I gave him $50 that I had in my pocket, and I got in the car and left. That's a flinch?
No.
That's a flinch.
Nah, that's
brave. Hey, no. For the nigga that used the fucking cane, get out the car scenario, nigga, and I'ma swing on somebody that called me hard. You supposed to
Hold on, Big Salute with a $2 says, how much the band should ride for 2 months? Why you want to ban him for 2 months?
$1,000.
Ella was popping. He probably not here right now. He said this at $3.50. Ella with the $10 says, without religion, half these niggas wouldn't know how to think. Religion didn't create more morality, it attempted to define it. Principles come from within based on one's experience. PSPJ, what up though with the $5 says, I'm just trying to figure out when will y'all ever speak up for the disabled men that it's hard to be the men we should be by the panel standards. Damn.
Let's see.
Romello with
I've heard you read that comment before, though. I've seen that comment on before.
Jay always said something similar to that. Romello with the $5. One's action shows intentions, and the words are a verification. Communication is 80% nonverbal. Tezzy K with the $5 says, "Hint, please. What we are missing is the meaning of words about standards and principles for what they really mean. Forget what they saying." Okay. And then we got this one. CJ with the $2 says, he proved your point by asking what kind of gun. No, CJ, you asshole. I was joking around. You ever heard of satire? Smart guy? God damn it. Sunshine with the $5 says, do you guys hold the door for other men? Why and what's the benefit? I do.
Absolutely.
I do.
I do at the gym all the time because they're carrying stuff, their gym bag, basketball. Hey man, I got you.
But you know what's crazy about it? Dudes say thank you like 99.9% of the time.
Yes.
Appreciate you, my G. You good, my dog. Appreciate you. Something, dude.
Yes.
Like that's the crazy part about it. That's the crazy part about it. You know what I mean? And it goes back to what I'm talking about. But just let me address Professor, right? Professor, no. They specifically said that when I said my super chats, principles are good and bad, bro. Like we said, the gang member doesn't have good principles, but he stands on principle. That's why I say morality caps principle, because morality is a consensus of what's more acceptably right or wrong by society. Morality fucking caps principle because that is something that, for the most part, maybe not 100%, but as close to it as you can get, as where this is socially acceptable. This is good human behavior for everybody. Your principle may be, hey, if you got on the motherfucking the wrong color hat and the wrong color hood, I'm robbing you or I'm shooting you. That's principle, but it's not moral. It's not morally sound. That's what I'm saying. So yes, it is both good and bad. Not just all principles not good.
Let me make a point real
and
quick.
Also when you hold the door for men, when men go to the door, men they look at you.
That's all good. I ain't tripping.
Yeah, you all right. But men, like I said, men look when you hold the door for a man, they look at you to make sure that they acknowledge you. Women, they don't do that. You know, they'll keep walking, thank you, but they won't look at you like a man will.
All right, go ahead, B.
It's also a sign of respect.
I hate to be the one to do this, but I wouldn't be standing on my principle if I didn't. Fantastic. This is not an argument, but I disagree with the take that gang members don't have principles. I would argue they have more principle than a lot of people.
No, he said they do, Beans.
No, I said they do.
He said the morals are in question.
Yeah, I said morality. I say that's what I'm saying. The worst people.
He understands. He understands. He's saying,
yeah, Mr. Fantastic. My bad, I misheard you. I thought you said that they don't, right? But even as it pertains to morality, I would think specifically for somebody who was in the military that you would understand how that shit work, right? Because we move a certain way in this world based on what we think we need, right? It's a competitive game. You got people fighting over landscape, territory, resources, and all of that. It is what it is. Nobody ain't always right. We don't always agree or disagree. But again, I misheard you, Fantastic. So that's on me. My bad.
No, it's cool. But this last thing, and y'all got it. And that's a great point you gave, right? So the military, that's what I actually wanted to use that as the situation. The military is a great example, right? Because you can be given an order that's an order, and by your principle, you're supposed to follow that order. You actually give oath to do that. You make a promise to do that. But if that order is unlawful or immoral, now you have to hold yourself to the standard to call that out, because now you know if you just say I was following orders, that's not acceptable. So if you keep in line with principle of, hey, you're given an order, you follow it, but then it turns out to be immoral, you know what I'm saying? Now you'll be held responsible on the back end because you should have known better. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be this robot. So that's why I say when we have the principle argument, and like any man that goes against his principle, people go against their principle all the time because the principle isn't always moral, or the principle isn't fitting for the thing. Hamp ready to go sit down and all those different things, cool, fine, that's him. But I promise you, a lot of men are not going to agree with that over words. Does that make him any worse or you know what I'm saying, or any better? I mean, depending on who you ask. But most people aren't going to agree with that principle. I know a lot of y'all niggas just go along with it because it's his show and he say it. But y'all niggas not agreeing with that. Y'all not getting down with that.
They never agree.
But it's a difference. It's difference in principle. Can we define at least some example of principles derived from standards? I'll give you one.
Principles are derived from standards.
Yeah, I agree, but we haven't defined any principle at all. Not in the case of my involvement, unless I've missed that part completely. Can we at least define what we're talking about?
I don't think they were talking necessarily about which standards and principles are able to be broken. I think people were more or less talking about the benefits or the punishments.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's a real quick. Hold on, real quick, KJ. That's a good question, Paulo. Honestly, I'm sitting here struggling with it.
Ask it one more time, Paulo.
Damn.
Can we define these principles? And can we define these standards and value system that we keep having conversation around? And I think the sentiment that we're trying to have here with these sort of conversation is that we identify problematic things in society. We've identified that standards are all over the place, therefore principles are all over the place. So can we give some examples of those things?
So wait, I got a question to Hamp. Is it possible? Can we draw our principles, not our morals, but our principles from religious texts?
Yes.
Okay. So if I can draw my principle from religious texts, so when the Bible is specifically instructing me to let no man put asunder, right? Then we see men who don't leave their women, who don't divorce their wives when they are quote unquote participating in red flag behavior, but we call them simps and this or that. Can we argue that they're just standing on the principle of their faith?
Oh, 100%. Because the law actually gives you strict rules about divorce. You can still name call them though, Beans. It doesn't make them not that, but regardless, they're gonna stand on it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think principle is kind of personal, and
But
I think
that's
the standard
interesting.
applies to more than one person.
I literally said that. That's
No, I know.
principles
I'm
are
just making some of that.
individualistic.
Please don't get
That's why I'm
Ms.
saying, Paulo
Fitzpatrick
Fessa,
started again.
it's not a great question, Paulo Fessa, because I've already explained it to you. Everyone's principle is going to be individualistic.
So let's
Everything
wait.
from
Okay, well, let's do this, right? So, like KJ, not to cut you off, Ms. Fitzpatrick, just to let's just see what we can figure out. Because that's a good when Podcast just said what he said. That's a great example. But like men, you shouldn't be disrespected. That's a men's standard, right? KJ?
Yes.
Yeah, you
know?
shouldn't be disrespected. Yes.
Now, do the principles come in with what you willing to do or not do if you disrespect it?
It would be predicated on a person, but I wanted to chime in
In terms of principle, though. But no, you could. But just, you see what I'm asking? What do you think?
No. I get it. I just don't
Like how Beans just
I
asked,
just don't
you know.
believe in setting a principle around violence at all. I think me putting a principle around violence is just fucking stupid.
Shit. I mean,
Wait
go
a
ahead.
minute.
My bad.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No. So let me explain. Now, let me tell you a background. Now, first thing first, I am a martial arts instructor, right? So
Which
I
one?
understand how
Which
how
one
this works.
first? Which martial art?
So I have a black belt in Kempo karate, I have a black belt in Shotokan karate, and I have my second degree black belt in the UDT.
Okay.
What's UDT? I don't know that one.
Unconditional defensive tactics. So it's more of a hybrid. So you get a lot of different arts that kind of come into it.
Yeah, you better tap into that one because them other two, I'm
Oh yeah. I mean, you mainly get that's where I'm at. I mean, I teach out.
I got a black belt and unlicensed weaponry. No, I'm just go ahead.
But I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm gonna handle disrespect how I handle disrespect, but I'm not gonna make the way that I have to handle the disrespect a principle. That's what I'm saying.
I like that.
It's the consequences.
Like
so
this
the
guy,
consequences of going against your
that's
principle.
what I'm saying. Like
right?
I'm not gonna say, yo,
Yeah.
if he do this right here, yo, I got to kill that nigga. No, I'm not saying it has to be that. Now, how I'm gonna handle my disrespect, I'm gonna handle it, but I'm not letting the punishment be a principle. I think that is stupid. To
There
say
you
I
go.
got to do this now, that's crazy.
I like that.
That's a good breakdown.
well,
This guy-
hold
Go
on.
ahead, Aaron.
I would
That's
challenge.
nice.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, let Aaron get in. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, you be thinking.
Kenpo to M or N? The gentleman next to me. Yeah, Kenpo to M or N?
You talking about you, Kareem Jabbar?
I just heard the N word.
No.
Is it Ken?
Kenpo.
N or M?
No, he's asking KJ.
KENPO. M. The
November?
more Americanized.
Oh, okay.
N
Mike,
is in
K,
November.
Mike. Okay, got it. All right.
Yeah.
So standards is like a baseline. Standards is pretty much an agreed level of quality of something, right? Now that kind of differs from principle. Principle is a law or rule, which more is akin to conduct.
Okay.
It's what
That's
you
good.
do to maintain a standard. Your principle is how diligent you are with maintaining the standard.
Yeah. I like that. I
You
like
understand
that.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I would piggyback on that and say one of my principle is to remain here to be able to protect and provide for my family. That's why I wouldn't make my principle be directly associated with the violence.
That man,
Right.
come
Because
on, man.
with those scenarios, if that
provisionary
man
and
pull a
protectional.
gun, my principle is to be here for my family. So why would I do something stupid and get my ass killed, which then would go against my actual principle of staying for my family?
Yeah.
And the standard being provisional and protectional for your family. That's the standard.
That's the standard.
And you're
Provision and
maintaining that
protection.
by principled behavior. Exactly.
But you
Yeah.
see that though. But you see that though, Ham, because I think a lot of people misunderstand me when I always be saying the intellectual standard. They think I'm saying be superior to everybody else. Well, I'm not. I'm saying in most schools, you got the 20% that's AP, you got the 20% that's super remedial, but then you got the standard. That's why they call it standardized testing. I'm saying we should at least maintain the intellectual standard, right? So I like the fact that he explained that way.
And that's good. And you know what else helps it, Beans? You know what else helps it? That the majority of us are sitting like, you know what? Let's accept that as a standard itself. Right. You know what I mean? Like we're not pushing at it too much because I'm like, okay, that makes sense overwhelmingly. Even if you have maybe a couple points of contention, generally speaking, what he's saying is solid. So I'm like, let's go with that so the conversation can continue, you know?
Absolutely.
So that,
why am I getting so much pushback when I said earlier that no matter how much fighting and argument we do, we can come to a conclusion and we can all agree on something? Why was I getting pushback when I said that before?
Your voice,
because we'd learn. Because we learn communicators.
Trust me, Paulo. Trust me, I got it. EBD, because that's applicable to about 10% of the people in the space. That's the point. Right? This is why he's saying we could do that. Not everybody.
Not everybody. No,
I get it.
Not even the minority.
But the EBD, look at the frame. Look at the framework of conversation that we have. Look at the framework of conversation that we have. If we have a miscommunication, we either attempt to correct it, or people ask clarifying question, and we mine out what it is that we mean. Do we do that with women?
We try.
Do we do that with women? Do we apply the same framework?
Hold on. Yes, Professor, we actually do. And Hamp does a very bullshit. Hamp, you deal with fucking Q in love. Stop playing. You deal with Q in love. Are you kidding me? Listen,
I said we, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, he's talking about it
as a group.
Yes, Professor. Let me answer the question. So yes, we do, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. The thing is that the women refuse to be honorable or just be realistic. They show it to you. Even in the thing that Hamp showed, right? Fatty asked a great question. You know what the women did? They refused to answer. None of them answered it. Because men and women are different. We know this, but again, like I said, hold up, but that's what I'm saying. Women are not held to the standard. Women are allowed to be children when they're grown adults. And then the men turn around and get blamed and say, oh, well, you guys don't have principle. You guys don't have this. So why are you trying to check the women? Motherfucker, the men are always checked. Always.
Go in the house, Mr. Fantastic.
But to that point, we would have to. So that point, I believe we would have to hold everybody else. We can't sit on these panels with a panel full of men, and we don't hold all the men to the standard, and then bring the women up and say, "But y'all got to be held to the standard." That's what I'm saying. That Hamp said, and I got it clipped. He said it's about checking stupid shit. So I'm like, check all the stupid shit. Don't cherry pick the stupid shit. Check all of it. Any part of it.
Yo, Beans. You want to know why it always get that chaotic? Because most of these guys believe in going with morality and they try to do what's right. So because they so nice-hearted, they don't have no principles that they standing on. They don't control it. They just nice guys because they do what their morale tells them to.
These niggas ain't nice.
Do we not make room for the possibility that there are different standards, different baseline levels of quality that should apply? So, for example, when talking to women, you have to understand where to put the standard based on their intellect, the way they process the world. Like the teacher is always responsible for having a commanding understanding of the material that's being taught and the student that needs to learn it. Let's set that as a standard. That has to be established. So if you're talking to a woman, it's your responsibility to understand the nature of the conversation that you're having with her and how she interprets it. And then you make an adjustment from there.
I agree, but Aaron, wait, let me ask you this though, because this is big to me, right? So let's say I agree with you 100%, but which one is primary? For us to understand how to communicate with women, or for women to understand how they process shit? So that when we're trying to go ahead.
I'm going to tell you who's primary. The superior communicator.
Okay, but
on the macro level or on the individual?
They look to us to be leaders as men, which means there's already the pre-agreed notion that we are the superior communicators. If we're supposed to lead, then we're out in the front of the charge.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Fantastic.
But you're doing it again, Aaron.
The point would be
we're doing it again.
You can't lead these women even in a
conversation. Wait. Here's what I'm gonna ask. That we don't latch on to the one thing he said in saying women expect us to be leaders. Because that's the point we're gonna try to attack and break down. What he said was the superior communicator should be the one to take onus because it can be most effective. And
he said primary. He said the primary. Yeah. He said it's primary for us as men, but he said as that men, on the fact that they expect us to be leaders, and that is incorrect as it pertains to communication. When we're talking about people who believe they're communicating with us on an equal footing, that is exactly how they communicate.
Let's see. Hold on. Well, let Bean says. But real quick, Bean says something. Let Aaron respond, and you can come back in, Miss Fantastic. Go ahead.
It wasn't a direct connection, although it can be a correlation. It was more of a comparison. Mm-hmm. I'm saying, if then in this case, then so too should be the same in this. Now, but it's more of a parallel.
You broke up.
You breaking up, Aaron. But see, I'm so really quickly. This is why I'm saying that, Aaron, because I want you to repeat what you said because you just broke up. Just so you understand, we're literally using these panels as the example, right? So I think there's a sort of individual accountability and responsibility that comes with you hitting that link and coming up on this panel, right? That the men on the panel should not have to be responsible for how you interpret, how you process, right? We can say as men, yes, on a macro level that we have to communicate on a superior level. If you want to suggest that, I won't argue with you. But I'm saying when you hit that StreamYard link and you come up here saying I accept the intellectual standard. Anything less than that, I think is problematic to hold men accountable to it.
Right. So that kind of it does a little bit to prove my point. When you're communicating with someone, you have to fully understand that person that you're communicating with. Now, if the person that you're communicating with is an audience, many of whom you can't interact with, there's no way of knowing. You can't assess the intellect of who you're communicating with, right? So on a one-on-one, you should be able to assess, right? As a superior communicator, you should be able to assess your audience and their intellectual ability, which is the argument that I was making when it comes to talking to women. And that was more of a parallel drawn with the leadership component, although they can sometimes intersect and become connected. It was more or less a parallel to say, if you are the expected leader, if you're out in front of the situation, then the results or the outcome of that situation is primarily predicated on what you do. Same thing, I believe, in communication. If you're the superior communicator, the quality of the conversation that's had is largely a responsibility of you as a superior communicator.
No.
And Beans,
that's why they say you don't
let Fantastic jump
my bad.
That's why they say you don't. That's why they say you don't argue with fools, Aaron. You cannot be held responsible for the person that you're having the conversation with, and you shouldn't have to dumb yourself down to talk to an idiot. Hold on. Furthermore, go ahead, Aaron. Go.
No, but see, that's why they say that. Don't argue with idiots. What's happening is that's the superior intellect recognizing that the idiot is incapable of receiving the information, and you eliminate the argument altogether, which improves the quality of communication. So you don't go down that rabbit hole. But when you're talking to women, you, I'm sure, should be able to assess what changes need to be made so that she does receive the information. Idiots, you can't make any change in the world to change them receiving the information.
No, they're idiots. Aaron, you're just
women are idiots. You on that?
Wait, hold on. I'm not saying all women are idiots, but a lot. When you refuse to accept, like Bean said, the intellectual standard, and no matter how much we walk you down this lane to where a child could understand, that's an idiot. So either she should not be held accountable for her purposeful fucking not accepting the standard. You get that's what I'm saying. You can't, bro. It's not always the teacher. If the teacher supposed to break everything down and the students is dumb, there's the thing is dumb students.
All right, Mr. Fantastic.
Can I ask Aaron a question real quick? about communication?
I'll be real quick, EBD.
Yeah, just real quick.
People are not.
I mean, I can see. I
Can
can
y'all
see
hear
about
me?
communication about.
Yeah,
we can hear you, Paulo. We
Yeah,
can hear you.
my bad.
But EBD, do you have a question? Because what you do is make a comment and say it's a question.
It's a question.
All right, without context, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the context of what he just said.
Yeah.
About communication.
That's
If we're dealing with women on these panels, and I ask a direct question, and they say, "Well, you're actually saying this and that and the other, and this and that and the other," even though I've never said these things, but I'm asking a direct question to get to a context of a point. Am I a bad communicator, or are they a bad listener and receiver?
So at that point,
okay,
they are
right?
they are not properly interpreting what you're saying. But that's not the end of it, though, is it?
That was my only question. Am I a bad communicator for asking the question and they don't want to answer it, and then they say something that I never said because they assume? Are they bad listeners, or am I a bad communicator in that context?
Neither. Until you get a confirmation or clarifying, see what happened with Beans just a moment ago. He misinterpreted what someone else said. Yeah. You have to go through that process to be able to establish for real the answer to your question. Until that happens, you don't know.
So real quick, Paulo, Beans misheard him. He didn't misinterpret. If he just heard the words in reverse, he don't miss a lot of shit. Here's what happens when y'all on the panel with the ladies. Mr. Fantastic will be saying something as an example, right? He'll say something, and you know what you'll do, EBD? What you're doing right now, nod. And so then they be like, well, y'all niggas say X, Y, and Z. And you be like, I ain't say it. Well, yes, you did, nigga. You nodded when Mr. Fantastic said it. That's what be happening.
Wait, say that again?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they associate because you like this.
Mental kung fu.
I'm telling you, when they see it, though, that's what I'm saying. They associate with you.
Do you see what he just did? He understands how the female intellect receives and processes information through other sensory input that you may not necessarily be looking at. He just showed you why he's able to communicate with women a bit more successfully than some of your other fellow panelists.
Yeah.
And I'm a beneficiary of the same skill.
Go ahead, Paulo.
You have to be aware of everything that's going into their brain.
Let's get Paulo, then Kasim, all right? And then I feel like E Black been wanting to say he's been frowning and shit, so let's get him into. Go ahead, Paulo.
Yeah, I think we also have to clarify: are we communicating to convince other people, or are we debating a point? Whether you're debating a point or you're trying for conversion, it's two completely different things, right? So you're a bad communicator if you're not effective at correcting misinterpretation of what you're trying to say. And if you keep arguing the same thing over and over again without correcting misinterpretation, then you are a bad communicator.
Oh, wait.
But it's based on intention. It's based on intention. Are we debating, or are we trying to convert you to what we perceive as something of truth or correction?
Okay, well, first of all, these panels are the panels. I don't care what niggas say they not. Okay, but Paulo, in real life though, are you saying if you repeat the same thing, then that's what makes you a bad communicator?
Yeah. So, for example, I'll give you a real life example. I tell my wife, stop hinting at me to do shit. Just tell me to do shit, right? Yeah. She's a bad communicator because she tells me indirectly of what to do.
Right.
Maybe you know the trash was taken out last week, or hindered me. I know what you're trying to say. Just say it straight.
Right.
And for me, oftentimes I've got to weave a story in order to get her interest in line with what I'm trying to convey. And that's part of the dance that we do. Communication is a two-way street. It's not a one-way, I'm gonna force my shit on you and you're gonna understand, or you're going to be classified as someone who's bad at listening.
Absolutely. But Paulo, you are one of the smartest people in this space. So I know doggone well, that 85% of the women, and I don't want to make this about the women, but 85% of the women who hit these panels hit them defensively already. Right, and they're not my girlfriend, they're not my wives. So I don't want to have to take the time to try to calm you down or get you to not be defensive. I want you to hit the link and come up here like you're in college.
Or maybe your points are not just that smart.
A debate in good faith.
Maybe your points aren't that good and that smart, and they're not understanding why you're trying to convince them of a lower level thought.
No, it's not about convincing them.
This is a personal. This is a personal strategy.
No.
This is a personal strategy.
Sometimes
Beans.
you're spitting. Hold on. Sometimes you're thinking you're spitting some high level shit. And I'm not you personally, Beans, but sometimes I'm talking to your point. Sometimes we're thinking that we're speaking some high level stuff, and really we're just bullshitting. And then we get into debates because really it's this low level argumenting.
But that's irrelevant,
just
right?
Simple as that.
But E-Black, that's irrelevant.
Beans, let me clarify first, real quick. So E-Black, we don't say some. So what do you think? The majority of the time, niggas just be kicking with that they think is game and isn't, or the minority of the time?
I think the majority.
Damn.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. It's irrelevant, right? Because that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is something that's simple.
I follow you, Beans. I follow you.
You're talking about
we're talking about something very simple, right? So if we're saying something specifically in line with what how men experience women, and the woman is being defensive, right, and won't allow for some. We can present evidence. We have clips of women saying, "You know what? I get the logic, but the way my mind is set up, I'm just gonna stick with what I'm thinking." What?
Yeah.
You know what? I heard what you said, but now you know what? I see the evidence you presenting, but anyway, like that's what I'm talking about. So
because
if we're
you're
dealing with
together a concise thought or a concise high level,
not a thought though. E-Black, that's what I'm saying. You're
trying to do
arguing
is
now.
E-Black, it's complete.
Not a thought. Feel and think and retain information, which goes to my point. Maybe that information is not so mind blowing that they necessarily need to retain it.
It doesn't have to be mind blowing. It just has to be present. If we present you, they're always talking about provide us with evidence. If we provide you
on your level.
If you, nobody's talking about.
Let me follow this one, E-Black, because I understand where Beans is coming from.
If we show it to you, the evidence, it's not coming from me. This isn't my point. This isn't my opinion, my perspective. We provide you with the evidence, and you sit there.
And I think it's full.
I got a clip from the girl on Hemp Show. She said, "I understand the logic, but the way my mind is set up, I'm just gonna believe what I want to believe."
It don't make sense, but it makes sense to me. Yeah.
Good.
So this is where it might be a little bit dicey.
Well, because Kasim was waiting. Kasim, you mind if they continue this back and forth for another couple
Yeah,
minutes?
go ahead. Let him have it.
So
Get it
one
out
thing,
the way.
let me add this in before you go, Paulo, really quick. Now, the women that are largely on this panel, especially in the beginning, were never on YouTube, right? Ever. And then when they got brought here and they got introduced to the men, they had the same reaction as the women that are on YouTube. So just consider that one piece of information, because they're not even hitting a link. They're already up here. I know them from Earth, and then they come up here like, what the fuck is these niggas talking to? Because they never experienced it before. So they're not even on a not disputing, because I think Beans is right, but you see what I'm saying? They're not even coming from a hit the link YouTube space. You know what I mean? And they had similar responses to the women that are on YouTube. So just adding that in. Go ahead, Paulo.
Yeah, I have to acknowledge that the ability to maneuver is completely different for you and I. You're a content creator, so you have a higher level of intellect that you've got to abide by. And Aaron's actually touched on it. The fact that you're a content creator means that you must cover all bases of communication, first and foremost. I have a flexibility of maneuvering, and my flexibility is this. Should I argue with a woman, which I don't, and if you go through all the records, the moment I have identified that this woman is not going to budge, attention is gone. I no longer have a conversation with you for the entirety of the show. And that's my personal strategy.
Ham, let me ask you this, Ham. You find yourself arguing with more people who have no idea of what they're talking about in the music field.
In music? Sorry?
Yeah.
Like you're talking about like DJing wise and things of that nature? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So as you're talking and debating things and exchanging information, you're resisting the low level thought, which goes back to effective communication, because you may be on a different level than them. So therefore, a lot of times, especially with the women, you guys may be thinking you're kicking G, but I'm sorry, it's weak sauce.
How is that true, E-Black, when you ask one question and then no one on the panel can answer it?
That's not even answering what I just said.
No, I'm asking you. Like you just asked him. Like, hey, you're DJ. You have the.
I'm talking to the premise of why a woman would necessarily not concede to a certain points of men on a panel.
He's illustrating his point.
That includes answering a simple question.
But no, what I'm saying is that you guys aren't kicking it like you think you're kicking it sometimes. Therefore, that makes ineffective communication because you guys aren't, and that's you guys are pontificating on certain points that may not be necessarily true.
I don't think it's. I don't think it's entirely true.
Wait, Paulo. He didn't get to finish. Hold on. Yeah, but I'm trying to get in. All right, now.
Okay.
E-Black, say your last point again.
Time y'all niggas ain't kicking shit. So
he already said that.
Right. That's the you want people
sorry,
to be
I may have
glad.
said sometimes, but majority of the times y'all niggas ain't kicking shit. Like, just that. That's
So you're saying that we follow
fantastic.
your
You're
logic.
probably the one few people who I trust. 90% of these niggas ain't
But
about
saying,
shit.
but
And you know that's a fact.
But E-Black, when you say that though, but no, I don't agree with that premise. I just don't. Again, even motherfuckers I think are like dumber than a box of rocks, right? With a hole in it. Again, a lot of the times, the men have to come around to a point of where they're pinned down, and even Hamp was like on the sometimes thing, right? Hamp is extreme. That his standard over here is like, no, nigga. I said you keep saying sometimes. Like, I thought you with the young boys the repeat thing. You drop Buddy down. It's like, hey, young fella. I said we don't use some, okay? So even that standard, he holds the men to that standard like strictly. All right, my ass especially, motherfucker. But that's what I'm saying. So no, you can't do this thing of where the women. I just don't. It's not enough women up here to where again, like Bean said, bro. Q got on here and said, I don't give a damn what you niggas saying. And Aaron was here for this. And Aaron walked her down and said, 50% of you niggas is gay. She stayed on that. She stood on it. And it was just like, what? Wow, huh? What? I don't care. I don't care about the facts. I don't care about the reality. My opinion is that. You know what I mean? So that's what we saying. You can't say that when there's not been a man that a man I've seen that came on here that said something as outrageous as that and just left on that and was like, I'm gonna stand on business, and niggas was like, no, niggas have to fold.
Wait, Aaron, hold on real quick. Aaron, and understand this, right? This is why I was pushing back on your point. Because what Fantastic just said, I cannot tell you how many times we've heard women say, it's my opinion and opinions can't be wrong.
No,
I cannot tell you how many times we've heard that.
I've heard that, but you know what else I want to push back on? When you said that a lot of times what they'll say is, I understand the logic, I get it, but the way my mind's set up is, I'm just going to continue down this path. Very well. Your job as a communicator is finished and complete. What she's saying is, I comprehend what you're saying, and I can see the validity and value in it. I'm actively making a choice to oppose it. You can't usurp people's decision. You can't usurp someone's authority and sovereignty over themselves. As long as your point was made and received as the way intended, and there's perceived value in it, what you do with it is all up to you. I don't give a shit at that point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think that even when we don't disagree, we're willing to hear each other's point, no matter how extenuous it is. Whether we disagree or not, we at least like to follow the logic to see where the point leads to before we make up our mind and decision. And some minds up here are changed, like what we just said. Like Hamp doesn't accept the term sometimes because it's not a real answer, and you can say sometimes about anything, and he's right about it. So as holding everyone accountable on this panel, he checks whoever says sometimes because it's either majority or minority. It's changed my lexicon and in my thinking about how I apply logic or speak in general about certain things, especially relationships.
Do me a favor. Watch Wednesday night show toward the end where I had an interaction with a young lady and spun her ass 180 degrees and walked her right into the door that the entire show spent 4 hours trying to get her to go through. Watch that. You'll see. There's lines of questioning. If you understand what you're saying, what?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What was the title of Wednesday show?
What was the
It's
title?
Wednesday, dude. Look, just go back 2 days.
I probably saw it. That's what I'm saying.
And what we need to acknowledge that the field that we play in is completely different than when we have conversation with women. The reason why we hold each other to contempt and with reverence is because we understand our capacity to have an intellectual conversation. We've just had Mr. Fantastic say most women who come up are idiots. So why are we holding them in a battlefield of high intellect and intelligent in conversation the way that we do?
There's one answer to that.
We have to offer them the grace to be idiots.
There's one answer to that, Paulo, and it's the only one that matter because they hit the motherfucking link. That's the only thing. Once you do that, bruh, don't come up here being stupid. Fuck that.
So what's your vehicle for consequences? This is what Hamp is great at. He's got a multiple vehicle of consequences. He either allows other people to come up or his audience dictate that. So when the audience sees some fuckery, they boot their ass because of Hamp's standards. So remember our conversation on another panel. We have to have vehicle for corruption.
Yeah.
Just because you have principles and standards don't mean you'll be a dumbass. You've got to arm yourself with tools and vehicles of consequences. KJ actually presented a really great point. The consequences of my principle not being adhered can be different, but my principle remains the same.
Right.
Just because I don't accept the hard R doesn't mean my consequences are just one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, sacrificing my principle because it's the consequences.
Yeah.
Those two things aren't completely tied together.
They can be the consequences can be situational. You might not have to do the same thing every single time, right? But for me, right, even when I had monetization, I didn't do bounties. I don't like really bounties, really. I just get you the fuck off my panel. And I feel good about doing it. Oh, okay, I see you stupid. Peace out. Like, and I don't care how people feel about it.
EVD Tuesday night show. My bad. Tuesday night. Chivalry versus Sentence. That one.
Oh yes, yeah.
Do y'all recall the Fight Club alum show that we just did Saturday? Do you see how well that shit went? Like it was specifically because I invited the people who I knew could maintain the intellectual standard, right? That's it. And that's even if that minimizes the amount of people who watch or come to your channel or your show. Oh fucking well. As long as the conversation don't drive me crazy, I'm good.
It may be just your standard.
Wait. Are you willing to be ostracized, Beans, because of your principles? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's why the fuck you think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
what
sir.
do you think has been happening to me thus far?
Well, I think
Camp has to don't say some shit, right? I had to give me a yes or no answer to a yes or no question, and everybody told me I was a fucking asshole. Right? That's because I said give me a yes or no answer to a yes or no question. You can add your context later. This man is pretty much saying the same thing. Answer the question. You can give your context afterward. And guess what everybody's doing? Oh my God, Ham. Oh, podcast was the asshole. But you know what I had to accept? That I didn't deliver the message as well as Ham does. I had to accept that. So for myself, what I do is I just say, okay, since I know I can't deliver the message as well as him, I'm just going to keep the stupid motherfuckers away from me. I don't have tolerance to deal with them like he does.
The more open your panel is, the lower the standard you have to be willing to go down.
That's a great fucking point, Aaron.
You see what I mean?
Well, I don't.
That is the advantage that hand-picked, selective. You know what I mean? When you hand do anything, you get a certain quality. When you hand build and select, that is the rarity that you're bringing that increases the quality. But if you open the forum a little bit more, you got to be willing. Not saying the standard will fall. You got to be willing to go down there to it and bring it up.
No, what it is though, Aaron? Because I don't know if it's lowers. You could be right. I think majority of the time is when you know it's different people. The first thing I try to do is understand what it is they're trying to say, regardless if I disagree. And then oftentimes I'll walk them down a path to try to get them to understand, like, okay, that shit don't make a lot of sense. Or I'll be like, okay. And then y'all will be like, what the fuck are you talking about? So after I'll say X, Y, and Z, and I'll be like, okay, then. And y'all be like, no, that's wrong. What the fuck, Because it was clear that there was something there that was flawed, But it's interesting though. Interesting nonetheless,
different debating styles and based on different things. So, for instance, if I was to have a conversation with you about DJing and 8 random people showed up, none of them have experience. Only me and you have experience. Therefore, the quality of conversation goes down. However, if 8 people are on there and I'm the only person on there, then I'm going to sit here and say, man, this panel was whack. Man, they didn't understand the shit I was talking about, man. You get what I'm saying? So it's all about perspective and all about what is the ultimate goal? Is the ultimate goal to have fun, or is the ultimate goal to exchange information? So, for instance, Beans may have invited some people, but it may have been 8 idiots. He had a great time with 8 idiots. If he would have brought another 10 people who were smart on a different thing, he might not like it because he might call them disingenuous. He may have a whole bunch of bitches in those. He may have cursed them all out.
This is what it does, though. This is the point where you tap into yourself. So, for instance, if I'm explaining to you, right, E Black, let's say you DJ, and I'm saying, when I use this, do you DJ?
No, I don't.
Okay, damn. So I'm trying to say. But it'll be like let's say I'm like, yeah. So if I use the stems and I replace my roll with my stems, right? So when I need to take the beat out, and I want to make it an acapella, right? I don't use the roll as much, and so I use it here, and then I'll match 50 BPMs with 100 BPMs because they're actually the same, but you got to be tactical to get there. Right, unless somebody who doesn't know how to DJ, and I will say, yeah. So this button makes all my songs an instrumental, right? And this button has things double up the voice, but I don't use that. So I remove it and put this button in that makes all my songs an instrumental. Everybody knows what an instrumental is, right?
Right.
And then I'll go like this, right? And I'll be like, I don't know if you can't hear me knocking on the thing, right? So, but I'll go like this because people that don't know. So, can you guys hear this?
Yeah.
Same beat as this, right? And I'll literally do that to somebody who doesn't understand. So then I'll be like, see, 50 is this, 100 is this, same beat, and they'll be like, oh shit, right? So I'll have a conversation with E Black. It'll take 10 seconds. With the other people, it'll take 40 seconds, but it will still get to the same point. You know what I'm saying?
The difference is one might be a 4 count or an 8 count. But this was so crazy, right?
Quarter note and half notes.
To E Black's point, right? I'm not a DJ, and I understood everything you just said. Right? Why is that though? Because I'm a producer. You see what I'm saying? So I use BPMs. The same way how you use BPM,
really adjacent. It's right.
When I have to do it to stretch my samples, right? And or when I want to make a remix of a song, I have to look up what the BPM is and then build around that, right? So I understood exactly what you were saying. Not to mention, I also have the DJ apps on my computer.
Yeah,
because I used to play music when I had my club. Whenever my DJ would show up, you know how y'all DJs be. Don't tell nobody y'all ain't coming to the last minute and shit.
Not me. But but Beans, you think people that didn't have a producer background would have gotten to the same point of understanding based on how we explained it because it's 2 different people?
Absolutely not. But see, this is what I'm saying. So the difference between me and probably people like E Black is that I don't get involved in conversations when I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I know what the conversation is, I'm running my mouth. You understand? And that's just like this weekend when we was talking about capitalism, right? I invited the people, Paulo, Aaron O, Big Aaron right here. I invited the people, Uncle T. I invited people who I knew had way more knowledge than me on the situation so that I could debate them about my ideas. But what I got from it was they sharpened me. So now if I go into a debate with somebody else, I'm taking what I already had plus what they gave me. All they did was make me better over the weekend. I appreciate y'all again for that. Can't wait to see y'all on the 30th.
There's a great component in what you just used, Hemp, and it's I classify it as vernacular. We might not understand because we don't have producer background or in the music like that.
Yeah.
But the sentiment is there, right? So for you as Hemp, this is a question with no intent behind it. Do you adjust your set to fit the crowd by gauging how the crowd moves, or do you just play one set and that's it? You get what you get. Okay, well, are you moving or not?
1000% the crowd. So you can create folders on your computer for songs. 99% of the time I'm DJing from all. So that means all 40,000 songs on my computer I could type in at any time.
There you go.
So I have crates, but it just depends, it literally depends on the crowd, 100%.
Look, I gotta ask you this. I gotta ask you this. It's okay.
Just before you go, Beans, because I know you're gonna.
No, I just want to
Before you
answer
go,
this
Beans.
real quick, Paulo. It's okay. You can tell me if you don't want to answer. Do you have pre-recorded sets?
Hell yeah, 1,000. Especially if the club is trash, I'll play button and go outside and go to sleep.
Exactly.
And where did somebody text me like, "Hey," and I'm like, "I'll be back in 20 minutes."
Right.
Hell yeah.
First time I saw that shit, I was like, "This lazy mother."
Go ahead, Paulo.
Now, just speaking to an earlier point on one of your shows, I think you were talking about marriage. That's the power of influence. Not only do you adjust to your crowd, but also at the same time, you bring your crowd with you. We might not, as part of the crowd, we might not understand 100 from a 50, but we know and we understand the sentiment and we follow it. And that's a power of influence that it's sad to say that we men have the capacity to do. So in the regards of relationship, whether romantic or not, we form micro relationship through these interactions.
That's a fact.
So Paulo, let me tell you this too. So yeah, 100% I'm with the crowd, right? Once I get to a certain point where they up, now I regain control. Does that make sense?
Right.
So once they know, okay, I'm in Texas, right? And I'll be talking on the mic, they instantly know I'm not from Texas. Right. So there's a little bit of a I gotta get through like a like a judgment period. Like
bias, they bias.
Yeah. I'm saying shit like fuck out of here on the mic. They like, who the fuck talk like that? You know what I mean? And so I'm going. And then they like, oh shit, okay, I do know Fat Pat and all them niggas. And then I'll start going other places, and then but now they already with me at that point, so
yeah, DJ.
That's the point I was making. I hope EBD hears this. Go get them to latch on, then guide them to where you want them to go in communication.
That's what it is. Yeah, that's a great analogy. Actually, that's a great analogy. Kasim, I know you're supposed to say something 40 minutes ago. Did you?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I don't even want to because it'll just derail. Not necessarily derail, but it will go back to the point that we were talking about. What I wanted to ask you is that, okay, so now you have lived your entire life up to this moment with certain principles. So now from this moment here going forward, you can only use two things. You can either use what's right and what's necessary in order to make those decisions on the principles. Out of those two going forward, which one would you use more?
Me?
Yes.
What's right and what's necessary.
Right, based upon your principles. From everything you've learned, up until this point right now, it's like, okay, from this point right now, Hank, you can use your principles, but you can only go on either what's right or what's necessary. Pick one of these two and then go live your life.
Jesus Christ.
I know, right?
Necessary should be mattering. God damn. I think I would have to go with what's right. I think. Fuck, man. That's hard, man.
No, my this morning during a conference call, my boss asked that question, right, to some of the top people in the company, right, all of the movers and shakers and all the VPs, and we were sitting and he asked that question and everybody was stumped, like, oh shit, like, based upon my principles, and from this day forward, I can either do what's right or I gotta do what's necessary, and I can only pick one and use that going forward.
Maybe it might have to be what's necessary then. Yeah, damn, but that I would hate that though, but there's another thing that brought that, what you just said too. I always say the greats never sacrifice what's important for what's urgent. urgent things always coming across your desk, right? You always got to do this, but the great important shit gets done. You know? So when you ask that question, it's like,
so which one would you pick? Would you pick would going what's right or going what's necessary?
Man, and I can't use some, right?
Nope.
There's a way out.
I don't have. Damn, I gotta think about it. Maybe it's necessary.
No, you can't think about it. You can't think about it.
Maybe what's necessary. I guess what's necessary, man.
Yes, that's what I said. I said I would do it. I said I would do what's necessary.
I think you can.
Because when you do what's necessary, you have more flexibility in that. And the other guy said the same thing. Like, yeah, I would do what's necessary.
There is a way out, though.
What is it?
What's that?
Situation dictates. You have to do a cost-benefit analysis, right? Just let the variables decide. At some point, and this is the point I was making with Fantastic earlier, when he was being held with these absolutes. Because look at the absolutes Champ just used. You know what I mean? Well, the greats always prioritize importance over urgency. Unless that urgency threatened their life, I would beg to differ. But he still had the freedom to make that statement. He's not cherry picking. You know what I mean? It's not a cherry picking situation. Yeah. There's a certain level of assumption I believe it's safe to be able to make certain assertions. But
like
to get around that, they say the situation dictates.
But Aaron, but that's the thing. But that's probably why you will go at doing what's necessary, because in life you're dealing more with situations. Right, and more times than not, those situations will have you do the necessary thing versus what's doing what's right.
Yeah. So how about do what's right until doing what's right causes failure? No, wait. Do what's right until right leads to failure, and then you default to what's necessary.
It's not. You can only choose. You can only do what's right or necessary.
Nah, you gotta, because if like say one of my kids is sick and I go into a store and it's a long fucking line. Right? It ain't right to bust or cut everybody, but you goddamn right I'm going to the front of that line. That's what's necessary to get it
exactly.
Done. and E-Black gonna be in the line. I'm like, don't do it.
Yes. I thought you was gonna say you gonna steal it. I was like,
what is it thinking?
Oh, maybe you might have to run it, and then you go back and pay later, E-Black. You're like, listen, they was sick and shit. You know what I mean?
If you don't button line, what do you lose? What's at stake?
Time.
Shit, that's always that's the most finite.
And you know, it's one of the kids that's fucked up, or you know, when it's like something like you just like, yo, fuck this, you know.
Yeah. And in wasting that time, I might not, because I wasted that time, I might not get the chance to go back and do what was necessary.
That's a fact. But when you keep getting stuck doing what's right.
Yeah. Yes. So you guys pretty much agree. If you had the choice, you would to live your life, you would normally do what's necessary.
What about
in my life? I spent my life doing what I wanted to do.
I would say I don't steal just because.
You steal, E-Black?
I don't steal just.
You still stealing, E-Black? You old?
No, I don't steal.
Oh, when the last time you stole?
Man, last time I stole was maybe 19.
Okay.
Wait.
So they actually have an exercise for this. They actually have a really great exercise for this.
Wait, let me ask
the
you
exercise is.
I just want to know if this constitutes as stealing, Paulo. What if you go to the restaurant right through the drive-through, and when you get to the window, they give you your food and they forgot to take your money, and you leave without paying? Is that stealing?
Yes.
But what if you genuinely forgot and then you thought about it, but you just didn't go back? That's still stealing?
Yes.
Man, y'all ain't shit.
So since now you're willing now to live to your principles based upon doing what's necessary. What does that say about your morals? And should I still rock with you?
My morals are still intact.
How so?
Like, why wouldn't they be?
Because if you're more willing to do what's necessary, it's going to be batting against what you want to do morally.
So it depends on framework, and I don't know whether my mic is working correctly, but I don't think anyone heard me. Standards should be derived from a framework of evidence and proof. It's the first and foremost thing that should be derived from, and people seem to gloss over that part. The reason for that is we either want to maintain or optimize for quality, longevity, and excellence. Now, what's necessary depends on your framework. Is what's necessary is all is fair in love and war, or is what's necessary is optimized for the majority? And there's a great exercise for that. Which would you rather pick? There's train tracks, and you're in control of changing the direction of a runaway train. On one part of the track is 10 people who are complete strangers. On the other side is someone who's close and near and dear to you. Which would you pick? Are you going to pick what's right because you have reverence and love for the person you know, which is only one, or would you pick the 10 strangers?
Wait, what's the situation?
There's a runaway train, and you're in control of changing the direction of the train. There's only 2 tracks. On one side of the track, 10 complete strangers. On the other is someone close, near and dear, a girlfriend, a wife, or whatever it is to you. And you have control of the lever. You change the direction of the runaway train.
Oh.
And there's 10 people? Do they got money? They rich?
Strangers.
Maybe 10
funerals.
The only context you have, there are strangers.
It just sounds like it's going to be 10 funerals that's going to have to happen.
Yeah,
That's fact.
Right,
There is no right or wrong, But again, for me, what's necessary is I optimize for the majority. I would have to sit through the funeral of my loved one because I'm optimizing for the 10 people.
Mm-hmm. Right,
I want to save 10 versus 1.
We'll pay you millions because they rich for saving their life, so you good.
But is that utilitarianism?
Could be classified as.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yes.
Damn, bro, that is interesting, man. But no, it's gonna be 10 funerals.
Absolutely.
Now, if 10 isn't enough, what number would get you to switch the track to your loved one?
None. Did you watch my show yesterday? I want the human race to go extinct. No number is big enough.
The human race goes extinct, and your days are numbered too.
Absolutely. Everybody got to go. Robin Harris.
Oh, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute to CJ. He said, sorry for not understanding the satire. Now you could. Did I read? Yeah, we read this one. Fatty with the €5 says, can't believe y'all are putting the onus of responsibility on men when these women are having conversations in bad faith 90% of the time. Walk the Talk with the $2 says, great orators are imperative for mass messaging. Walk the Talk with the $2 says, so is the market wrong or the seller? Man, we've been having some good ass questions. Caesar's Pals with a $5. What up, Caesar? Said, why do black men keep trying to save all black women? If they do not understand, they will lose, period. The ones that can understand, they have a better chance. Omega Gaming, salute my G. He says, I don't steal. I sin. Salute, my brother. I appreciate you.
Sends his regards. Yeah. You know how I love money.
Yo, man, I appreciate y'all. Hey, I like this one a lot, man. I think we really actually people learned. I know I did a lot of intriguing and interesting questions. I'm gonna give Mr. Fantastic a call to see if he learned anything, but I think he's gonna respond with a
brother.
So, oh, there's that, man. That shit was dope though. And I want to give everybody a round of applause for we didn't talk about women. We've been on for 5 hours and 42 minutes. I would beg to say 5 hours was really mostly just about concepts. Yeah. It wasn't too much on the ladies per se, So salute to y'all, man. Beans, any final thoughts? And when the next time you go on live?
Man, absolutely, man. Subscribe to the new Team Pod Mob channel. Absolutely. We're doing the Fight Club alum shows on Saturdays and the team show on Thursday nights. We did our second show last night. It was absolutely fun. Shout out to my team, UT, Shanika, and Kiki.
Shit like
And
that.
once again, man, shout out to the All-Star panel from Saturday night. Paulo, Aaron O, Big Aaron, Uncle T, everybody that came through. Capitalism is the devil. March 30th, the second episode of Fight Club Alum. We diving into Trump. What is it? Policies and laws that we need to be pushing for, and projections for 2025. March 30th, man.
Where somebody make sure they drop the Pod link in the chat, in the both channels, so we can get familiar. You know what I mean? E Black, any final thoughts, my G, and when you going live again? Salute, Bean. I love you.
I love you too, bro.
I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm about a week behind, man. So I had to put my foot in somebody's ass. So we're gonna get it right. But other than that, I really appreciate Hank. Thank you for opening the link. Salute to all the people. I usually don't get to speak to y'all, but y'all are always, good to talk with. So salute to y'all.
Word. Make sure somebody find E Black TV and drop it in the chat, please. It should be dope, man. Paulo, any final thoughts, my G?
Yeah, Ham, I think I echo the sentiment that most people share with your show. I appreciate that you're holding this platform and the degree of people that you have on. A lot of these issues and these topics are great when you have great minds dissecting it, going back and forth. So I appreciate you for that. And just Beans, here's your flowers. Those conversations you had on Saturday is what I originally meant when we had that conversation a while ago. So keep expanding that part of your web per se as a content creator. So yeah, enjoyed that panel very much.
No doubt,
to the
bro.
gentleman, I appreciate the back and forth. It's always great to have conversation with people who can navigate certain conversations with a level of reverence to the host and not only to each other.
Indeed, appreciate you, my G. Aaron, any final thoughts?
Yeah, thanks again, everyone involved and everyone watching. One of the things I do in life, and I hope everyone else does, try to seek the high road. That's where the highbrow members of high society live, and help others seek the same. They're seeking the same thing, achieve it once you do. The only way to do that is through communicate. That's it. Do well, be well, help others be well. Let's have a conversation.
Indeed. KJ, good shit, bro, for your first time. Not saying your first time on panels, but today, good shit.
Yeah, man, I definitely appreciate you, Han, for allowing me to even be able to come up, man. And man, shout out to all the brothers, man. I think it was a very, very good conversation, man. I've been watching for quite some while, man. I love the channel. Only thing I would say to the people, man, y'all better get y'all some motherfucking principles and learn how to stand on them concretely. That way, this wouldn't be such a hassle.
Damn, he's starting trouble. We trying to get out of here.
Wow. I'm just saying.
Kasim.
Wow, this was a really great, conversation, you guys. This was very insightful. But I do believe men and women are better together. Communication is paramount to the longevity of your relationship. The better you are at it, the better results you're going to get. And shout out to Crimson Cure that was here earlier in the week. I did hear her mention that she was going to do a recap of the Hamp show today. So after you guys get finished here with Hamp, go over to Crimson Cure. I believe she was supposed to do kind of like a little recap and answer some of the questions that we had on the panel.
You know what time?
I think she goes on. She's Central Time, so I think 5 or 6 or whatever.
Okay, it's 4:51. So yeah.
But they can always catch the replay. But yeah,
she live now.
Yeah, she did a review. Yeah, she was doing a review. Yeah, she said she was going to do a review of Hamp show today, on her show with some of the questions that we had after she left.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, man, that was absolutely a pleasure to have her on. That was a great conversation. I could definitely understand wholeheartedly just being up there with her. Why, along with the grind, her popularity is what it is.
Yeah.
Regardless of what you feel about what she's saying, it's just the delivery, the charisma, the the just the energy is very, very good, you know, from her. Salute. Yeah, so T just dropped the link, so I'm gonna go over there as well. I'm trying to go do this cardio, man. I'm trying to get down to shit, man. I'm just trying, goddamn it. It was interesting, man. I appreciate these type of conversations. The communication part is super duper key. I think we all have so much to offer. I would recommend that we all try different ways to communicate the same message. Obviously, you know, just with so many people listening with so many different lenses. I think to say things a few different ways can definitely help, you know, that message really get across to multiple people. And Beans is right. People, if a lot of people don't want to get it, you know, but don't fold them to them. Just push by those people, continue to communicate to people that are willing to listen.
Can't save everybody.
And I think we'll get some dope outcomes, man, you know?
Yes, sir.
I love y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. Be safe. Do the right thing. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. You heard? Chat. Y'all be safe. It's getting warm out now. All right? Don't pull the sundresses out too early, especially everybody in Chicago. I'm from Connecticut. Let me tell y'all. We used to think 50 is warm. It's not. All right? Up at home, niggas be half naked as soon as it gets 45, 48 degrees.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
T-shirts and shorts and flip-flops.
Yeah, man. Flu season.
This time of year in Texas, we got them trees. They starting to blow.
Man, I'm so tired of breaking leaves.
This is the worst time to be in Texas.
Yeah, man.
Your ass wake up, your whole car look like a green monster.
It's about that time, man. So yeah, man. Awesome. Be safe. I'll see y'all on Monday. Everybody's links are dropped in the chat. And we're gonna go over to Crimson Cure right now. I know Fatty streams on Sunday. Who will be up on Saturday, Beans? Like specifically, I can't remember. You know?
Yeah, but I ain't mentioning them.
All right, well, put them in the bathroom.
Please be on there. Please.
Who?
These nuts.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Put him
right into that one.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Aaron. That's what I get for being. That's what I get for being nice. God damn it.
Oh shit, Aaron. Oh yeah, you're right. Aaron.
Hey, E Black. I hope your car don't start next time you got to go to work. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend, and we out.
Yeah, peace.